Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duanling Tian was reminded of the mysterious old and quaint box that he had obtained by trading a single-trait Duke-grade divine ability from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. It was deemed as useless by many people, including the deceased Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. He had insisted on trading for the box since he trusted the Chaos Divine Flame when it said the box's content would benefit him, and it was imperative for him to obtain it. The Chaos Divine Flame also said that the profound divine metal and it could open the box for him. According to the Chaos Divine Flame, only celestial lords or those who were stronger would be able to detect the content of the box and open it. Anyone weaker than a celestial lord would not be able to see through the formations that concealed the content of the box. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, is Senior Profound Divine Metal awake? Duanling Tian asked immediately after he stopped in his tracks. As soon as he finished speaking, a weak voice that sounded as though it belonged to a middle-aged man said, "Young lad, I won't be able to stay conscious for long. Find a quiet and secluded spot immediately. If we open the box in public, it'll definitely attract trouble." It was the profound divine metal. All right. Duanling Tian sensed the urgency in the profound divine metal's voice, so he did not hesitate and called out to Huaner. Both of them quickly left and made their way to a secluded place in a corner of the Alchemy Square. Almost a month had passed since Duanling Tian shot to fame in the Alchemy Conference. Therefore, people were paying him less attention than before. He could walk freely without attracting too many people's attention. In just a short moment, Duanling Tian and Huaner found a deserted corner where a few giant boulders were lying around. The duo went behind one of the giant boulders and turned their backs to the Alchemy Square. "Huaner, alert me if someone is approaching," Duanling Tian said to Huaner, reminding her to keep a lookout. Although he did not know what the box held, he knew it had to be valuable since the Chaos Divine Flame had said so. Moreover, the profound divine metal had also reminded him to be careful. "Yes, Brotherling Tian." Huaner took Duanling Tian's words seriously and began to scan their surroundings. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware that Liu Luo, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had seen Huaner and him hiding behind one of the giant boulders. She quickly said to Murong Bing, "Third senior sister, Duanling Tian is not a decent man. He just took that woman and hid behind the giant boulders. They must be up to no good." Fortunately, Duanling Tian did not hear Liu Luo's words. Otherwise, he would have been furious. Behind the boulders. Duanling Tian had taken the old and quaint box from his spatial ring, so he said to the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame, "Seniors, the box is in my hand now." Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, a gray and a golden streak of light that were intertwined shot out of his chest into the box, disappearing from sight in just a blink of an eye. It did not take long before the box began to vibrate violently. A gray and golden light shrouded the seal of the box. In just a matter of seconds, the lights grew brighter. Crack! A loud and crisp sound rang in the air suddenly. The tightly sealed box sprung open. The gray and golden light shone brilliantly in the box as well, and took a while before they finally dimmed, revealing the box's content. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame spoke again. "Young lad, the profound divine metal and I are about to fall into a deep slumber again. We've inspected the object in the box. It's a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. You can use the royal-grade celestial weapon up to 3 times. Every time you use it, you'll have strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. Your soul and celestial origin energy will be at the level of a celestial lord until its effect wears off. You should use this royal-grade celestial weapon." Before the Chaos Divine Flame could further explain, it suddenly fell silent. A consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? An intricate hairpin lay in the box. The hairpin had a 3-petal flower that was an eye-catching blood red. It shimmered in the box. Its blood-red color looked fearsome. The Chaos Divine Flame said it's a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? Duanling Tian's expression was solemn as he studied the hairpin in the box. He was no longer the same clueless young man he had been when he had first descended to the Devata realm. He had gained a level of understanding of the celestial weapons in this Devata realm. Consumable celestial weapons were only of the royal grade or the emperor grade. Most of them could be used as little as 1 time up to a maximum of 5 times. I can use this royal-grade celestial weapon thrice. It seems like each flower petal will give me strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord until its effect wears off and the petal wilts. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply, stunned by this discovery. When he regained his senses, he surveyed his surroundings intently before he furtively put the hairpin away, afraid of being seen. A royal-grade celestial weapon, consumable or not, was more than enough to cause an uproar in the alchemy square. Moreover, for someone with Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was much more beneficial to him compared to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Due to his cultivation base, he would not be able to unleash an emperor-grade celestial weapon's full potential. He was only a profound stage overarching Heaven's Supreme Celestial after all. On the other hand, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would directly increase his strength to that of an ordinary celestial lord. In other words, whenever he used the royal-grade celestial weapon, he was no different from an ordinary celestial lord, even if the weapon only granted him strength comparable to a one basic celestial lord without any powerful celestial methods or divine abilities. His celestial origin energy would be powerful enough for him to conquer the 6 southern regions and the entire borderlands of the southern heaven territory. The Chaos Divine Flame has no reason to lie to me. It should be true that I'll gain the strength of an ordinary celestial lord when I use this consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, even if the effect only lasts a short time. Moreover, according to the Chaos Divine Flames, there are no side effects to using it at all. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone. He could vividly imagine possessing the strength of an ordinary celestial lord after using the weapon. This was too good to be true. The royal-grade celestial weapon was a life-saving tool, and it was extremely precious since it could only be used thrice. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian definitely would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary and he was in a dire situation. There's no need to use this royal-grade celestial weapon unless it's a life-or-death situation. Huana, let's go. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to suppress the excitement brewing in him before he called out to Huaner. Soon after, both of them returned to the center of the alchemy square that was bustling with people. Brother Ling Tian, did you manage to open the box? Huaner asked curiously. Yes. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission as he nodded slightly. Huaner, it's imperative that no one finds out about the box's content. That's why I had to find a place to hide before opening it. Huaner nodded obediently even though she did not fully understand Duan Ling Tian's words. She asked through voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, I saw something in the box when you opened it. I thought it was empty. When Duan Ling Tian first received the box from the old man, Huaner had probed the box with her divine consciousness. Just like everyone else, she discovered it was empty. Although she thought the box was worthless as well, she remained silent when he insisted on obtaining the box. In her opinion, even if it was a worthless box, it was worth the trade as long as it made Duan Ling Tian happy. It was only natural that she was shocked when she discovered the box was not empty. Oh, you saw it? Duan Ling Tian did not deny it and proceeded to tell Huaner everything the Chaos Divine Flame had said to him. A consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that can be used thrice and will grant you the strength of an ordinary celestial lord? Brother Ling Tian, this means you're given 3 life-saving talismans. Huaner's eyes lit up as she spoke. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. This trip to the alchemy city in the barren land has been fruitful. On top of this consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, I also obtained a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had obtained 2 Emperor-grade celestial weapons, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yi 9 water chestnut ring. Alas, they did not belong to him. Brother Ling Tian, does this mean we can return to the Tai Yi celestial sect now? Huaner asked. No. Although it's safe for us to travel on our own now that I have the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, we still need to wait for the others, Duan Ling Tian replied. Initially, he had toyed with the idea of leaving for the Tai Yi celestial sect first. However, after giving it some thought, he dismissed the idea. He was not afraid of the cultivators from the top sects or the sectless cultivators, but he was worried about the vicious bandits he might meet during his journey back. Previously, he had He Shan's protection. Unfortunately, Xian had passed away. As a precaution, he had decided to tag along with the party from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect when they returned to the wasteland. He did not think any sect would reject his request since most sects were clamoring to do him a favor. The Thousand Spiders celestial sect would certainly be more than happy to do him a favor now that they had seen his alchemy skills. Moreover, they were under the impression that he came from a powerful clan in the central area. He decided to speak to the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect after the alchemy conference ended. For now, I'll just have to wait until the alchemy conference ends. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he walked around the lively alchemy square. Over the past few days, Duanling Tian had approached Morongbing and tried to persuade her to leave with him. Alas, she remained stubborn and resolute, leaving Duanling Tian helpless. Looks like I'll have to visit her master at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and warn her not to harm Morongbing. Duanling Tian was now confident he could protect Morongbing since he had obtained the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. With the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, I'll be able to annihilate the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect if I so wish. I'm sure her master won't dare to harm her if I warn her. Despite his thoughts and confidence, Duanling Tian was still worried about Morongbing's safety. What if her master killed her before he could save her? Therefore, he decided to speak to Nangong, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Sect leader Nangong, Duanling Tian greeted Nangong with a smile. Although there was enmity between him and Nangong because she had sent someone to kill him in the past, he was still grateful that she did not reveal Morongbing and his affair to her master. Master Duan, Nangong replied. What brings you here? Her hostility toward Duanling Tian seemed to have vanished after witnessing Duanling Tian's talents in alchemy and discovering he might be from a powerful clan in the central area. As someone who had lived a long time, she had developed a discerning eye after meeting so many people in her lifetime. Although her interactions with Duanling Tian were brief, she could tell that Duanling Tian was a man of integrity. He was responsible and worthy of Morongbing. She was not sure if Duanling Tian truly came from a powerful clan in the central area, but she did not place much importance on it. After all, with his talent in alchemy, so long as he was willing to join the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she would help him and Morongbing get married. After all, she believed their marriage would benefit the sect. Duanling Tian did not beat around the bush and said, Sect leader Nangong, I believe you've learned about what happened between your beloved disciple, Morongbing, and I. I'm truly grateful that you've been keeping her safe all this while. However, I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden from her master for long. Therefore, I'd like to ask for a favor from you. Can you please stop Morongbing's master from harming her if her master finds out about our affair? If the 10 Directions Celestial Duke from your sect intervenes, please tell them my clansmen are very capable, and I will never let them go if Morongbing is harmed. I'd also like to ask you to send someone to the Tai Celestial sect to inform me of this if it should happen. His tone was cold when he spoke. Nangong gasped inwardly when she heard Duanling Tian's words. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of her eyes when she looked at Duanling Tian. She was even more certain of Duanling Tian's background after listening to his words. Otherwise, why would he be so confident if he was not from a powerful clan in the central area? In the end, she sighed in relief and nodded as she said, I'll bear your words in mind, Master Duan. I'll dissuade them and stop them from harming Binger. Duanling Tian was right. Nangong was capable of protecting Morongbing from her master. However, Nangong would be helpless if the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's 10 Directions Celestial Duke intervened. Now that she had seen how determined Duanling Tian was to protect her niece, she was naturally relieved. One could see how determined Duanling Tian was to protect Morongbing based on how willing he was to use the precious consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. After a few days, the alchemy conference was finally coming to an end. On the final day of the alchemy conference, according to the traditions, the Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters would announce the few celestial alchemists who had performed outstandingly during the alchemy conference. Since Duanling Tian's extraordinary performance had outshone everyone in the alchemy conference, it was not a surprise that his fame had even surpassed Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blazing Sun supporting sect, who was selected as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions during the last alchemy conference. As we all know, 30 years ago, Master Sun Chao made his mark in the alchemy conference of the 6 southeastern regions and is widely regarded as the top prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southern regions. This time we have the dark horse who's remarkably talented. Master Duan from the Tai Yi celestial sect in the wasteland. Master Duan Ling Tian managed to heat a prominent celestial cauldron with a prominent celestial fire in half an hour. Master Duan Ling Tian successfully refined 13 overarching heaven pills. Master Duan Ling Tian. Most importantly, Master Duan Ling Tian is not even 100 years old. The announcer was Xianxia, the Supreme Duke grade celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. He was also the witness for Duan Ling Tian's bets with the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After Xianxia's announcement, the crowd turned to look at a purple-clad young man. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was tall and handsome with an extraordinary bearing. He remained poised even though everyone's attention was on him. It was as though he would remain unfazed even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. He seemed unfettered like a martial elite with no worldly desires. Duan Ling Tian, Lian, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze as sharp as daggers. It was clear he wished to kill Duan Ling Tian. Alas, he could not act recklessly before he ascertained Duan Ling Tian's true identity. Meanwhile, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the Blissful Sect, glared at Duan Ling Tian. He's not even 100 years old. How did he become an overarching heaven supreme celestial and a prominent celestial alchemist at the same time? Moreover, he's capable of refining the overarching heaven pills, and his alchemy skills are comparable to a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist. His eyes were brimming with jealousy. He had always regarded himself highly as though he was the son of heaven. Previously, he stood out among his peers and was in a league of his own. However, ever since Duan Ling Tian appeared, things had changed. He was nothing more than ordinary when compared to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, due to his mistake and careless judgment, he had cost the Blissful Sect its triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method. For these reasons, similar to Lian, he wished he could kill Duan Ling Tian. Ji Fan's eyes that were filled with jealousy flashed with killing intent as he thought to himself, "For your sake, you'd better come from a powerful clan in the central area. If not, the day we find out otherwise will be the day you die." Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was being watched by a venomous serpent, so he turned to have a look. The Arhat of the Blissful Sect? Upon discovering it was Ji Fan, he only glanced at Ji Fan briefly before looking away. He might have been slightly worried if it were Lian. He could not be bothered about Ji Fan at all. How dare he look down on me? Ji Fan was infuriated. He could, naturally, tell Duan Ling Tian did not take him seriously. The killing intent intensified in his eyes as he clenched his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, by Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who was also looking at Duan Ling Tian, thought to himself, Xianxia might not be as capable as Duan Ling Tian, but he definitely had the potential to improve the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect in the future if he were still alive. Although he had lost the sect's triple-trait divine ability to Duan Ling Tian, he did not have any animosity toward Duan Ling Tian. In fact, he rather admired the young man. Duan Ling Tian must really come from a powerful clan in the central area, otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident to say such words at that time. Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slight smile on her face. Binger will be in good hands. She'll be able to lead a happy life with Duan Ling Tian. Her deceased mother will be able to rest in peace now. Meanwhile, Murongbing, who was standing next to Nangong Xiu, appeared to be in a dilemma. It did not matter to her if Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area or not. She wanted to obtain her master's permission to be with Duan Ling Tian. She had been orphaned since she was young, and in her heart she had long regarded her master as her mother, even more so than Nangong Xiu, who treated her like her child. In her opinion, if her master had not adopted her and brought her up, she would have died after her parents passed away. Therefore, she would oblige if her master wanted her to atone for her sin with her life. Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, thought to herself, thank heavens Duanling Tian will leave the wasteland soon. Otherwise, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect will be suppressed by the Tai celestial sect with his presence. At the same time, a bashful expression could be seen on Zhou Shuqiu's face when she looked at Duanling Tian. It was difficult not to notice the hints of affection flashing in the depths of her eyes. Even a woman with a high standard like her had fallen for Duanling Tian's remarkable talent and charm. At this time, after Xianxia finished speaking, the remaining 3 Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters took turns to give their speech on the ruined stone platform. Soon after, the alchemy conference had officially come to an end. After the alchemy conference ended, Duanling Tian brought Huaner and the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai celestial sect with him as he approached the party from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Sect leader Jian, since the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect has passed away, it'll be too slow for us to travel alone. Do you mind taking us with you back to the wasteland? Jian Qiuluo was stunned by Duanling Tian's sudden request, so she hesitated for a moment. As Zhou Shuqiu looked at her with an anticipatory gaze, she said, since Master Duan has personally requested this, I'm more than glad to do so. However, I'm doing this out of respect for you, not the Tai celestial sect. Duanling Tian nodded and replied, I understand. I owe you a favor, sect leader Jian. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Jian Qiuluo was indeed smart. Although she was not 100% certain about Duanling Tian's identity and background, his extraordinary alchemy skills alone were compelling enough for her to agree to his request. When do you intend to leave, Master Duan? Jian Qiuluo asked. I'll leave it for you to decide, sect leader Jian, Duanling Tian replied. We plan to leave after a few days. Why don't all of you come stay at the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence in Alchemy City? It'll make things more convenient when we depart later, Jian Qiuluo said. All right. Duanling Tian did not hesitate and agreed immediately. When Duanling Tian and the others left the Alchemy Square with the party from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, a few people looked at Duanling Tian greedily. However, none of them dared to act recklessly. Not only were they afraid of the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and Tai celestial sect, but they were even more afraid of his true identity. What if his clansmen were secretly protecting him in the dark? In a restaurant near the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence in Alchemy City, a young man sat by the windows in a private room as he observed the group of people who had arrived in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence. His expression was gloomy as he cursed, Damn it! Duanling Tian and that woman are staying with the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. How am I supposed to abduct her? The young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the seemingly deceased young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. He was clearly alive and well. At this moment, Bai Yuxian looked at the old man standing next to him and solemnly asked, Elder Tan, are you confident in pulling this off? Young Master Jian Qiuluo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, is a 7-star celestial duke. Although I'm also a 7-star celestial duke, my strength is no match for hers since I've only broken through recently. I'm afraid she'll discover me as soon as I enter their residence. This old man next to Bai Yuxian was an elder of the profound heaven celestial sect. He was one of the 3 heroes of Huangjiang in charge of Bai Yuxian's safety. When Duanling Tian had met Bai Yuxian previously, he was absent because he was cultivating in seclusion since he was close to a breakthrough. Although he had broken through and successfully became a 7-star celestial duke, he could not help but smile bitterly when he heard Bai Yuxian wanted him to abduct Huaner from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence in Alchemy City. Bai Yuxian's expression soured. He was extremely displeased. So, am I supposed to just sit by and watch her slip through my fingers? Young master, why don't you seek help from the sect leader? Elder Tan tentatively suggested after he sensed the displeasure in Bai Yuxian's tone. My father! Bai Yuxian glared at the old man and scoffed. If my father finds out that I faked my death, he would severely reprimand me. Do you still think it's wise to ask him for help? It'd be good if he doesn't discipline me after learning about what I've done. Ask him for help to get that woman? You must be kidding me. After taking a deep breath, he muttered, just forget about it. I faked my death not entirely because I want that woman. The death of Xian, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, has almost assuaged my anger and hatred. As for that woman, I'll get her when the time's right. At this moment, a voice rang from outside the private room. Young master. Soon after, a young man entered after Bai Yuxian granted him entry to the room. The young man was none other than the person who accused Xian of killing Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had called him Xiao Lu. Why are you here, Xiao Lu? Didn't I tell you not to come see me for the time being? Bai Yuxian frowned immediately when he saw the young man. If you're not cautious, you might expose me. My father would be furious if he finds out I'm still alive. Moreover, most of the people from the top sects are still around. If they find out I'm alive as well, they might pressure my father into killing me to seek justice for the Tai celestial sect, Bai Yuxian said with a grim expression. Young master, I know you're trying to snatch Duanling Tian's woman away. There's something you need to know beforehand, Xiao Lu said with a bitter smile. Why must you tell me now? Can't it wait until we return to the sect? Bai Yuxian asked impatiently with a frown on his face. Young master, I have to tell you this before you offend Duanling Tian, Xiao Lu replied. Bai Yuxian finally sensed something was amiss from Xiao Lu's tone. Why are you so afraid of me offending Duanling Tian? He's just a prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai celestial sect, isn't he? Bai Yuxian had been secretly staying in Alchemy City of the Barren Lands since he faked his death. However, since he and Elder Tan did not step foot outside, they were both unaware of the incidents that happened during the alchemy conference. All they knew was that Xian had been killed by Wuxia, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Young master, during the alchemy conference, Duanling Tian, Xiao Lu began to recount everything that had happened during the alchemy conference to Bai Yuxian. Duanling Tian had won a triple trait Duke grade celestial method from the blissful sect. He also won our sect's triple trait Duke grade divine ability by competing against Master He. How? How's that possible? Master He's a supreme Duke grade celestial alchemist, and Duanling Tian's just a prominent celestial alchemist. How's it possible for him to best Master He? There's a possibility that Duanling Tian comes from a powerful clan in the central area. Bai Yuxian's face turned pale. He was in disbelief and shock after hearing Xiao Lu's words. Previously, he had already suspected Duanling Tian's identity and background when he saw how skilled Duanling Tian was in alchemy. After all, it was normal for direct descendants from powerful clans to train outside the central area. It seemed like his suspicion was true. He was intimidated just by the thought of it. The consequences of kidnapping Duanling Tian's woman and offending Duanling Tian would be disastrous. Not only would his father be unable to save him, but even the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect would suffer the consequences. Although there might be some quasi-celestial kings protecting their sect in the dark, they were still no match for powerhouses from powerful clans in the central area. Moreover, based on how talented Duanling Tian was, it was highly likely that his clan was extraordinary. Who knew if Duanling Tian's clan had celestial kings and celestial lords? Thank goodness! Thank goodness Duanling Tian and the woman decided to stay in the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's residence. Otherwise, it'll be disastrous if Elder Tan makes a move. I'll definitely be implicated as well. When Bai Yuxian regained his senses, a sense of immense relief washed over him. He was glad he could not make a move that he would regret due to Duanling Tian's decision to stay with the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Elder Tan. Bai Wuxia glared at the elder as he furiously asked, when I ordered you to tail Duanling Tian earlier, didn't you hear about what happened during the alchemy conference? If you'd reported this back to me, I wouldn't even think about kidnapping Duanling Tian's woman. Do you know your mistake could have cost me my life? If I die because of you, don't even think about getting away with it. He was clearly venting the frustration and fear in his heart on the elder. Similarly, Elder Tan was in shock as well after hearing Xiao Lu's words. After Bai Yuxian was done venting, he smiled wryly and said, Young master, I was too caught up in following Duanling Tian, so I didn't pay attention to the rumors. Thank goodness we didn't make a move on Duanling Tian because he's staying with the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Otherwise, it'd be disastrous. He wiped off the beads of cold sweat on his forehead. He felt as though he had barely escaped from the jaws of death. Bai Yuxian sighed before he said, "Xiao Lu, I don't care what you do. Just make sure my father and the profound Heaven Celestial sect are the last to leave Alchemy City. I don't want to return on my own. The safest way is for me to return with the sect." He knew he would not be in a favorable situation if it was made known to the people from the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions that he was still alive. He knew he would have to wait for time to pass. As long as enough time passed, even if the truth came to light at that time, the matter would not be so serious. He had even planned for the profound Heaven Celestial sect to compensate and given an explanation to the Tai Celestial sect so he could further secure his safety. "Yes, young master." After receiving orders from Bai Yuxian, Xiao Lu left immediately. After Xiao Lu left, Bai Yuxian slumped back into his seat and looked out the window in the direction of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's residence again. The fear swirling in his eyes was now replaced with relief. I didn't expect my suspicion to be right and that Duan Lingtian really came from a powerful clan in the central area. Looks like I won't be able to get my hands on that woman. He was so terrified that it seemed like he had been shocked into being sensible. With Duan Lingtian's formidable background, he knew Huaner was strictly off-limits. Huaner might be a peerless beauty, but he, naturally, cherished his life above everything else. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Bai Yuxian had faked his death. Otherwise, he would have sought justice from Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, and force him to kill his son. Alas, he was currently cultivating in a room with Huaner, oblivious to what was going on in a restaurant nearby. Although Zhou Shuqiu had long heard from Liu Luo that Duan Lingtian and Huana shared a room, she was still shocked when she witnessed it for herself. He's sharing a room with that woman? Zhou Shuqiu had long heard from Liu Luo that Duan Lingtian and Huana shared a room. However, she was still taken aback when she witnessed it for herself. She stood at the entrance of Duan Lingtian and Huana's room, pondering on what she should before she decided to silently walk away. Meanwhile, the prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai Celestial sect, Situ Ming and Yang Chong, were passing by the courtyard and saw Zhou Shuqiu leaving with a dejected expression on her face. The little princess of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect seems to have fallen for Master Duan, Yang Chong said to Situ Ming as they watched Zhou Shuqiu slowly disappear from their sight. "It's no surprise," Situ Ming said. "Master Duan's not even 100 years old, and he's achieved such remarkable feats. Apart from that, he's from a powerful clan in the central area. Most women would fall for such an outstanding young man. I've long heard that this little princess has high standards when it comes to men. Only a perfect man would make her fall head over heels in love." "Master Situ, you seem to understand the minds of women?" Yang Chong said, slightly taken aback. "Of course. After all, I've had my fair share of relationships when I was a young lad," Situ Ming proudly said. He puffed out his chest and held his head up high as they returned to their courtyard. Fair share of relationships? It took a while for realization to dawn on Yang Chong. Master Situ seems very straight-laced. I didn't expect him to be an expert in relationships. His impression of Situ Ming had changed drastically at this moment. A few days later, Duan Lingtian and the people of the Tai Celestial sect gathered at the front courtyard of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect's residence in Alchemy City, preparing to depart from the city. "Brother Lingtian, how long would it take you to completely master the celestial method and divine ability you obtained?" Huaner sent Duan Lingtian a voice transmission as they waited to depart. "I'm not sure. I'd be able to master them faster if I put in more effort to comprehend them," Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. He had been spending his time cultivating and comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. He had won from the Blissful sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial sect respectively during the Alchemy Conference. His winning record was unprecedented in the history of the 6 southeastern regions. The Eastern Purple Chi is mediocre but well-balanced. It shouldn't take me long to comprehend them since it bears similarities to the divine abilities that I'd comprehended. As for the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, I'm afraid I'll need to spend more time on it. If it's a celestial method suitable for swords, it'll only require half the effort from me since I have the knowledge I gained from mastering the Sovereign Heart Sword. Alas, it's not related to the swords at all. Just as the moon waxes and wanes in cycles, things won't always go my way. I should be grateful and content for obtaining the celestial method and divine ability. Duanling Tian thought to himself. During the past 2 days, Duanling Tian had been comprehending the celestial method, the immobilization king method, and the divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. He discovered that in the Devata realm, as long as the celestial methods or divine abilities were of the same types, they would share a lot of similarities. For example, the Eastern Purple Chi was a mediocre and well-balanced divine ability with no distinctive characteristics, and it bore similarities to the divine abilities he had mastered in the past. Thus, it was easier for him to comprehend it. I should choose the same type of celestial methods and divine abilities if conditions permit. It'll help me to comprehend them faster. Duanling Tian came to this conclusion after thinking about it. Previously, although he was aware of this, now that he was experiencing it, he could acutely feel the difference. Luo enough, Jian Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and few others finally arrived. Master Duan. Jian Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and her disciples greeted Duanling Tian. Sect leader Jian. Duanling Tian responded with a smile. Then he looked at Zhou Shuqiu and nodded slightly. After all, it would be rude if he did not acknowledge an old acquaintance. He saw her nodding back at him in response and thought about her drastic change in behavior over the past few days. She had been rather friendly, but she had suddenly become cold and indifferent. He was truly confused by her sudden change in behavior. He only thought to himself with a sigh, "A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean." Jian Luo was quick to notice Zhou Shuqiu's indifferent attitude toward Duanling Tian. She asked through voice transmission, "Junior sister, what's wrong? You like Master Duan, don't you?" Zhou Shuqiu's face flushed red as soon as she heard Jian Luo's words. She quickly retorted, "Senior sister, you must be joking. That womanizer? I won't like him even if the entire male population is dead. What's wrong? Are you jealous of Miss Huaner?" It was easy for Jian Luo to see through Zhou Shuqiu's thoughts. She advised Zhou Shuqiu, "Junior sister, in this world, strong and powerful men rarely settle down with just one woman. Master Duan is a good man. You should grab hold of it if an opportunity comes your way." Although she had no prior experience in relationships, as the saying went, one might not have seen it, but one must have heard about it. She had been in a sect where women made up the majority of it for so many years. It was only natural for her to know a thing or two about relationships. "Senior sister, it's not what you think?" Zhou Shuqiu wanted to explain herself, but found herself unable to find the words for it. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang in Duanling Tian's mind. "Master Duan, I assume you're aware that the little princess of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect is suddenly being cold to you?" Duanling Tian looked around and discovered the voice transmission was sent by Situ Ming. "Master Situ, do you know why she's giving me the cold shoulders?" Although he was aware of her sudden change in attitude, he did not pay any attention to it. Since Situ Ming seemed to be aware of the reason, his curiosity was suddenly piqued. "Master Duan, 3 days ago." Situ Ming proceeded to recount how Zhou Shuqiu had discovered Duanling Tian and Huaner cultivating in the same room. "What does it have to do with her sudden change of attitude?" Duanling Tian asked, puzzled. "Master Duan, aren't you aware that she has feelings for you?" Situ Ming stared at Duanling Tian in disbelief. "What?" Duanling Tian was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Zhou Shuqiu before he turned back to look at Situ Ming and said, She has feelings for me? Master Situ, there must be a misunderstanding." "It's definitely not a misunderstanding." Situ Ming shook his head and said, "Master Duan, it seems to me that the little princess of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect is an old acquaintance of yours. If I'm not mistaken, her current attitude is totally different from when both of you were in the wastelands, right? It seems like it." Duanling Tian realized that Situ Ming was right. He turned to look at her again and coincidentally caught her looking at him. She averted her eyes immediately as her face flushed red. He sighed inwardly upon seeing this, realizing Zhou Shuqiu did, indeed, have feelings for him. He did not expect this at all since he had only treated her like Murong Bing's best friend. He had assumed her positive attitude toward him was due to Murong Bing as well. I should keep a distance from Miss Zhou, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He already had enough on his plate. His 2 wives, partner, parents, children, and friends were waiting for him to rescue them in the divine offering land. In the next 900 years, he would need to increase his strength as fast as possible, so that when the spatial tunnel connecting the divine offering land to Devata realms opened again, he could go to the divine offering land to rescue them all. Even if he did not have to rescue his loved ones, he would still avoid Zhou Shuqiu, similar to how he used to avoid the women surrounding him in the mundane realm. He loved his wives very much and did not want to hurt them because of another woman. Murong Bing was an exception due to the accident. He had to be responsible for his action after all. Even with a peerless beauty like Huaner, he had been consciously keeping a distance from her as well. This is bad. How can I avoid her forever? Duanling Tian knew that it was impossible to sever all ties with Zhou Shuqiu. However, he would have to exercise caution during their interactions. If there was an opportunity, he thought it would be best if he made it clear to her that there was no chance of them being together. After half an hour, when the remaining people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect finally gathered, Jian Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, said with a faint smile, "Master Duan, we're planning to leave now. Do you have any business left to attend to in Alchemy City? If you do, we can wait for you." "No, we're ready to leave as well," Duanling Tian replied as he shook his head. "In that case, let's leave Alchemy City and the Barren Land and return to the Wasteland." Under Jian Luo's lead, the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect along with Duanling Tian and the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect departed for the Wasteland. The group attracted quite a fair bit of attention when they left due to Duanling Tian's presence. Many of them coveted the things in Duanling Tian's possession, but they, naturally, did not dare to act recklessly. Put aside the presence of the Thousand Spiders sect and the Tai Yi Celestial sect's support, they would still be afraid to act against him since he might be from a powerful clan in the central area. That alone was more terrifying than the Tai Yi Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Meanwhile, in a private room of a restaurant in Alchemy City, an old man was reporting to a young man at this moment. "Young master, Duanling Tian and that woman have left with the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect." This young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The old man was Elder Tan, who usually accompanied him. "Understood." Bai Yuxian nodded without any changes in his expression when he heard Elder Tan's report. Ever since he learned that Duanling Tian might come from a powerful clan in the central area, he no longer dared to have any thoughts about Huaner. Although he could not forget about a peerless beauty like Huaner, his life was, ultimately, still much more important. In this regard, he had his priorities straight. At the very least, before confirming Duanling Tian's identity, he did not dare to have any covetous thoughts. He turned to Elder Tan and asked, "How many top sects from the 6 southeastern regions are still in Alchemy City?" Now that the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect has left, there are 7 sects, including our Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, in the city, Elder Tan replied. "Okay." Bai Yuxian faintly nodded and waved his hand dismissively. "Continue paying attention to the whereabouts of the 6 remaining sections. Once they leave, I'll return to my father and the others." At this moment, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was still unaware that his son was alive. He wanted to leave Alchemy City as soon as possible since the city reminded him of how his only son was killed by Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Master He and the others said they want to stay longer in Alchemy City. However, over the past few days they didn't go out at all. What are they doing? Bai Wuji was rather confused. Naturally, Bai Wuji was unaware that, at this moment, the entire party from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, except for him, knew that Bai Yuxian was still alive. They were stalling for time and had said they wanted to stay in the city for a little longer only so Bai Yuxian could return to them once the dust had settled. Put the others aside, if it were before, He Pei Yuan, the Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, would not have agreed to this. However, due to the incident during the alchemy conference, he could not help but feel responsible for the profound Heaven's celestial sect losing their triple trait Duke-grade divine ability. On top of that, the sect leader refused to take his king-grade celestial weapon as a compensation. Apart from feeling guilty and ashamed, it had increased his sense of belonging to the profound Heaven's celestial sect. Therefore, upon learning that Bai Yuxian was alive and had requested him to pacify Bai Wuji, he agreed without any hesitation. When Duanling Tian and the others traveled to Alchemy City, they were brought by Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Since Hishan was an 8 trigrams celestial duke, his speed was rather fast. Their speed when they were returning to the wasteland was, naturally, slower since Jian Qiuluo was only a 7-star celestial duke. When they finally arrived in the wasteland, Jian Qiuluo asked Duanling Tian, "Master Duan, do you really intend to leave for the central area soon?" Initially, she was glad to hear that he was returning to the central area soon, since that would mean he was leaving the Tai celestial sect as well. However, at this moment, she wished Duanling Tian would stay longer in the wasteland or the 6 southeastern regions. After all, she had done him a favor by bringing them back to the wasteland, so he owed her a favor. It would be easier for her to collect the favor if he stayed in the wasteland. Moreover, she was still uncertain about what she would ask from Duanling Tian. "I won't be leaving so soon." Duanling Tian shook his head. Indeed, he had planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions when the alchemy conference concluded. However, that was only if Murong Bing had left with him. Since she did not want to leave with him, he was in no hurry to leave the 6 southeastern regions. He had already planned his next step. After returning to the Tai celestial sect, he would continue to comprehend the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability that he obtained. Then, after mastering them, he would try to raise his cultivation base before finally heading to the central area. "It's better for me to stay for a little longer. After all, who knows when Brother Pei will show up?" Duanling Tian had not forgotten the man with the surname Pei, whom he had encountered quite a while ago. He was still in the possession of the man's 2 emperor-grade celestial weapons, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical E 9 water chestnut ring. Jian Qiuluo inwardly sighed in relief when she heard Duanling Tian's words. Then she said, "The borderlands are quite good. It might be difficult for you to return once you leave. Therefore, if you have time, it's best if you stay a little longer." Then she jokingly said, "Moreover, the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect would love for you to visit. You should visit our sect at least once before you leave. You won't think our humble sect is too small for a great man like you, right?" Sect leader Jian, you really know how to joke. "Since you've spoken, I'll definitely visit your sect," Duanling Tian said with a smile as he shook his head. At this moment, an ancient voice rang in the air. "We've arrived." It was an old woman from the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect. She was an elder with a high status in the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect. Although her cultivation base was lower than Jian Qiuluo's, Jian Qiuluo was still respectful to her. At the same time, Sitaming said, "Master Duan, it's the sect leader and Elder Tai." Duanling Tian looked up and saw 2 figures at the border of the wasteland and the barren land. He was rather familiar with these 2 figures. The 2 individuals were none other than Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, the sect leader and the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect respectively. Soon enough, the people from the 2 sides met up. Bai Ping did not waste time as he looked at Jian Qiuluo and said with a hint of gratitude, "Sect leader Jian, many thanks for bringing them along. My Tai celestial sect will not forget this favor." However, Jian Qiuluo did not respond kindly to Bai Ping's words. She said, "Sect leader Bai, there's no need for the Tai celestial sect to remember this favor. After all, I did Master Duan a favor, not the Tai celestial sect." Her attitude toward Bai Ping was no longer cordial like before. After all, Hishan, the Tai celestial sect's strongest powerhouse, was dead. With Hishan's death, the Tai celestial sect was sure to decline. At this moment, out of the 3 major sects of the wasteland, only 2 sects had an 8 trigrams celestial duke. Therefore, her change in attitude was not completely unexpected. After replying to Bai Ping, Jian Qiuluo looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Master Duan, since sect leader Bai is here to receive you, we'll part ways here. Keep in mind your promise to visit our 1,000 Spiders sect." Then, she left with her sect members in tow. Zhou Shuqiu, who was next to Jian Qiuluo, felt slightly reluctant to leave. After Jian Qiuluo left, a self-mocking smile could be seen on Bai Ping's face. It seems like as soon as the old ancestor is gone, my Tai celestial sect is no longer the same in the eyes of sect leader Jin. Bai Ping and Situ Ming, the sect leader and the supreme elder of the Tai celestial respectively, had come to receive the party from the sect that had gone to participate in the alchemy conference because Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, had sent them a communication celestial talisman. Through the talisman, Situ Ming had told them about the death of Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, during the alchemy conference, and that they would be returning with the party from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Upon receiving the communication celestial talisman, Bai Ping brought Tai He to the border to wait for Duanling Tian and the others' return. They waited at the border of the wasteland and the barren land for 3 days before Duanling Tian and the others arrived. Tai said this is only to be expected. After all, with the death of the old ancestor, our Tai celestial sect no longer has an 8 trigrams celestial duke. This makes our sect weaker than the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Therefore, the attitude of sect leader Jian is rather normal. Yes. Bai Ping nodded faintly. He naturally understood this. He had only said such words to relieve himself of the adverse feelings swirling in him. Then, he looked at Situ Ming and grimly asked, Master Situ, in the talisman you said that the old ancestor killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and thus was killed by Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, you didn't go into details. Why would the old ancestor kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Moreover, why would he leave behind such a huge loose end if he really killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, had lived for a long time and had many experiences. If he were to kill someone, he definitely would not leave any clues behind that would point to him. Situ Ming said, according to the young man who accused the old ancestor had thought he had successfully killed him. However, the young man's heart was located slightly to the side, so the old ancestor's attack missed and he survived. His heart is positioned slightly to the side? Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Bai Ping's expression turned blank for a moment before he sneered. Master Situ, do you think the old ancestor would make such a rudimentary mistake? If he truly did kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect and his companion, do you think he wouldn't have confirmed if they were truly dead or alive with his divine consciousness? Situ Ming remained silent. In fact, he had also found the entire incident rather suspicious. Bai Ping turned to look at Duanling Tian and asked, Master Duan, do you think the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect was killed by the old ancestor? Duanling Tian had been standing at the side, listening to Bai Ping and Situ Ming's conversation. Upon hearing Bai Ping's question, he shook his head and said, Sect leader, in my opinion, it's unlikely that the old ancestor killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. When the young man first arrived in the alchemy square and before he made his accusations, the old ancestor's expression showed that he didn't recognize the young man at all. The old ancestor likely had no knowledge about the death of the young master of the profound heaven sect. There's a possibility that the death of the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect was only a means to kill the old ancestor. Then, he paused for a moment before he continued saying with a sigh, Regardless of my suspicion, in the absence of evidence, there was nothing I could do. Moreover, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, is a 9 palaces celestial duke. When he attacked the old ancestor, I couldn't stop him. Bai Ping's eyes flashed murderously as he said in a cold voice that made one feel as though winter had arrived, Master Duan, if you think the old ancestor didn't kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, then it must the case. The Tai celestial sect will not take this lying down. We'll investigate the matter and seek justice for the old ancestor. The atmosphere turned somber and only dissipated until Bai Ping spoke again. He inhaled deeply, trying to suppress his anger. His furious expression was replaced with a faint smile as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, Master Duan, I heard Master Situ said you gained a lot during the alchemy conference. However, he didn't say exactly what you gained. Yes, the gains are pretty good. Duan Tian nodded slightly before he told Bai Ping about the double trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability he won from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect respectively. Then, he also told Bai Ping about the triple trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability he won from the blissful sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. It was still within Bai Ping's expectation for Duan Tian to best the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect. After all, even before Hishan and Duan Tian left for Alchemy City, they were all certain Duan Tian would be able to win some high-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, he did not expect Duan Tian to win an offensive-defensive movement Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability as well. This triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability were rare among Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities after all. An expression of awe could be seen on Tai He's face as he said, "The blissful sex immobilization king method, and the profound heaven celestial sex Eastern Purple Chi. This celestial method and divine ability are highly coveted in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. I didn't expect Master Duan to win both of them." Then, he added with a sigh, "With this, to a certain extent, at least the old ancestor did not die in vain." Bai Ping seemed to be stunned speechless by Duan Tian's gains as well. The fury in his heart due to Hishan's death seemed to have been temporarily flung to the back of his mind at this moment. Duan Tian looked at Bai Ping and said, "Sect leader, according to our prior agreement, I'll share the celestial method and divine abilities I won during the conference with the Tai celestial sect. After I've mastered them, I'll leave them for the sect before I leave." "Master Duan, you are going to leave?" Bai Ping's expression changed drastically. Duan Tian was going to leave? If Duan Tian left, the sect would be receiving another blow. Yes. Duan Tian nodded slightly. At this moment, Situ Ming, who was standing at the side, told Bai Ping about Duan Tian's identity. The Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area? Bai Ping jolted when he found out Duan Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area. With this, he seemed to accept Duan Tian's impending departure. Since Duan Tian was from the central area, it was inevitable that Duan Tian would leave at some point. Moreover, he was also keenly aware that with Duan Tian's alchemy skills and talent, even if Duan Tian were not from the central area, Duan Tian still would not stay with the Tai celestial sect. Soon after, under Bai Ping's lead, all of them returned to the Tai celestial sect's estate. Alchemy City, the barren land. After the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions finally left Alchemy City, Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, returned to his father, Bai Wuji. "Father!" Bai Yuxian kowtowed as soon as he appeared in front of Bai Wuji. He kept his forehead to the ground, too afraid of lifting his head. What's going on?" Bai Wuji's dull gaze turned into one of confusion. Over the past days, he had already come to terms with the fact that his son had been killed by Hishan. He was even thinking of having another son after returning to the profound heaven celestial sect to ensure the continuity of his bloodline. How could he not be dumbfounded when he saw his son alive and well? "Master He," Bai Wuji looked at He Pei Yuan, the supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect, with a bewildered expression on his face. "Sect leader, I only recently found out the young master is alive." He Pei Yuan sighed as he looked at Bai Yuxian, who was still kowtowing. "Young master, the sect leader is your father after all. As the saying goes, even a tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Why don't you tell your father everything?" "Yes, Master He." Bai Yuxian trembled slightly before he disclosed how he and Xiao Lu had plotted against Hishan. Then he concluded the story by saying, "Father, I've lived for so long, but I've never felt so angry before. I really hated Hishan. When I recalled my soul pearl would be running out of energy at that time, I came up with the plan." He did not dare to lift his head and meet his father's gaze at all when he spoke. "You faked your death and put the blame on Hishan so you could borrow my hands to kill him?" Upon hearing Bai Yuxian's explanation, Bai Wuji's body trembled from anger. He pointed at Bai Xian and angrily roared, "You should know once news of you being alive spreads out, the Tai celestial sect will surely make you pay for it with your life." Bai Xian replied, Father, I've already thought about this. We can just say that He Shan failed to kill me, similar to how he failed to kill Xiaolu. We can just say I was grievously injured but survived due to luck. Bai Wu Ji sneered. You think the Tai celestial sect will believe such nonsense? He Shan was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. You're saying he failed to kill 2 people? It's still somewhat believable if one survived. But you want me to tell the world that both are alive and kicking? Preposterous! Bai Wuji roared as he glared at his son. Father! Bai Yuxian mustered up his courage and lifted his head to meet his father's gaze. Even if the Tai celestial sect doesn't believe us, they don't have any evidence. At most, our profound heaven celestial sect would just have to compensate them. If they refuse the compensation, it'd only be their loss. The Tai celestial sect won't dare to wage a war on our profound heaven celestial sect. Put aside the fact that their only 8 trigram celestial duke is gone. Even if he were alive, they still won't have the courage to go against our profound heaven celestial sect. So long as our profound heaven celestial sect doesn't completely annihilate the Tai celestial sect, even the quasi-celestial king from their sect wouldn't interfere in the matter. No matter how unresigned the Tai celestial sect feels, they can only grit their teeth and endure it. After all, they have no evidence to prove He Shan didn't try to kill me. I intentionally waited until the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions had left Alchemy City before I returned so I could keep the news of me being alive a secret for a little longer. With time, they won't care anymore. Moreover, all of them are concerned with their own regions. They won't pay any attention to the Tai celestial sect, even if the Tai celestial sect knocks on their doors and asks for help. Based on his words, it was clear he had carefully considered the consequences. Upon hearing Bai Yuxian's words, Bai Wu Ji's gaze turned complicated, and his anger was replaced with helplessness. It seems like Father has underestimated you. You've considered everything. Although he felt his son was wrong and he was also cheated by his son, it was just as He Pei Yuan had said, even a tiger would not eat its own cub. After all, how could he kill his son to compensate for the death of the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect? Bai Wu Ji sighed helplessly as he thought to himself, my reputation is finally destroyed by my unfilial son. He had lived his life in an upright manner. Although his reputation was not exceptionally spotless, it was not lackings by any means. Outsiders would surely connect his son's deeds to him. Nobody would believe he was unaware of his son faking his death. They would surely think he had deliberately targeted He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Regardless, he knew the Tai celestial sect would not be able to do anything since they did not have any evidence. He could easily dismiss their words as forced logic and hollow arguments. Due to their lack of evidence, the other sects would not stand with them as well. In the end, Bai Wu Ji looked at Bai Yuxian and solemnly said, after we return, you'll spend 10 years in closed-door cultivation in profound heaven limit. 10 years. Bai Yuxian smiled bitterly when he heard his father's words. Father, aren't 10 years a bit too long? He could still endure it if it were just 3 or 5 years. He could easily pass time by cultivating. However, 10 years would be too boring. One more word from you, I'll increase it to 20 years. Bai Wu Ji said coldly. Bai Yuxian fell silent immediately. He no longer dared to speak up despite how aggrieved he felt. He knew this was the most lenient his father would be. Whatever. At most, I'll just treat it as a long cultivation session. It's a pity I can't bring women with me to the profound heaven limit. I can only imagine how bad it would be to go without women for 10 years. In the Tai celestial sect's estate in the wasteland. Upon his return to the Tai celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian only focused on comprehending the triple trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability he gained from the blissful celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. He wanted to master them as soon as he could since it would greatly improve his strength. After that, he planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions and the wasteland and head to the central area. There were many elites in the central area and the cultivation environment and resources were far superior to the borderlands. Although with Juana's divine crystal he did not have to worry about the cultivation environment, he was still attracted to the superior cultivation resources in the central area. Most importantly, he no longer felt it was a challenge to stay in the borderlands. He was already a chief celestial alchemist in one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Although his cultivation base was lacking with his alchemy skills, his status could be considered to be on the same level as Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. Therefore, no one cared whether his cultivation base was high or low or pressured him to raise his cultivation base. I need to leave the borderlands and head to the central area. Without a challenge or pressure, I won't be able to cultivate and break through as easily. It's still fine for now. However, once I become a celestial duke, my progress would be slow. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that with his talent and sufficient overarching heaven pills, since he was just an overarching heaven supreme celestial, his progress would not be slow. However, once he had broken through and become a celestial duke, pills like the overarching heaven pill and great overarching pill would no longer be effective. He could only solely rely on himself to progress if he stayed here. After all, pills that could help with one's cultivation after one became a celestial duke were extremely rare. For all these reasons, he did not hesitate over leaving the borderlands for the central area. Duan Ling Tian had only delayed his journey to the central area because he wanted to master the triple trait celestial method and divine ability first. Apart from that, he also wanted to wait for the mysterious man with the surname Pei so he could return the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and mystical E 9 water chestnut ring. They were emperor-grade celestial weapons. He did not think Brother Pei had forgotten about the weapons. He was certain Brother Pei was delayed due to some matters. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. The figure belonged to Murong Bing, whom he had intimate relations with once. I won't be able to leave until I visit the compassionate celestial traveler sect and deal with our matters. It doesn't matter if you're willing to leave with me or not, but I definitely won't let any harm come to you. Duan Ling Tian was determined to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon for Murong Bing's sake. The weapon would endow him with strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. With that strength, he could intimidate her master and her master's father, who was a 10 directions celestial duke. Time continued to pass quietly, and Duan Ling Tian lost track of time as he comprehended his triple trait duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. He was unaware that the blissful sect had already sent people to the places he had been in the wasteland to investigate his background. One by one, his secrets were slowly being discovered by the blissful sect. One day, news arrived in the Tai celestial sect and turned the entire sect upside down. Everyone, including the high-ranking officials of the Tai celestial sect, was in an uproar. Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is alive? How's this possible? Then why did they kill the old ancestor? Wasn't he killed because he was accused of killing Bai Yuxian? How's he alive? Moreover, if he's alive, doesn't this mean the old ancestor died in vain? The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect is alive? They said the old ancestor failed to kill him, and he managed to survive just like his companion. When Bai Ping received the news, only one word flashed in his mind: preposterous. If the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect wanted to kill those two people, it was already quite a stretch that one of them managed to survive. How could there be such a coincidence that both of them survived? How could the old ancestor be so careless? Upon hearing the news, Situ Ming immediately came to look for Bai Ping. He said with a grim expression, "Sect leader, this must be a scheme by the profound heaven celestial sect. Their young master didn't die at all. They only used it as an excuse to kill the old ancestor." He paused for a moment and sighed before he said, "The old ancestor really died an unjust death." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had left his room for some fresh air, finally received the news. What? Bai Yuxian didn't die? The profound heaven celestial sect is really vicious. Flames of fury danced in Duan Ling Tian's eye. It seemed like they were capable of burning down everything that stood in their way. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had suspected someone else had killed Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, was used as a scapegoat. However, when he learned that Bai Yuxian was alive, it dawned on him that the incident was a scheme by the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Yuxian had faked his death, and Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial, had used that as an excuse to kill He Shan. Xian was unjustly killed by the profound heaven celestial sect. He was furious by this discovery of blatant injustice. Duan Tian had been summoned by Situming to calm Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. Upon learning the truth, Bai Ping's celestial origin energy roiled under his skin, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Clearly, he was furious beyond words. When he learned the truth about Xian's death, he had wanted to go to the profound heaven celestial sect to confront them. Tai He, Situming, and the others naturally stopped Bai Ping. Sect leader, Duan Tian called out at this moment. Master Duan. Bai Ping seemed to rein in his anger slightly when he saw Duan Tian. He tried to calm his raging celestial origin energy as well. I know what happened, Duan Tian said. The old ancestor is unjustly killed by the profound heaven celestial sect through their scheme. However, do you know why the profound heaven celestial sect wants to get rid of him? Was there animosity between them? In his opinion, there must be a conflict between Xian and the profound heaven celestial sect. Otherwise, the profound heaven celestial sect would not have gone out their way to get rid of him. No, Bai Ping shook his head. The old ancestor didn't have many interactions with those from the profound heaven celestial sect. There was no enmity between him and anyone from the profound heaven celestial sect. At this moment, Situming, who was standing at the side, spoke up. Master Duan, I've also asked the sect leader about this. After mulling over it, it seems like the only time he had any sort of conflict with the profound heaven celestial sect was when we first arrived in Alchemy City. Do you remember we had a conflict with Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Master Situ, are you saying that the reason they killed the old ancestor is due to that incident? They devised such a plan to kill the old ancestor because of that. Duan Tian's eyes widened when he heard Situming's words. If Situming was right, then he was partially to blame for Xian's death. After all, he was part of the reason the conflict had arisen between the Tai celestial sect and Bai Yuxian. As the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, will the profound heaven celestial sect really kill the old ancestor over such a trivial matter? Moreover, at that time, the old ancestor had shown them mercy and didn't kill any of them. If the old ancestor wanted them dead at that time, all of them would have died. When he finished speaking, a dejected expression could be seen on his face. Master Duan, do you still remember Bai Wuji's reaction when he learned his son is dead? Situming asked. Upon hearing Situming's words, Duan Tian began to recall the events from that day. Bai Wuji didn't seem to be acting. His rage and anguish seemed real. I have lived long enough to be able to tell these things. We can assume that Bai Wuji didn't know his son is alive back then, Situming continued to say. Master Situ, you're saying Bai Yuxian planned the entire thing? He's the culprit. Duan Tian, naturally, knew what Situming's words meant. He was not stupid after all. Yes. Situming nodded as his eyes turned cold. Bai Wuji has a fairly good reputation in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. It doesn't make sense for him to kill the old ancestor over such a trivial matter. However, it's in line with Bai Yuxian's character to do something like this. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, if you remember, at that time when Bai Wuji brought out his son's soul pearl, the soul pearl isn't shattered. It had only run out of energy. The energy in a soul pearl has to be replenished every once in a while. Bai Yuxian must have known the energy in his soul pearl would dissipate soon and came up with this plan to borrow his father's hands to kill the old ancestor. I have every reason to believe he faked his death, so his father would kill the old ancestor out of anger and avenge him. He was very confident about his hypothesis. Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Yuxian's figure appeared in Duan Tian's mind and his gaze turned cold. He said in a deep voice, since Bai Yuxian is still alive when the old ancestor is dead, shouldn't the profound heaven celestial sect pay for this with Bai Yuxian's life? The old ancestor had died because of Bai Yuxian's supposed death. But now, Bai Yuxian is still alive and kicking. Master Duan. Situming smiled bitterly. Do you know why our sect leader is so furious? When news of Bai Yuxian being alive spread out, the profound heaven celestial sect insisted that the old ancestor had truly meant to kill Bai Yuxian. They said the old ancestor's attack missed, and Bai Yuxian was grievously injured but survived due to a stroke of luck. Ridiculous! Duanling Tian cried out. He thought the profound Heaven Celestial sect was absolutely shameless for saying such a thing. Hishan was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. How could he miss if he really intended to kill Bai Yuxian? He could easily kill Bai Yuxian with just a snap of his fingers. Indeed. However, how are we going to prove the old ancestor didn't attack Bai Yuxian at all like the profound Heaven Celestial sect had asserted? Situ Ming asked. I'm sure none of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions believe their words, Duanling Tian said. Indeed, Situ Ming nodded. However, they won't speak up for us against the profound Heaven Celestial sect if we don't have evidence. Moreover, it has been a while since the alchemy conference ended. The incident has faded in importance. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice when he spoke. So, the old ancestor died for nothing? Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Duanling Tian's expression darkened. Although he had personally witnessed Hishan being killed during the alchemist conference, he had only felt a hint of injustice. However, now that he learned Hishan was killed due to his part in the conflict with Bai Yuxian, he felt extremely guilty as well. The conflict was largely due to Huaner. Naturally, she could not be blamed since Bai Yuxian was the one who provoked them, and they merely reacted. Even then, he could not help the guilt that ate at him. His eyes glinted with killing intent. It was the first time he had felt such a strong urge to kill after ascending to the Devata realm. Bai Yuxian. Yes. We don't have any evidence to disprove the profound Heaven Celestial sect's claim that the old ancestor tried to kill Bai Yuxian. Unless Bai Yuxian comes clean or his men come clean, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do, Situ Ming said with a sigh. The profound Heaven Celestial sect will continue playing the part of the victim and probably try to compensate us with some trivial things. Compensation? Who needs that? Bai Ling sneered. Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Bai Yuxian. Flames that seemed as though they could not be put out danced in Duanling Tian's eyes. He swore inwardly, Bai Yuxian must die, otherwise, I'll feel guilty about this for the rest of my life. After all this happened because of Huaner and me. He was determined to kill Bai Yuxian to avenge Hishan. At this moment, he felt he was solely responsible for Hishan's death. After parting ways with Bai Ping and Situ Ming, Duanling Tian began to comprehend the blissful sect and the profound Heaven Celestial sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. He became even more eager to improve his strength. This was the only way for him to protect himself against those who try to harm him and those around him. Soon after the news of Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, being alive spread to the Wasteland's Tai Celestial sect, it quickly spread to the entire 6 southeastern regions. All the major sects in the 6 southeastern regions received word of it one after another. The profound Heaven Celestial sect's young master, Bai Yuxian, is still alive? Word from the profound Heaven Celestial sect is that the Tai Celestial sect's old ancestor had missed when he attacked. Missed? Do you think that's possible? The Tai Celestial sect's old ancestor was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. You're right. Although I'm just a 6 combination celestial duke, I don't think I would have missed if I were to kill Bai Yuxian and his companion. There's a small chance the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect had missed in killing the disciple from the profound Heaven Celestial sect. However, it's highly impossible for him to fail in killing Bai Yuxian as well. It seems like there's more to the Tai Celestial sect's old ancestor's death. Isn't that obvious? All of the top sects from the 6 southeastern regions, similar to the Tai Celestial sect, that attended the alchemy conference in Alchemy City of the Barren Land had no doubt the entire incident was a scheme hatched by the profound Heaven Celestial sect to kill Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect. I've always thought Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, was an honorable man. Who knew he would do such a thing? As the old saying goes, looks can be deceiving. Bai Wuji is a man with a fair face but a foul heart. I used to wonder how a gentleman like Bai Wuji ended up with a son who has such absurd values. It seems like his son learned it from him. He's just better at hiding it than his son. It was just Bai Wuji had expected. His reputation was completely ruined due to his son's actions when news of his son being alive spread in the 6 southeastern regions. It was also just as Bai Yuxian had predicted, without concrete evidence. The top sects could only discuss this among themselves. They would not stand against the profound Heaven Celestial sect even if they were aware of the truth unless the Tai Celestial sect could provide them with evidence. Since this matter was related to the death of Xian, an 8-trigram celestial duke from one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, it remained a hot topic for quite a while. Just as Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai Celestial sect, had said, the profound Heaven Celestial sect tried to compensate the Tai Celestial sect even though Xian supposedly attempted to kill Bai Yuxian to show their magnanimity. They offered to compensate the Tai Celestial sect with primitive celestial stones and ordinary pills. The profound Heaven Celestial sect had sent one of their elders to bring the compensations over to the Tai Celestial sect. However, before the elder could even step foot into the Tai Celestial sect's estate, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, had already chased him away. Take your things and get lost. Tell Bai Wuji that actions speak louder than words. The Tai Celestial sect will never let this matter go. Upon hearing Bai Ping's angry words, the elder from the profound Heaven Celestial sect scoffed with a sour expression on his face. He left in a huff after saying, our sect leader did say that the profound Heaven Celestial sect will not force the Tai Celestial sect to accept the compensation if the Tai Celestial sect refuses. These words angered many of the people from the Tai Celestial sect. How they wished to chase after the elder from the profound Heaven Celestial sect and kill him. Alas, they could not act recklessly. After all, the death of an elder of the profound Heaven Celestial sect would bring complications to the Tai Celestial sect. The profound Heaven Celestial sect would definitely seize the opportunity and use it to condemn the Tai Celestial sect instead. As the saying went, time heals all wounds. As time passed, the incident was gradually forgotten, and before long, nobody spoke about it anymore. Tai Celestial sect seemed peaceful as always, but underneath this pretense, everyone in the Tai Celestial sect, from the sect leader to the normal disciples, was heavy-hearted due to Xian's death. If Xian truly did kill Bai Yuxian, they would have slowly come to terms with Xian's death even if they were sad. After all, it was only fair. However, Xian had died unjustly. Xian was dead, but Bai Yuxian was alive and living a carefree life. Moreover, it was likely that Xian did not even attempt to kill Bai Yuxian. How could they not feel unresigned and frustrated? One day, a sudden announcement outside of the Tai Celestial sect shocked everyone in the sect. The blissful sects Lian and Jifan, the Arhat, are here to visit the Tai Celestial sect. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they heard this. Blissful sect? Aren't they from the Cross region? Yes, Blissful sect is from the Cross region. In fact, it's a powerful sect with 10 direction celestial dukes. Blissful sect? As far as I know, the successor of the sect leader is known as Arhat. Why is the successor of the Blissful sect here? That's not all. More importantly, someone else brought him here. Who the hell is Lian? Many people in the Tai Celestial sect were both shocked and curious about Lian. They did not know who Lian was. Although they did not know Jifan as well, they were familiar with the title Arhat. Therefore, they knew he was the successor of the sect leader of the Blissful sect. Naturally, this did not apply to the high-ranking officials in the Tai Celestial sect. They certainly knew who Lian was. Lian? Isn't he the Blissful sect's old ancestor? He's a 9 palaces celestial duke, right? The Blissful sect's old ancestor? The 9 palaces celestial duke? He's known as the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, right? What's he doing here? I heard before our old ancestor was killed by Wuji. He was blinded by Lian. I'm afraid these people from the Blissful sect didn't come with good intentions. I agree. Our Tai Celestial sect doesn't have any dealings with the Blissful sect, after all. It did not take long before Lian's identity spread out, and everyone in the Tai Celestial sect's estate who were unaware learned about Lian's identity. It naturally caused an uproar. Many of them were worried. The strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions? Why would someone like this come to our Tai Celestial sect? I don't know. I don't think they come in peace. Many of them began to speculate about the reasons for Lian and Jifan's visit. I remember now. During the alchemy conference, Master Duan won a triple trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability from the blissful sect and the profound heaven celestial sect, respectively. That's right. The triple trait Duke grade celestial method is one of its kind in the blissful sect. It is called the Immobilization King method. Did Lian come to take it back? I don't think so. Although the blissful sect lost the bet, they did not lose their celestial method. They only shared it with Master Duan. Moreover, Master Duan won fair and square. The celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Master was a witness. If they truly came to take the memory celestial talisman back, do you think there would be people who are willing to compete with them during the next alchemist conference? If not, then why is he here? Meanwhile, when Bai Ping heard about Lian's arrival, his expression changed drastically. Although he did not attend the alchemy conference, Situ Ming had recounted everything that happened as soon as Situ Ming returned to the sect. The blissful sect's Lian? What's he doing here? Therefore, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, was aware that Lian and Jifan, the old ancestor and the arhat of the blissful sect respectively, had a conflict with Duanling Tian, the chief alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect. Considering Lian's character, he would not have hesitated to kill Duanling Tian if Duanling Tian did not come from a powerful clan in the central area. What do they want? The three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Celestial, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhengjing, had a grim expression on their faces. Similar to the others, they thought the men from the blissful sect did not come with good intentions. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who had mastered the triple trait Duke grade divine ability from the profound heaven celestial sect, the Eastern Purple Chi, was concentrating on comprehending the blissful sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method. He was distracted by Lian's announcement of his arrival as well. Lian? Jifan? What are they doing here? Duanling Tian was quite curious about the reason for their visit, but he was certain they were here to look for trouble. I won the Duke grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, under many people's watch. Even the Supreme Duke grade celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters was a witness. I don't think they're here to snatch back the memory celestial talisman that contained the Duke grade celestial method. Otherwise, their reputation would be ruined. If so, why did they come? No matter how Duanling Tian thought about it, he could not figure out the reason for Lian and Jifan's visit. He was not worried Lian would attack the Tai Celestial sect, therefore he continued comprehending the blissful sect's Duke grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method. For some reason, he did not think Lian had come because of him. After all, his lie about being from the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area was more than enough to intimidate Lian. Duanling Tian sat on his bed crossed-legged as a golden light shimmered on the surface of his body. He looked somewhat similar to a golden Buddha statue at this moment. The golden light seemed to be protecting him. He had unconsciously activated the Duke grade celestial method that he had yet to completely master. At this moment, 5 figures were standing in the main hall where Bai Ping received guests of the Tai Celestial sect. 3 people stood on one side while the other 2 people stood across them. The 3 people were Bai Ping, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai He, the sect leader, the prominent celestial alchemist, and the supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect respectively. Standing across them were the 2 uninvited guests, Lian and Jifan, the old ancestor and the arhat of the blissful sect. Due to Lian's status and strength, Bai Ping did not dare neglect etiquette or offend him. He asked respectfully, "Senior Lian, may I know what brings you to the Tai Celestial sect today?" Lian did not even deign to spare Bai Ping a glance as he bluntly asked, "Where's Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect?" "Master Duan?" "Senior Lian, did you come for Master Duan?" Bai Ping was taken aback. Situ Ming and Tai Tai He exchanged a look. They did not expect Lian had come to visit Duanling Tian. Their worries disappeared immediately. After all, they were also under the impression that Duanling Tian had come from a powerful sect in the central area. Apart from that, Duanling Tian was also now widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Therefore, it was unlikely that they had come to look for trouble with the Tai Celestial sect or Duanling Tian. Perhaps, Lian had come to ask for a favor from Duanling Tian. Ever since the alchemist conference had come to an end, Sun Chao, the former prominent celestial alchemist who was hailed as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, had publicly admitted his alchemy skills were inferior to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, with Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance during the alchemy conference, no one doubted it at all. In fact, recently, there were many people who had visited the Tai Celestial sect to look for Duan Lingtian, so they could ask for his help to refine pills. However, none of them had a high status like Lien. Senior Lien, did you come to ask Master Duan to refine pills for you? Similarly, Bai Ping sighed in relief inwardly when he heard Lien was here to look for Duan Lingtian. Lien was stunned and confused by Bai Ping's words. Ask for his help to refine pills? At this moment, Ji Fan, who was standing next to Lien, scoffed before he said with a sneer, "We're not here to ask for Duan Lingtian to refine pills. You can either summon him here or lead us to him." Bai Ping frowned when he heard Ji Fan's words. If he were not wary of Lien, he would have reprimanded Ji Fan for his rudeness. The Arhat of the Blissful Sect might be the future sect leader of the Blissful Sect, but it did not give him the right to speak to him, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, in such a manner. As the sect leader of one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern region, his status was on par with the sect leader of the Blissful Sect after all. Meanwhile, Lien only looked at Bai Ping indifferently as he said, "Bring us to him." "Senior Lien, why are you looking for Master Duan?" Bai Ping asked in a deep voice. After listening to Ji Fan's words, the feeling that these men from the Blissful Sect came with ill intentions rose in his heart again. Nevertheless, he felt relieved when he recalled Duan Lingtian came from a powerful clan in the central area. Lien ignored Bai Ping's question. Instead, he said in a voice that seemed as cold as winter, "I don't want to repeat myself." Sensing Lian's impatience, Bai Ping no longer dared to question him. He only said, "Please follow me, Senior Lien." Then, he proceeded to lead Lien and Ji Fan to Duan Lingtian. Currently, Bai Ping was still under the impression that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area. Therefore, he did not think Lien would dare to harm Duan Lingtian. Lian's expression eased when Bai Ping obediently acquiesced to his request. Meanwhile, Situ Ming and Tai Taihe exchanged a look before they rushed to follow Bai Ping. Tai Taihe sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, "Master Situ, it seems like the Blissful Sect's old ancestor, Lien, didn't come with good intentions." "I agree. However, since Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area, I don't think he'll dare to offend Master Duan," Situ Ming replied through voice transmission. His voice was dripping with confidence. "That's true." Tai Taihe nodded. He had heard about Duan Lingtian's true identity as well. At this moment, Bai Ping, Tai Taihe, and Situ Ming were confident of Duan Lingtian. After all, they were unaware that Duan Lingtian had lied to them and made up a fake identity. When Bai Ping arrived at Duan Lingtian's residence with Lien, Ji Fan, and the others in tow, Bai Ping took a deep breath before he loudly said, "Master Duan, Lien, the Blissful Sect's old ancestor, is here to look for you." Since he had infused his celestial origin energy into his voice, it easily breached the formation protecting Duan Lingtian's room. "HM? The Blissful Sect's old ancestor, Lien, is here for me?" Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He was slightly taken aback. He got up from his bed and walked out of the room. "Brother Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian was not cultivating in the same room as Huaner this time around. When she heard Duan Lingtian's door open, she came out of her room as well. She naturally linked her arms around his arms as she followed him out. What a perfect pair! This thought popped up in Bai Ping, Tai Taihe, and Situ Ming's minds when they saw the pair, even though it was not their first time seeing them together. No matter how they looked at it, Duan Lingtian and Huaner seemed like a match made in heaven. At this moment, Ji Fan broke the silence. He sneered as he said, "Duan Lingtian, so you're still in the Tai Celestial sect. I'm afraid you didn't expect the old ancestor and I would come to look for you, right? You probably can't guess the reason for our visit." His eyes flashed coldly when he spoke. Regardless, Duan Lingtian did not even deign to look at Ji Fan. He looked at Lien as soon as he stepped out into the courtyard. He coldly asked, "You're looking for me?" "You're looking for me, Lien?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Impudent! Ji-fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, cried out fiercely. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent. How dare you address my grandmaster by his name? Do you really think of yourself as someone from a powerful clan in the central area? Then he said mockingly, How preposterous! Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming, the sect leader, the prominent celestial alchemist, and the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect were baffled. They did not understand Ji-fan's words. What did Ji-fan mean by, do you really think of yourself as someone from a powerful clan in the central area? Was it possible that Duan Lingtian was not from a powerful clan in the central area? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly as he looked at Ji-fan. Inwardly, he had already guessed that the blissful sect must have already seen through his lie. It seems like the blissful sect has thoroughly investigated me. Otherwise, they won't dare to act so rudely. They must know I'm not from a powerful clan in the central area. What do I mean? The sneer on Ji-fan's face deepened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, the blissful sect hasn't been idle over the past few years. We've sent our people all over the wasteland. You're not from a powerful clan in the central area. You're a transcender, someone who had ascended to the Devata realm from a mundane realm. His eyes were brimming with smugness, triumph, disdain, and confidence when he spoke. Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming could not help but laugh upon hearing Ji-fan's words. Duan Lingtian was so talented even though he was not even 100 years old. Before reaching the age of 100, he was already a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. His alchemy skills were widely acknowledged as the best among the prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from that, at such a young age, he was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could there be a transcender from the mundane realm who was a top prominent celestial alchemist and overarching heavenly supreme celestial before even reaching the age of 100? What? Master Duan is a transcender? Arhat, it'd be more believable if you told us Master Duan is a direct disciple of the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor of the Southern Heaven Territory. Do you think we're fools and will believe your claim that Master Duan is a transcender? Situ Ming said with a sneer. Exactly. Tai Tai He chimed in. A cultivator who's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a top prominent celestial alchemist under the age of 100 is a transcender? If you can find a transcender like this in the spirit overarching heaven or even the 81 Devata realms, I, Tai Tai He, will give you my head to do as you please if you can find a transcender in the 81 Devatal realms capable of such feats. It was clear did not believe Ji-fan at all. Absurd. Bai Ping, who was usually taciturn, agreed with Situ Ming and Tai Tai He as well. You don't believe me? Ji-fan felt wronged and furious when he saw the disbelief on Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming's faces. Duan Lingtian laughed at the sight of this. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression and said to Ji-fan, Fanner, why are so worked up? After all, if it weren't for the blissful sex investigation, we would also find it hard to believe that Duan Lingtian is just a transcender. There's no need to argue with them. Don't forget the purpose of our visit. Focus on our objective and ignore everything else. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm and peaceful expression as he conversed with Ji-fan. Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming could sense the indifference and disdain in Lian's tone, and an uneasy feeling rose in their hearts. However, even with that, they were still not convinced by Ji-fan's claim of Duan Lingtian being a transcender. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, I'm here on behalf of the blissful sect. Our sect has thoroughly investigated your background. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, he continued to say, I'm going to give you 2 options. First, join the blissful sect and become a revered elder of the sect. We won't mistreat you. Second, if you refuse, I'll kill you today. His eyes gleamed with killing intent during the end of words. The killing intent from a 9 palaces celestial duke caused Duan Lingtian to shudder inwardly. He felt uncomfortable. He knew his life was hanging by a thread at this moment. What makes you think I'm not from a powerful clan in the central area just because I'm a transcender? Duan Lingtian asked with a straight face. Ji-fan laughed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, Are you really going to insist you're from a powerful clan in the central area? Then, he added, since you're not reconciled, let me share with you another piece of information. The Blissful Sect has some knowledge of the great clans in the central area. After our investigation and speaking to people who have been to the central area before, we discovered there's no Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area at all. He spoke slowly as though to make sure everyone would clearly hear his words. Before Ji Fan could refute his words, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lien and nonchalantly said, "It seems like the Blissful Sect expended a lot of effort to investigate me. However, do you think the Blissful Sect will be able to find anything if the Crimson Skies Duan clan is a reclusive clan? If I'm not mistaken, even if I choose the first option, you'll still kill me anyway. You'll probably try to dispose of me a few years down the road. There's no need to deny it. How can you possibly spare someone who's liable to become a threat to the Blissful Sect in the future?" He looked at Lian knowingly as he spoke. "You're very intelligent." Lian's expression changed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Surprisingly, he did not deny Duan Ling Tian's words. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he said, "Well, you could have lived a few more years. It's really a waste, but as it is, I guess you'll have to die today." Celestial Origin's energy surged and rippled out Lian's body like a wave. His aura easily suppressed the people from the Tai-I Celestial Sect. Even Bai Ping and Tai Tai-He, who were 7 stars Celestial Dukes, turned slightly pale from the pressure of Lian's Celestial Origin energy. It was only natural since Lian was no ordinary 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. He was invincible to everyone below 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. His strength was just lacking a little compared to an ordinary 10 Directions Celestial Duke. He was the strongest 9 Palaces Celestial Duke in the 6 southeastern regions. Naturally, his aura and Celestial Origin's energy were far superior to ordinary 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes. Swoosh! Swoosh! Bai Ping and Tai Tai he exchanged a look before they rushed to Duan Ling Tian's side to protect him. Sect leader Elder Tai Duan Ling Tian did not expect Bai Ping and Tai Tai he to protect him, even though they knew they were no match for a 9 Palaces Duke like Lian. He was naturally moved by this gesture. "Sect leader, Elder Tai, this is between me and him. There's no need to involve yourselves in this matter," Duan Ling Tian said. He knew Bai Ping and Tai Tai he could not protect him from Lian. "Master Duan," Bai Ping said unwaveringly in a low voice, "regardless if you're a transcender or from a powerful clan in the central area, all I know is you're currently the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-I Celestial Sect. Therefore, if anyone wants to harm you, they'll have to do it over my dead body." He sounded determined. Although Tai Tai he stayed silent, his towering stature standing unmoving next to Bai Ping made it clear he shared Bai Ping's thoughts. Lian chuckled derisively, amused. "Do you really think you're able to stop me from killing Duan Ling Tian? Both of you are just puny 7 stars Celestial Dukes." In just a blink of an eye, Lian appeared in front of Bai Ping and Tai Tai he, leaving no time for the duo to respond at all. The gap of their strength was way too big. Boom! Boom! After the explosion sounded, Duan Ling Tian noticed Bai Ping and Tai Tai he were no longer by his side. Only Lian stood at the spot where Bai Ping and Tai Tai he were standing earlier. Bai Ping and Tai Tai he were sent flying back in a wretched manner. It was painfully clear they were no match for Lian at all. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lian with a serene expression as he held a hairpin out of sight. "Lian, I'd like to know if the decision to kill me is your own or the collective decision of the Blissful Sect." Huaner was holding on to Duan Ling Tian's left hand while he held a hairpin in his right hand that was hidden behind him. The hairpin gleamed brightly. It was clearly a precious artifact. It had 3 petals that glow with a strange red light. "I'm curious. Are you here to kill me for personal reasons or on behalf of the Blissful Sect?" Duan Ling Tian asked Lian. At the same time, one of 3 petals on the hairpin began to vanish and turn into a red liquid. The liquid passed through the intricate network of patterns on the hairpin before it finally entered Duan Ling Tian's body through his right hand. "A death man doesn't need to know too much," Lian scoffed and sneered. Then he suddenly raised his hand and a crescent-shaped light shot toward Duan Ling Tian. The attack was similar to when he attacked Bai Ping and Tai Tai he, the sect leader and supreme elder of the Tai-I Celestial Sect respectively. His attack was so swift that Huaner, Situ Ming, and even Ji Fan could not catch his movements. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who were grievously injured, cried out in unison, "Master Duan." Their eyes widened in shock and their expressions changed drastically. They desperately wished they could save Duan Ling Tian, but they struggled to even rise to their feet. The crescent-shaped light that was like a reaper's scythe was halfway to Duan Ling Tian. It buzzed noisily, and in just a moment, it was merely inches away from him. Suddenly, a voice rang in the air, "Immobilization King Method." Before Li Yan's attack landed on Duan Ling Tian, a golden light shield shot out of Duan Ling Tian's body at the speed of light. The golden light shield that shrouded him had the silhouette of a golden Buddha. Earlier, when Li Yan had attacked Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, Duan Ling Tian could not catch Li Yan's movements at all. However, at this moment, not only could he clearly see Li Yan's movements, but Li Yan's movements seemed incredibly slow to him as well. For this reason, he had plenty of time to react to Li Yan's attack. He could have reacted faster, in fact, but he was taken aback by the sudden surge of his improved strength and celestial origin energy after using one of the 3 petals of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He was currently so powerful that he did not even need to use his divine consciousness to sense or investigate his surroundings. He could clearly sense 6 people on the scene, including him. He could sense Huaner, who was standing closest to him, Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, Situ Ming, and Ji Fan. Everything felt as though they were in the palm of his hands, as though everything was under his control. He was certain he would be able to destroy everything here with just a thought, just by using his celestial origin energy alone. So, this is the strength of a celestial lord? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by the strength that he had just been granted. He had never experienced such a radical improvement in his strength before. Who knew the petal that transformed into just a small drop of red liquid would grant him such immense power? He felt invincible at this moment. When Li Yan's attack was about to land on him, Duan Ling Tian, who was still in awe of his newfound strength, regained his senses. He had instinctively cast the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, that he had yet to completely master. Duan Ling Tian had won the Immobilization King method from the Blissful Sect during the Alchemy Conference. The silhouette of a golden Buddha would appear and shroud and protect him. Clang! A soft sound rang in the air as Li Yan's attack was easily deflected by Duan Ling Tian's golden Buddha silhouette. The shield was not the slightest bit damaged. Impossible! Li Yan cried out in disbelief when he saw Duan Ling Tian alive and well after supposedly being attacked by him. His expression changed drastically. This? Bai Ping and Tai Tai, he who struggled to rise to their feet, were dumbfounded as well as they stared at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. "Brother Ling Tian," Huaner cried out anxiously when she heard Bai Ping and Tai Tai, he calling out to Duan Ling Tian. Her expression was cold. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered a surge in Huaner's celestial origin energy. He could tell she was attempting to use a secret technique that would be detrimental to her. "This is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's secret technique?" Duan Ling Tian grew anxious, concerned about Huaner. He did not hesitate to stop Huaner from using her secret technique. He hastily sent her a voice transmission. "Don't forget, I still have the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. I've already used one of the petals." Huaner had completely forgotten about the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, since she was too worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. She was willing to sacrifice her life as long as Duan Ling Tian was safe. Once she heard Duan Ling Tian's words, she regained her senses and stopped accumulating celestial origin energy to cast her secret technique. However, the abrupt halt of amassing her celestial origin energy caused her to have serious internal injuries due to the backlash. Her energy disappeared and her face turned pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Huana!" Duan Ling Tian cried out in horror when he saw Huana's blood. He felt his heart ache tremendously as he said, "What kind of secret technique is that? You've only mastered the early stage of the technique, and yet, it's already so detrimental to your body." He did not expect her to suffer from such a huge backlash. Upon seeing the distressed expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, Huaner shook her head weakly and feigned a smile. "Brother Ling Tian, I'm all right." As soon as she finished assuring Duan Ling Tian, her face paled even further as she threw up another mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian withdrew his left hand from Huaner's hand and placed it on her back. He sent his celestial origin energy into her body to heal her. In just a moment, his celestial origin energy successfully righted and calmed Huan's deviated celestial origin energy, giving her some relief from the pain of the internal injuries. Brother Ling Tian, this is the strength bestowed to you by the royal grade celestial weapon. Huaner was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's powerful celestial origin energy that was pouring into her body. His celestial origin energy had easily suppressed her deviated and agitated celestial origin energy in no time at all. With his help, she easily regulated the flow of her celestial origin energy. She felt better immediately. However, due to exhaustion, she lost her footing. At the critical moment, Duan Ling Tian reached out with his left hand and curled them around her waist as she softly fell on his chest. She hugged him tightly like a clingy koala bear hugging a tree. Meanwhile, Lian looked at Huaner pointedly from afar and sneered. So, it's all that little girl's doing. Initially, Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was baffled by the fact that Duan Ling Tian survived his attack. However, when he saw Huaner's vomiting blood, her ashen face, and her lack of aura, he assumed she had overexerted herself to protect Duan Ling Tian, resulting in Duan Ling Tian being alive. Although he had no idea how Huaner could have possibly helped strengthen the Duke-grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method, and deflected his attack, he remained adamant about killing Duan Ling Tian. He sneered as he thought to himself, I don't know how you helped Duan Ling Tian in deflecting my attack, but it seems like you're no longer in any condition to help him now. Master Duan, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, the sect leader and the supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect respectively, thought Duan Ling Tian survived due to Huaner as well. Now that they saw Lian attacking for the second time, their expressions changed drastically again. They continued to struggle, determined to save Duan Ling Tian when Lian's body flashed out of sight. When Lian appeared again, he raised both his hands and struck at Bai Ping and Tai Tai He with his palms. He said coldly as he attacked the duo, Mind your own business, you fools. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions rang in the air as Lian's palms landed, stirring up the dust in the surroundings. When the dust settled, Lian was shocked to see two figures shrouded in a golden light that had the silhouette of a Buddha. The protective shield was impenetrable and easily deflected Lian's double palm strike. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He were clearly unharmed by his attack. Naturally, it was Duan Ling Tian who stopped Lian's attack. As he hugged Huaner with one of his hands, he said with a cold gaze and a sneer, Are you sure you're the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions? Is this all you got? How's that possible? At this moment, it finally dawned on Lian that Huaner was not the one who had deflected his attack earlier. He was dumbfounded. How did Duan Ling Tian appear in front of him without him noticing it? Most importantly, how did Duan Ling Tian manage to deflect his attack? It seemed like Duan Ling Tian was far stronger than him. Even a one basic celestial king that's a rank higher than a celestial duke wouldn't be able to move without me catching a trace of it. Lian could not see Duan Ling Tian's movement at all. A frightened expression appeared on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and stammered, Why you? Who are you? Why are you so powerful? Not only was this young man below the age of 100 and a remarkably superior prominent celestial alchemist, but it was clear now that the young man was incredibly powerful, to the extent that it seemed like the young man was even more powerful than a celestial king. Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, rushed to Lian and said, Grandmaster, Duan Ling Tian's finally revealed his true strength. His speed is remarkable, I couldn't even catch his movements. If he grows stronger in the future, he'll definitely become a threat to the blissful sect. Grandmaster, there's no reason for you to hold back with him. Hurry up and kill him. He seemed oblivious to the grim and frightened expression on Lian's face. Otherwise, he would have discovered something was amiss. He was also ignorant of the real situation due to his low cultivation base. He only thought Duan Ling Tian was too fast for him because Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. It did not occur to him that Duan Ling Tian was currently stronger than Lian. He thought Lian was deliberately toying with Duan Ling Tian and was holding back. Hold back? Hurry and kill him. Li Yan's body trembled from anger as he clenched his fists to suppress his anger and frustrations. He seemed apprehensive as he studied Duanling Tian. How was it possible for someone who was not even 100 years old to be so strong? Did he master some secret technique? Let alone the spirit overarching heaven, there might not be someone like him who's a prominent celestial alchemist and a celestial king before reaching the age of 100 in the other Devata realms. In the end, Li Yan concluded the Duanling Tian must have used a secret technique that granted him the strength of an ordinary celestial king. At this moment, Duanling Tian released a slight amount of his aura into his surroundings. It did not take long for the people around him to sense Duanling Tian's formidable aura. Bai Ping and Tai Taihe, who were the first to sense the aura since they were closest to him, cried out, This is the aura of a celestial lord. They were thoroughly shocked. They finally realized it was not Huano that protected Duanling Tian earlier. They could tell Duanling Tian's aura was even stronger than the aura of a 10 Directions celestial duke. After all, they had both felt the auras of 10 Directions celestial dukes before. Swoosh! Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy continued to surge as he looked at Li Yan pointedly with killing intent. The huge amount of pressure from his aura caused Li Yan's face to turn ghastly pale. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as Li Yan was suddenly shot into the sky to the horizon. He was not certain if Duanling Tian were relying on some secret technique that granted him this formidable strength, but he was certain at this moment he was no match for Duanling Tian. The only thing he could do now was flee. He was panic-stricken as he left his beloved grand disciple, Ji Fan, behind and escaped on his own. On the contrary, Duanling Tian remained calm. He was not in a hurry to chase after Li Yan. He only watched as Li Yan escaped. Grandmaster. Ji Fan looked at Li Yan, who had left him behind in confusion. He had lost his arrogant expression at this moment and looked as timid as a mouse. At this moment, Duanling Tian said loudly, Li Yan, do you think you can escape from me? Duanling Tian's voice resonated through the entire Tai celestial sect. The disciples broke out in an uproar when they heard his voice. One by one, they flew up into the sky, heading to the source of the voice. Is that Master Duan's voice? What's going on? Did Master Duan say the old ancestor of the blissful sect, the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, is running from him? Sounds like it. Well, there's a rumor going around that Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area. If that's true, I'm sure his clansmen are secretly protecting him here. Maybe his clansmen have appeared to deal with Li Yan. Come on, let's go check it out. At this moment, a series of explosions rang in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The blue sky suddenly turned purple in a blink of an eye. Good heavens! What's going on? What happened to the sky? Can anybody tell me what's going on? Why did the sky suddenly change? The disciples of the Tai celestial sect discussed among themselves in panic. In the Tai celestial sect's estate, only a few people are privy to the reason the sky changed. Is this the Duke grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi from the Profound Heaven celestial sect? Bai Ping and Tai Taihe, the sect leader and the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect respectively, stared at Duanling Tian with a shocked expression on their faces. Duanling Tian easily flew into the air with Huaner in his arm as his aura surged and exploded into a purple streak of light. Boom! The ground began to quake as the horizon near the Tai celestial sect's estate turned purple. Master Duan has mastered the Eastern Purple Chi? It looks like one of the methods from the Eastern Purple Chi called the Purple Void. This method can only be used once one has completely mastered the Eastern Purple Chi, right? The Purple Void has shrouded the entire Tai celestial sect's estate. Seems like the Purple Void cast by the 2 10 Directions celestial dukes from the Profound Heaven celestial sect didn't even reach 10% of the Purple Void that Master Duan cast, right? Judging from Master Duan's display of strength, he must have surpassed the level of an ordinary celestial king. It's impossible for an ordinary celestial king to cast to such an overwhelmingly powerful Purple Void. It's said those targeted by the Purple Void will not be able to hide or escape as long as they remain in the Purple Void. While Bai Ping and Tai Taihe discussed among themselves, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, Situ Ming and Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, overheard their conversations. They were perplexed. Master Duan is a celestial king? Situ Ming was dumbfounded. It took him a while to regain his senses. Duan Ling Tian, a celestial king? In fact, he doesn't seem like an ordinary celestial king. When he cast the purple void, it's far more powerful than when the two 10 Directions celestial dukes from the profound heaven celestial sect cast it. After overhearing Bai Ping and Tai Tai He's conversation and sensing Duan Ling Tian's aura, Ji Fan, who was shocked and terrified, fell to his knees and trembled uncontrollably. Many questions flitted in his mind at this moment. How's this possible? How's he so powerful? Didn't he just ascend here not too long ago? Isn't he younger than 100 years old? How's this possible? He wished with all his might that the scene before him was just a nightmare. After a few breaths, an energetic yet frightened voice rang in the air. A hint of false bravado could be heard in the tone. The Eastern Purple Chi. Your mastery of the Eastern Purple Chi is indeed powerful. Not even an ordinary celestial king is capable of this. It was none other than Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, who had spoken. At this moment, a disciple of the Tai celestial sect who was hovering in the sky above the sect's estate cried out, "Look! The purple sky is starting to revert to its original color." Everyone instinctively turned to look. They saw the purple energy receding at a fast speed. Look, there's a figure in the middle. A figure could be seen in the center where the purple energy seemed to be attracted to. It's a monk. Isn't that the old ancestor of the blissful sect? Lian? I've met him once. What? This shabby-looking monk is the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southern regions, Lian. Lian, who was surrounded by the purple energy, looked miserable in his torn kasaya. His aura seemed to have disappeared. Just as the people from the Tai celestial sect slowly approached Lian, swoosh! A purple and white figure suddenly appeared out of thin air near Lian. Their appearance caught the attention of the people from the Tai celestial sect instantly. Isn't that Master Duan? Lady Huaner is there as well. The members of the Tai celestial sect, naturally, recognized Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, who were embracing tightly, looked like they were one entity for a brief moment. Duan Ling Tian scoffed and said disdainfully, "Who would expect the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions would have such a day as well?" His expression was calm. One of his arms was still wrapped tightly around Huana while the other rested on his back. Master Duan. At this time, Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming finally arrived near Duan Ling Tian. "Grandmaster," Ji Fan cried out. He had tried to escape but was cowed by Bai Ping's pointed and threatening stare. He could only obediently follow them here. When he saw Li An's miserable and roughed-up appearance, his expression changed drastically. He rushed to Li An's side. It was an instinctive reaction. After all, Lian was the only one who could make him feel secure at this moment, regardless if it was obvious Lian was no match for Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, I underestimated you." Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian and laughed mirthlessly. "I thought you're a mere transcender. I didn't expect you to be so strong. However, I don't think this is your true strength, right? You must have used some secret technique." Lian's energy had dropped drastically that he struggled just to speak. It was clear he was severely injured. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Duan Ling Tian could react, 2 beams of gray light shot out from Lian's glabella as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. A soul attack! The people from the Tai celestial sect were shocked to see Lian casting a soul attack on Duan Ling Tian. "Your resistance is futile." Duan Ling Tian smirked coldly. He knew Lian would think his soul was not on par with the strength he displayed. After all, if he only possessed the strength of a celestial lord without the corresponding soul and celestial origin energy, he would be vulnerable to soul attacks. Alas, he did not use such a secret technique. The consumable royal-grade weapon not only granted him strength comparable to celestial lord, but it also temporarily gave him the soul and celestial origin energy of a celestial king to match. Although it was just the strength of an ordinary celestial lord, it was still more than enough to conquer the entire 6 southeastern regions if he so wished. At this moment, A light flashed in Duanling Tian's left eye and easily destroyed Lian's soul attack before it hit Lian's soul. Lian hastily said with his last breath before his soul was destroyed by Duanling Tian, it was me who wanted to kill you. It has nothing to do with the blissful sect. Is that so? Duanling Tian sneered when he heard Lian's words. At the same time, the purple energy that rendered Lian immobile finally disappeared with just a thought from Duanling Tian. Then Lian's body fell from the sky and hit the ground with a loud thud. Then, Duanling Tian smiled coldly as he looked at Ji-Fan and asked, Arhat, is he telling the truth? Previously, Ji-Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, would not have cared if Duanling Tian glared at him. However, at this moment, although Duanling Tian was smiling, he could not help but flinch as his expression changed drastically. He unconsciously tensed up as though he was standing on pins and needles. Although he did not clearly see how Lian, his grandmaster and the old ancestor of the blissful sect died, it was not difficult to discern that Duanling Tian was the one who killed Lian based on the reactions of the people from the Tai celestial sect in the past. Ji-Fan would never even flinch if Duanling Tian would glare at him. Ji-Fan grew even more panicked and fearful when he heard the discussions of the high-ranking officials and members of the Tai celestial sect. Heavens! Master Duan's soul attack is frightening. It destroyed Lian's soul attack and annihilated his soul. Lian's soul attack is not a match for Master Duan's soul attack at all. Master Duan's strength is too formidable. Master Duan is really good at hiding his true abilities. Previously, he had also hidden his skills in alchemy during the alchemy conference. It was later revealed he's extremely skilled and talented in alchemy. Who knew his strength is as remarkable as his skills in alchemy as well. Based on his display of strength earlier, even a 10-direction celestial duke is no match for Master Duan, right? Master Duan must be a celestial king. Otherwise, he couldn't be so strong. When the sky turned purple and the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lian, was imprisoned by the purple energy, I didn't expect it to be an attack by Master Duan. I thought it was his clansmen protecting him. Heavens! What kind of background does Master Duan have? He's freakishly talented. A prominent celestial alchemist and a celestial king powerhouse. All before he reached the age of 100. Not even in 10,000 years have we seen someone like that in the entire spirit overarching heaven. Who knows? Up till today, I didn't think there's a celestial king who hasn't even reached the age of 100. Who knows if he's the first in the spirit overarching heaven? At this moment, Duanling Tian's gaze grew colder as he asked, Arhat, are you deliberately ignoring me? Ji-Fan's face paled immediately and he felt as though he had fallen into an icy lake. He shook his head and hastily said, No. I'm not. Master Duan, it's not intentional. I was just distracted. Sorry. I'm really sorry. He bowed repeatedly as he apologized to Duanling Tian. His body trembled violently. He was afraid Duanling Tian would attack him. With Duanling Tian's strength, he was just like a helpless chicken on a chopping board. Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow and lightly asked, So are you going to answer me now? Did Lian tell the truth? Is it just his personal vendetta against me and has nothing to do with the blissful sect? You better not lie to me. After all, it won't be difficult for me to uncover the truth. He stared at Ji-Fan intently, clearly warning him not to lie. No. Even if I had the courage of a lion, I won't dare to lie to you, Ji-Fan replied hastily as he gestured with his hands. After the high-rank officials of the blissful sect discovered Master Duan's a transcender, they decided to get rid of you. That's why my grandmaster and I are here and, you know the rest of the story. He looked at Duanling Tian timidly as he asked tentatively, Master Duan, that's all I know. May I leave now? He naturally could not wait to leave. He felt as though he could die at any given moment if he continued to stay here. Of course. Duanling Tian nodded in approval after listening to Ji-Fan's explanation. Ji-Fan was just about to heave a sigh of relief when fear paralyzed him. Duanling Tian said, Arhat, I feel like visiting the blissful sect. Would you mind showing me the way there? The people of the Tai celestial sect, naturally, knew the reason Duanling Tian wanted to visit the blissful sect. Is Master Duan planning to cause trouble in the blissful sect? Looks like it. It's madness, and it's not wise, right? To an ordinary person, it might be crazy, but it's not a big deal to Master Duan. That's right. After all, Master Duan's a celestial king. The people of the Tai celestial sect fervently discussed among themselves. Word continued to spread. Even the lowest of disciples were aware of Duan Lig Tian's strength. Everyone was shocked and excited to find out their revered elder was a celestial king. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he said, "Looks like the Arhat is unwilling to take me there?" No, of course. I'm willing. It's an honor for me to show you the way. It's a blessing. Ji Fan hastily replied when he saw the coldness of Duan Ling Tian's gaze. He was so frightened that sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Then, Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, and asked with a smile before he glanced at Tai He, "Sect leader, will you allow me to bring Supreme Elder Tai with me to the blissful sect?" Of course. Bai Ping did not hesitate at all. Although he did not know why Duan Ling Tian wanted to bring Tai He to the blissful sect, he had no reason to reject Duan Ling Tian's request. It was a small request after all. "Thank you, sect leader." Duan Ling Tian nodded before he looked at Tai He and said, "Elder Tai, I'll need you to bring us to the blissful sect since I plan to continue comprehending the celestial method during our journey." Bai Ping finally understood why Duan Ling Tian wanted to bring Tai He along. It was so Tai he could carry Duan Ling Tian with his energy while Duan Ling Tian concentrated on comprehending the celestial method. "All right, that's not a problem." Tai he replied with a smile. A hint of respect could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He had always been impressed by Duan Ling Tian's talent in alchemy. After all, not even a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist was a match for him. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to also be a celestial king. It was only natural that he had even more respect for Duan Ling Tian now. After speaking to Tai he, Duan Ling Tian lowered his head to look at Huaner and said, "Huaner, you should stay here and recuperate while I go to the blissful sect and—" Before Duan Ling Tian finishes speaking, Huana interjected, "Brother Ling Tian, I want to come along. I don't want to be away from you. Since Elder Tai is carrying you there with his energy, I can recuperate during the journey as well." She was clearly determined to follow Duan Ling Tian. "All right." Duan Ling Tian shook his head helplessly as he smiled wryly. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Bai Ping and left the Tai celestial sect for the blissful sect with Ji Fan as their guide. When Duan Ling Tian and the others' figures finally disappeared from sight, the people from the Tai celestial sect slowly regained their senses and broke into an uproar. Master Duan's gonna turn the blissful sect upside down. However, if Master Duan threatens the foundation of the blissful sect, their quasi-celestial king that lives in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions won't just stay idle, right? Quasi-celestial king? Do you think they're a match for Master Duan? Exactly. Even an ordinary celestial king is no match for Master Duan, let alone a quasi-celestial king. It's best if the quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect stay out of this matter. If they anger Master Duan might kill them with just a flip of his palm. I'm really curious about Master Duan's background now. What kind of clan is able to produce such a talented freak? The people of Tai celestial sect were, naturally, shocked at Duan Ling Tian's monstrous talent. After all, he was not even 100 years old, but he had already achieved so many remarkable feats. It was truly unprecedented. It was possible for one to conceal one's aura through some techniques. However, it had been proven impossible for someone over the age of 100 to disguise himself as someone below the age of 100. At the very least, it was unprecedented in the spirit overarching heaven and the other Devata realms. For this reason, nobody doubted Duan Ling Tian's age. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength that was comparable to a celestial king, the high-ranking officials from the Tai celestial sect knew Duan Ling Tian's time in the wasteland was limited. Once word spread about what happened in the Tai celestial sect's estate, the entire 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands would be shocked. That's right. This would be especially true for those who have met Master Duan. I'm sure they didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's unfortunate that Master Duan is from the central area, and he'll have to leave our Tai celestial sect sooner or later. Otherwise, with this strength, it'd be easy for us to dominate the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Stop daydreaming. Have you forgotten? There's a formation between the borderlands and the central area. A celestial king's time is limited in the borderlands. This means Master Duan will have to leave soon. Master Duan is only still here because he wants to fully master the immobilization king method and the Eastern Purple Chi first so he can give us the copies of them before he leaves. One of the high-ranking officials of the Tai celestial sect said. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, could not help but sigh inwardly. Based on the power of the Eastern Purple Chi and the immobilization king method when Master Duan cast them, it seems like he has already mastered the Eastern Purple Chi. It won't take long for him to completely master the immobilization king method as well. When that time comes, he'll leave the Tai celestial sect. He felt heavy-hearted when he thought about this. After all, with Duan Ling Tian's departure, the Tai celestial sect would not only lose an extraordinary prominent celestial alchemist who bested a supreme duke-grade celestial method and was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands, but the sect would also lose a celestial king. Master Duan is really amazing. Similarly, Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, who was hovering in the airside inwardly. He was still in a daze over Duan Ling Tian's performance earlier that he did not even realize that Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing had arrived by his side. Unbelievable! Master Duan is also a celestial king. Yang Chong exclaimed. A monster! Yu Zhongjing only uttered 2 words. However, they were more than enough to express the impact Duan Ling Tian had left on him. Shortly afterward, the people of Tai celestial sect began to disperse. Some of them left the Tai celestial sect's estate to spread the word of what happened today. It did not take long before it spread through Tai City and to the Thousand Spiders City and the Martial Dragon City. It continued to spread like a wildfire to the major cities in the wasteland, causing an uproar. However, it was only natural that there were many who were skeptical. At the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the chief celestial alchemist of Tai Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian, is not only an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, but he's also a celestial king powerhouse? How's that possible? I've met Master Duan. It's true he's not even 100 years old. He's incredibly talented and outstanding in alchemy. How's it possible that he's a celestial king as well? This news must be fake. The people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect were in disbelief. They did not believe Duan Ling Tian was a celestial king and thought the news was fake. Duan Ling Tian toyed with Li En before killing him? He even destroyed Li En's soul attack and killed Li En with his soul attack. Humph. If it's true, why didn't he save Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect from sect leader by Wu Ji from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect during the Alchemy Conference? That's right. He only watched Hishan died. In fact, Duan Ling Tian revealed his cultivation base during the Alchemy Conference. Although he's extraordinarily talented in alchemy, he has said he's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect who attended the Alchemy Conference remained skeptical and did not believe Duan Ling Tian was a celestial king. Jian Qiuluo and Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect respectively, paid no heed to the rumor as well. They only shook their heads and sneered. A celestial king? Even Zhou Shuqiu shook her head in disbelief. Although word of Duan Ling Tian killing Li En had spread through the wasteland, nobody except those from the Tai Celestial Sect took it seriously. After all, even the 2 major sects in the wasteland, the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, did not believe it. Nobody believes it? Humph. Master Duan's indeed a celestial king. I personally witness his strength. How dare the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect doubt him? Just let them be. We can't go begging for them to believe it, can we? The people of the Tai Celestial Sect were, naturally, upset that nobody believed them. It's only natural for the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to be skeptical. After all, None of them saw how Duan Ling Tian killed Lian. We didn't record it with a floating image pearl at that time. An ordinary floating image pearl is too slow to catch Lian's movements. Only a floating image pearl created by a celestial duke could catch his movements. That may be so, but it still won't be able to catch the movements of a celestial king. Only a higher-grade floating image pearl would be able to capture a celestial king's movements. Among the high-ranking officials of the Tai celestial sect, there were a few of them who possessed Duke-grade floating image pearls. Alas, nobody remembered to record the fight. They felt extremely regretful. Although it might not be able to capture Duan Ling Tian's movements, it would be able to record Lian using soul attack on Duan Ling Tian and the moment Lian died. That would be enough evidence to prove the news was not fake. Even then, the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect made a good point though. It's reasonable why they don't believe the rumors. What is it? They said if Duan Ling Tian is a celestial king, why didn't he save our old ancestor from Bai Wu Ji's attack during the alchemy conference? That's true. Why didn't I think of it? Perhaps Master Duan didn't intervene because he thinks the old ancestor should pay with his life for killing the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? It's possible. Furthermore, he won't be able to protect the old ancestor forever, since he'll leave the Tai celestial sect soon. What if he intervened and further offended Bai Wu Ji? That'll only bring trouble to us. That makes sense. It must be the reason why Master Duan didn't intervene. Meanwhile, Bai Ping seemed bothered as he stared blankly into the air. He thought to himself with a frown. Previously, Master Duan had mentioned he was helpless to save the old ancestor. I guess this means he had no intention of staying idle if he were strong enough to help at that time. Then, if that's the case, how did he grow so strong in such a short time? How did he become a celestial king in such a short time? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not know about the commotion that broke out once he left the Tai celestial sex estate and the wasteland. He, Huaner, Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, and Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, were making their way to the blissful sect in the cross region. With Tai He carrying them, he was able to comprehend the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method that he had gained from the blissful sect. He planned to leave the borderlands and venture into the central area after completely mastering this celestial method. Now that Duan Ling Tian had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he had temporarily gained the strength, soul, and the celestial original energy of a celestial king. In all manners, he was a celestial king for now until the effect faded. To conserve his energy, he had asked Tai He to bring them to the blissful sect. After all, the effect would grow less and less every time he used it until it was completely depleted. After a round of attack, I can clearly feel my celestial origin energy and soul had dropped from that of an ordinary celestial lord to that of a 10 Directions celestial king. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. The 10 Directions celestial king was just one stage away from becoming a celestial lord, but the gap in their strength was extremely wide. He consoled himself inwardly. It's fine. With the strength, it's still more than enough for me to dominate the 6 southeastern regions if I wish. Feeling much better, he continued focusing on comprehending the immobilization king method while Huana recuperated from the injuries. On the other hand, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, was like a mindless zombie during their journey to the blissful sect. Tai He had been constantly keeping a sharp eye on him. He truly regretted begging Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect and his grandmaster, to bring him to the Tai celestial sect. His expression was grim as he thought to himself, news of Grandmaster's death should have reached the sect by now, right? Ji Fan was not saddened by Lian's death at all. Previously, he had respected his Grandmaster. However, when he saw his Grandmaster deserting him and trying to escape on his own, all his respect for Lian had vanished. Although he would probably have done the same if he were in Lian's shoes, he still could not and would not forgive Lian for attempting to desert. In the blissful sex estate in the cross region. The estate was located high on the mountains that were shrouded by a mist all year round. It was the effect from an illusory formation. The blissful sect was always peaceful, however, unbeknownst to them, chaos would soon descend on the sect. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, The buildings in the blissful sex estate began to shake as though there was an earthquake. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Impossible. Our estate is protected by many formations. There's one that will protect us from the shockwaves of an earthquake. Then what's the cause of this? I've no idea. Due to quaking building and ground, many members and disciples halted their cultivation and came out to have a look. All of them wore a confused expression on their faces. At this moment, an earth-shattering cry that was angry and mournful rang through the blissful sex estate. Brethren, isn't that old ancestor Li Ping's voice? He sounds angry. Did something happen to old ancestor Lian? That's impossible. Old ancestor Lian has gone to the wasteland to look for Duanling Tian. I don't think there's anyone in the wasteland who's a threat to him, right? That's right. Unless Duanling Tian truly comes from an extraordinary clan in the central area, and his clansmen acted against old ancestor Lian when old ancestor Lian tried to kill Duanling Tian. Otherwise, no one from the wasteland is a threat to old ancestor Li Am at all. Meanwhile, when the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect heard the cry of Li Ping, another old ancestor of the blissful sect, they knew something was amiss. They fervently discussed among themselves as they rushed toward Li Ping. Let's find out what happened. Come on. One by one, the high-rank officials of the blissful sect, including their sect leader, rushed toward Li Ping's direction. Although they could not say for certain, based on Li Ping's words, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. Old ancestor Lian hasn't returned from the wasteland, and old ancestor Li Ping just cried out old ancestor Lian's name in anger. He must have discovered something wrong with old ancestor Lian's soul pearl. Is it possible that old ancestor Lian is dead? That's the only reason old ancestor Li Ping would be so angry. Old ancestor Lian? Dead. I hope that's not the case. Anyway, we'll find out what happened once we see old ancestor Li Ping. All of them wore a gloomy and tense expression on their faces as they rushed over to Li Ping. After all, the blissful sect would be tremendously affected in a negative manner if Lian was dead. Lian was, after all, the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. He had a very high possibility of breaking through and becoming a 10 directions celestial duke. How could the blissful sect not suffer if they lost such a person? As the disciples from the blissful sect continued to discuss among themselves, the high-ranking officials of the sect finally arrived at Li Ping's courtyard. The blissful sect had 2 old ancestors, Li En and Li Ping. They were not biological brothers but paternal cousins. The duo had been through thick and thin together, so their bond was even stronger than most biological brothers. Needless to say, they both cared about each other a lot. The sect leader of the blissful sect, a tall and stout middle-aged monk with a jade-like complexion who was wearing a red kasaya, asked with an unsightly expression on his face, "Senior uncle, what's wrong?" Meanwhile, the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect bowed and greeted Li Ping in unison. Greetings, old ancestor Li Ping. Li Ping was a skinny old man. As he stood before the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, his robes fluttered violently in the wind due to his surging celestial origin energy. At this moment, he was staring intently at a shattered soul pearl in his palm. Rage could be seen flashing in his eyes. He was consumed in anger that he did not reply to the others. After a while had passed, he finally looked at the sect leader of the blissful sect with bloodshot eyes and said in a trembling voice that was brimming with anger, "Kong-er, your master is dead." Master. The sect leader of the blissful sect, Lu Xiankong, had prepared himself for the worst, but he was still shocked by Li Ping's words. He was devastated as he fell to his knees and cried. Tears streamed down his face as he slammed his fists on the ground, overwhelmed by grief as he cried out, What happened? What happened?" Li Ping looked at the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect and grimly asked, "Tell me, where's Brethren?" Based on his shattered soul pearl, he has been dead for a while. Before I started my closed-door cultivation, he had gone to Alchemy City to attend the alchemy conference. Since Li Ping had been in closed-door cultivation before this, he was not aware that Lian had returned to the sect before setting out again. Upon hearing Li Ping's question, Lu Xiankong quickly recounted the events that happened while Li Ping was in closed-door cultivation. A prominent celestial alchemist under 100 years old is capable of refining the overarching heaven pill? He's acknowledged as the top celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions during the alchemy conference, and he's also an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He's just someone who has ascended from the mundane realm not too long ago. Li Ping was, naturally, shocked to hear the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland had such an outstanding elder. He was so shocked that he temporarily forgot about Lian's death. When he regained his senses, he looked at Lu Xiankong and solemnly asked, "So brother and went to the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland to kill him?" "Yes." Lu Xiankong nodded tentatively. "Fools." Li Ping glared at Lu Xiankong and barked, "Even if he's a transcender, you should have been more thorough with your investigation. In the spirit overarching heaven, there are many powerful factions that have relations with those from the mundane realms." "Senior uncle," Lu Xiankong said with a bitter smile, "if he really has an extraordinary background, his clan would have picked him up as soon as he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Based on our investigation, he has been alone all this time. He's come so far by relying on his own effort. Previously, he was almost killed by an elder from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, that elder is still alive and well today. Senior uncle, if Duanling Tian really has an extraordinary background, do you think that elder from the compassionate celestial traveler sect who tried to kill him would still be alive? Would Duanling Tian and his clansmen let things slide?" Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, said bitterly as he looked at Li Ping, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect. "Based on the results of our investigation, all signs indicated that Duanling Tian isn't from any powerful clan. After we've confirmed this, we decided to get rid of him. Master insisted on personally killing Duanling Tian. He brought Ji Fan with him to the wasteland. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically as though he was just reminded of something. He raised his hand and a soul pearl appeared out of thin air. "Ji Fan is still alive," Lu Xiankong exclaimed as he looked at the soul pearl in his palm. Upon hearing Lu Xiankong's words, the high-ranking officials discussed among themselves in confusion. "That's the Arhat's soul pearl?" "The Arhat's soul pearl is intact. This means he's still alive. However, isn't it strange that old Ancestor Lian is dead, but the Arhat is still alive? What happened? Old Ancestor Lian is clearly very strong, and the Arhat is extremely weak in comparison. How is it that the Arhat is alive while the mighty old Ancestor Lian is dead?" Meanwhile, Li Ping looked at the soul pearl nestled in Lu Xiankong's palm intently with narrowed eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Fanner still alive? Konger, are you sure this is Fanner's soul pearl?" Ji Fan was not only the blissful sect's future sect leader, but he was also Li An's beloved grand disciple. As the saying went, "Love the house and love its crows." Naturally, Li Ping doted on Ji Fan as well. Now that he discovered Ji Fan was alive, he could not help but feel something was amiss. "Senior uncle, Ji Fan's my last disciple. There's no doubt this is his soul pearl. Even if it's not, the soul pearls in my hands are all intact. At least one of them belongs to Ji Fan. This means there's no doubt he's alive," Lu Xiankong replied. Li Ping nodded before he grimly said, "I think this matter must be related to Duanling Tian as well. Although we have confirmed that Duanling Tian's a transcender with an ordinary background, we can't be 100% certain. There's a small chance we've overlooked something. Senior uncle, what should we do? Master is dead. Should we send someone to the wasteland to investigate the matter?" Lu Xiankong asked. "Not at this moment." Li Ping shook his head as his eyes flashed at En. "Since Fanner's still alive, he'll definitely send us a message through a communication celestial talisman. What we must do now is wait for his communication celestial talisman," Li Ping solemnly said. "Senior uncle, you mentioned earlier that Master has been dead for a while now. If Ji Fan really sent a communication celestial talisman, we should have received it by now. Is it possible that it was intercepted?" Lu Xiankong asked tentatively. "It's possible. Only a couple of people in the 6 southern regions and the borderlands are able to threaten Brother N. He might have been killed by a quasi-celestial king or even a celestial king. Otherwise, it's impossible for someone whose cultivation base is lower than that of a celestial king to kill Brother N," Li Ping replied. Is it possible that the quasi-celestial kings from the Tai celestial sect came out from seclusion and killed Master because Master tried to annihilate the sect? Lu Xiankong asked with a grim expression. Impossible. Li Ping shook his head and vehemently said it's impossible that Brotherin would even think about annihilating the Tai celestial sect. After all, he clearly knows the Tai celestial sect is protected by their quasi-celestial kings. There's no doubt he would only kill Duan Ling Tian and leave the Tai celestial sect alone. He had spent so many years with Lian, so he knew Lian very well. He knew Lian would never jeopardize the sect by provoking the quasi-celestial kings from the Tai celestial sect. In fact, Lian was even more cautious than Li Ping. Since he would not even consider doing such a thing, how could Lian do something like that? Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Lu Xianlong was reminded that, indeed, it was not in Lian's character to do such a thing. It seemed like he was too anxious that he had blurted the earlier words without giving it much thought. It seems like there's only one possibility, Li Ping said grimly. A powerhouse capable of intercepting a communication celestial talisman had killed Brotherin. Therefore, Fanner didn't bother with sending a communication celestial talisman since it's futile. In any case, sooner or later Fanner will return. All we can do now is wait. So long as Fanner is alive, he's bound to return to the sect. At that time, we'll be able to learn about what happened from him. Although Li Ping was utterly devastated by Lian's death, he still remained level-headed, and his judgment was sound. After all, as the oldest member of the blissful sect, his experience was more than enough for him to maintain his composure when faced with such a situation. Lu Xiankong and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect agreed that Li Ping's words were logical. Even if they thought otherwise, no one would dare to blatantly voice out their opinion. After all, Li Ping was not only one of their old ancestors, he was also the blissful sect's top powerhouse, a formidable 10 Directions celestial duke. In the end, the blissful sect could only wait for Ji Fan's communication celestial talisman or his return for now. It did not take long before peace was restored in the sect. Little did they know it was only the calm before the storm. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. The distance between the cross region and the wasteland was far longer compared to the distance between the wasteland and the barren land. Under Tai Tai's lead, after a long and arduous journey, they finally arrived in the cross region. About a month after they arrived in the cross region, swoosh! Duan Ling Tian was sitting cross-legged as a bright golden light suddenly shot out from his body, and a loud noise rang in the air. Tai He and Ji Fan instinctively turned to look. They saw the golden light surrounding Duan Ling Tian like a halo before it morphed into the silhouette of a Buddha. The golden Buddha was the size of a hill, and it was like a hologram with realistic features as it shrouded Duan Ling Tian. He managed to completely master the immobilization king method in such a short amount of time? Ji Fan whispered in disbelief, gulping. As the Arhat of the blissful sect, he had comprehended the immobilization king method since he was young, so he had already mastered it. Hence, he could tell Duan Ling Tian had completely mastered the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. Master Duan has mastered the blissful sect's celestial method? Tai, he thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow. Although Ji Fan had spoken softly, his words did not escape Tai-Tai's keen ears. However, he was only slightly surprised that Duan Ling Tian had successfully mastered the celestial method. After all, Duan Ling Tian had mastered the Duke-grade divine ability he gained from the profound heaven celestial sect, the Eastern Purple Chi, before they even left the Tai celestial sect for the cross region. His expression turned slightly gloomy as he thought to himself with a wry smile. Now that Master Duan has mastered the Eastern Purple Chi and the Immobilization King method, it's likely that he'll leave once we return to the sect. He felt conflicted. He was happy that Duan Ling Tian had finally mastered the celestial method and divine ability, but he was sad because it meant Duan Ling Tian would be leaving soon. After the silhouette of the golden Buddha disappeared, Duan Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes before he asked, Elder Tai, where are we now? Master Duan, we're in the cross region. According to the Arhat, we'll arrive at the blissful sex estate within a month with our current speed. Tai, he replied. 1 more month. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. Congratulations, Master Duan. You've finally mastered the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method. Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, congratulated Duan Ling Tian as he looked at him with a wide grin. Elder Tai, you're able to tell that I've mastered it? Duan Ling Tian looked rather surprised. No, I can't. But the Arhut can, Tai Tai He replied. Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked at Ji Fan, the Arhut of the blissful sect. His gaze that was similar to a hunter looking at its prey caused Ji Fan to shudder. Then, he shifted his gaze to Huaner and extended his divine consciousness to check on her condition. The level of one's divine consciousness was similar to one's soul. Therefore, with the divine consciousness of a 10-direction celestial king, it was easy for him to see that Huaner had fully recovered from her injuries and was currently in the midst of comprehending her celestial method and divine ability. Almost a month passed by quickly. There were only a few days left before they arrived at the blissful sex estate. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating and looked at Tai Tai He before he said, Elder Tai, once you send us to the blissful sex estate, your job here is done. Before Tai Tai He could reply, he added again, I don't want the Tai Yi celestial sect to be involved in this matter. You understand what I mean, don't you? He looked at Tai Tai He meaningfully as he spoke. Master Duan, I understand you don't wish to trouble the Tai Yi celestial sect because of your public identity as our chief celestial alchemist. Rest assured, Master Duan. The blissful sect won't dare to harm us even if you act with the identity of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect and cause a commotion in the blissful sect. Tai Tai, he said confidently. Cause a commotion in the blissful sect? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Tai Tai's words. He shook his head and said with a cold smirk, I'm going to annihilate the blissful sect. If things go according to plan, after I'm done, the blissful sect will no longer exist in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven territory. Tai Tai he inhaled sharply. A hint of panic could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian asked to be brought to the blissful sex estate, he thought Duan Ling Tian was only going to stir up a commotion. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian intended to annihilate the blissful sect. Ji Fan shared the same thought as Tai Tai He. Panic set in and his face turned ashen when he learned of Duan Ling Tian's intention. He knew he would not be able to escape if that was Duan Ling Tian's intention. Various thoughts flitted through his mind as his expression changed drastically. Finally, he made up his mind with much determination and said through gritted teeth, Master Duan, I've decided to sever all ties with the blissful sect. I'll officially announce my decision to the people of the blissful sect immediately once we arrive. You're smart, Arhut. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by Ji Fan's sudden decision. If you're determined and keep your words, I'll be willing to forget the enmity between us. He had never had a good impression of Ji Fan. However, Ji Fan's determination to live and decisiveness to give up his position as the future sect leader of the blissful sect made his regard for Ji Fan slightly rise. It was not easy to give up on power and status after all. Thank you, Master Duan. Ji Fan replied before heaving a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and tentatively asked, Master Duan, did you plan to kill me after we arrived at the blissful sect? It did cross my mind, Duan Ling Tian bluntly said. Duan Ling Tian's words sent chills running up Ji Fan's spine. It further deepened his resolve to cut ties with the blissful sect. As he looked in the direction where the blissful sex estate was located, he thought to himself, Master, I'm sorry. I have to betray the sect for the sake of my puny life. His master was none other than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Master, please don't blame me. Whoever was sent by the sect to investigate Duan Ling Tian should be blamed instead. The old ancestor wouldn't have died, and the sect wouldn't have fallen into this situation if they didn't say that Duan Ling Tian's a mere transcender, and we're free to do whatever we want to him. Then, he became immersed in his thoughts about the future and finding a new path to walk on after leaving the blissful sect. At this moment, a thought appeared unbidden in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He looked at Ji Fan and called out, Arhut. Master Duan, from now on, you can just call me Ji Fan. Since I've decided to sever ties with the blissful sect, I'm no longer the Arhut of the blissful sect, Ji Fan said with a bitter smile. Then he asked, "Is something the matter, Master Duan? You must possess a Duke-grade floating image pearl, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes," Ji Fan replied honestly as he nodded. "When we arrive at the blissful sect, remember to use your floating image pearl to record the scene when your 10 directions celestial Duke attacks. I'll need it later." "Yes, Master Duan," Ji Fan courteously replied. "Master Duan, the 10 directions celestial Duke is my senior granduncle. He's my grandmaster's paternal cousin. I know a thing or two about him, including his expertise. Should I tell you more about him?" He was naturally doing this to curry favor with Duan Lingtian. Alas, he was unsuccessful in his attempt. Duan Lingtian shook his head and confidently replied with a hint of contempt, "I have no need for such information. A mere 10 directions celestial Duke is nothing." After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's display of strength, when they were at the Tai Yi celestial sect, Ji Fan and Tai Tai, he thought Duan Ling Tian's arrogance was justified. "I beg your pardon for interjecting. Indeed, Master Duan's right. With your strength, a mere 10 directions celestial Duke's not a concern at all." Ji Fan immediately agreed with Duan Ling Tian. A few days later, "Master Duan, the blissful sect estate is not far away now," Ji Fan said to Duan Ling Tian as he pointed toward the lofty mountains shrouded in mist. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response before he looked at Huana, who was in the midst of comprehending her celestial method and divine ability. It seemed like she would not wake up for quite some while. "Elder Tai, please stay here and take care of Huana for me. I'll be right back after I deal with the blissful sect. My divine consciousness will always be able to sense you, so rest assured. You're safe here," Duan Ling Tian said to Tai Tai He. "Yes, Master Duan," Tai Tai He said. In fact, he really wanted to witness Duan Ling Tian annihilating the blissful sect. Alas, he could only comply with Duan Ling Tian's request. Previously, he had treated Duan Ling Tian as an equal and a friend. However, things had subtly changed since he witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength that was comparable to a celestial king. At this moment, he had regarded Duan Ling Tian as being superior to him, and he genuinely respected Duan Ling Tian. "Show me the way, Ji Fan." Under Tai Tai He's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian and Ji Fan flew in the air toward the misty mountains. Although there were many formations protecting the lofty mountains, they did not pose any difficulty to Ji Fan at all. He easily bypassed them. Soon enough, they arrived in the blissful sect's estate. "Who goes there?" A few disciples from the blissful sect descended from the sky and approached them. When they saw Ji Fan, they hastily bowed down in unison and greeted him. "Greetings, Arhat." Ji Fan was the Arhat of the blissful sect, the successor of the sect leader of the blissful sect. It was only natural that most people respected him since his status was only below a few people in the sect. Boom. Ji Fan did not reply and raised his hand to mobilize his celestial origin energy that surged into the sky like a hurricane. Shadows in the shape of a palm rained down and struck the disciples, killing them instantly. Meanwhile, a new group of disciples from the blissful sect who had just arrived and was about to greet Ji Fan witnessed this scene. They were frightened, shocked, and confused as they recalled the scene where Ji Fan killed their fellow disciples. Isn't that the Arhat? Why did the Arhat kill the sect's disciples? They were bowing and greeting him, weren't they? Swoosh! Under the disciples' watchful eyes, Ji Fan flew directly above the blissful sect estate and announced in a loud voice, "I, Ji Fan, hereby announce that from today onward, I'm severing all ties with the blissful sect. I'm no longer the Arhat nor a disciple of the blissful sect." His voice that had been injected with his celestial origin energy resonated throughout the blissful sect's estate. "I, Ji Fan, hereby announce that from today onward, I'm severing all ties with the blissful sect. I'm no longer the Arhat nor a disciple of the blissful sect." Ji Fan's voice reverberated through the entire blissful sect's estate, shocking everyone. The disciples of the blissful sect watched in stunned silence as Ji Fan, the Arhat, now former Arhat, of the blissful sect, announced his intention to cut ties with the blissful sect. All of them were dumbstruck and wore a disbelieving and confused expression on their faces. Their Arhat had killed his own sect's people and severed ties with the sect. What was going on? What was wrong with the Arhat? It did not take long before the disciples discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence. He stood there calmly with an apathetic expression on his face. He exuded an aloof and mysterious air. Who's that man? Well, he came with the Arhat. I've never seen him before, so I'm certain he's not from our sect. Since the Arhat decided to cut ties with us, do you think it has something to do with that man? Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had come out of their residences after hearing Ji-Fan's announcement. When they gathered, they looked at each other in confusion as they began to discuss fervently among themselves. Ji-Fan has returned? Has he gone mad? Does he know what he's saying? He wants to cut ties with the blissful sect. What's wrong with him? His words are definitely going to infuriate the sect leader. I feel that Ji-Fan's acting strange. It's not in his character to do something like that. Is it possible that he has been coerced into saying such words? The disciples of the blissful sect did not stop and continued to discuss among themselves. Is it really the Arhat who has spoken? Sounds like it. I guess he has finally returned. The sect leader and old ancestor are waiting for his return. I bet not even in their wildest dreams did they imagine the Arhat would cut ties with the sect once he returned to the sect. I heard that the Arhat went out with old ancestor Lian. Old ancestor Lian's dead. But the Arhat's alive and well. Nobody knows what had happened at all. The Arhat's acting rather strangely. Could it be related to the old ancestor's death? Ji-Fan's words naturally caused a huge uproar in the blissful sect's estate. At this moment, a thunderously loud and furious voice resonated through the entire blissful sect. Ji-Fan, it's the sect leader. Many of the disciples naturally recognized the voice as belonging to Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. He sounds furious. Of course he's furious. How could he not be? The Arhat is his direct disciple. If I were him, I'd be furious as well, regardless if the Arhat has a good reason for doing this. Well, the sect leader has every reason to be furious. Boom! 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 A loud explosion sounded as soon as Lu Xiankong spoke. A tall and stout figure seemed to appear out of thin air at this moment. The figure moved at lightning speed, leaving the air distorted in his wake. So this must be Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Previously, Duanling Tian would not have been able to see Lu Xiankong's movements. After all, just like Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lu Xiankong was also a 9 palaces celestial duke. Lu Xiankong might not be as powerful as Lian, but he was still much more powerful than ordinary 9 palaces celestial dukes. At this moment, Lu Xiankong's appeared slow in Duanling Tian's eyes, making it easy for him to see Lu Xiankong's every movement. After all, his strength was now that of a 10 palaces celestial king after it had slightly depleted. How could a 9 palaces celestial dukes hide his movements from a 10 palaces celestial king? With Lu Xiankong's appearance, many people began to fly from all directions of the blissful sect's estate and gathered behind Lu Xiankong. Lu Xiankong finally stopped a distance away from Duanling Tian and Ji-Fan. He looked at Ji-Fan somberly and asked, Ji-Fan, do you know what you're saying? Emas. Upon seeing Lu Xiankong, Ji-Fan almost instinctively blurted out the word, master. However, he swallowed the words back when he remembered he had cut ties with the blissful sect. With the thought of the impending disaster that was about to befall the blissful sect in mind, he ignored Lu Xiankong even though there was a feeling of bitterness that rose in his heart. Swoosh! 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 A gust of wind stirred in the air as another group of people appeared behind Lu Xiankong. They were the high-rank officials of the blissful sect. All of them glared at Ji-Fan and rebuked him one after another. It was clear they could not wait to skin him alive. Ji-Fan, the sect leader is talking to you. Ji-Fan, have you grown arrogant and sprouted wings after returning from the wasteland that you don't see the need to bow and greet the sect leader who's your master? You even dare to ignore him. Ji-Fan, are you out of your mind? What do you mean by cutting ties with the sect? Ji-Fan, even if you regret this, I will no longer acknowledge you as the Arhat of our blissful sect again no matter what. That's right. You're a disgrace to the sect. We won't allow filth like you to tarnish the position of the sect leader of the blissful sect. Ji-Fan was naturally discomfited and felt pressure from listening to their angry words. Nevertheless, when he recalled the strength of the purple-clad young man next to him, he remained unwavering and resolute. In the end, he looked at Duanling Tian and pointed at Lu Xiankong as he said, "Master Duan, he's Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of Blissful Sect. Li Ping, the Blissful Sect's other old ancestor, isn't here yet. He's at 10 Directions, Celestial Duke." Ji Fan, how dare you? Lu Xiankong felt his blood boil when he heard Ji Fan's words. A hint of exasperation could be seen in his eyes as well. Needless to say, the high-ranking officials of the Blissful Sect were similarly incensed by Ji Fan's lack of respect. Their faces flushed red in anger. Ji Fan, not only did you disrespect your master, but how dare you disrespect old ancestor Li Ping by addressing him by his name? How impudent! Ji Fan, are you seeking death? Ji Fan, according to the sect rules, you'll be severely punished for disrespecting your elders. That's right. Do you think you can leave the sect just because you want to? You were brought up by the sect. You can only leave if the sect agrees to it. Ji Fan, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to their rebukes. He turned to Duanling Tian before humbly gesturing him over. Duanling Tian, as poised as usual, stepped forward slowly before he stood in front of Ji Fan. With this, everyone's attention shifted to Duanling Tian. They extended their divine consciousness immediately to probe him. Although he could easily stop them from doing so, he chose to let them probe him. The high-ranking officials of the Blissful Sect discovered they could find out Duanling Tian's cultivation base. They only managed to find out his age. This purple-clad young man is not even 100 years old. Ji Fan addressed him as Master Duan earlier, and Master Duan is less than 100 years old. Could he be? Is he Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect? As soon as they discovered Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old, the shocked high-ranking officials of the Blissful Sect finally realized the purple-clad young man standing before them was Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect. The high-ranking officials of the Blissful Sect burst into an uproar. All of them were confused and curious as to why Ji Fan, the former Arhat of the Blissful Sect, had brought Duanling Tian to their sect's estate. Duanling Tian? He's Duanling Tian? So, he's the transcender who's not even 100 years old and is widely regarded as the best celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? So he's the person old ancestor Lian went to the wasteland to kill? How's he still alive? What's he doing in the Blissful Sect's estate? What happened? Why did Ji Fan bring him here? At this moment, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the Blissful Sect, looked at Duanling Tian pointedly. He decided to suppress his anger for now as he asked in a deep voice. So, you're Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect? Duanling Tian did not deign to respond to Lu Xiankong's question. Instead, he asked nonchalantly, Ji Fan told me that the bunch of you there unanimously decided to kill me? Ji Fan's strange behavior and Duanling Tian's presence in the Blissful Sect's estate gave rise to an ominous feeling in Lu Xiankong's heart. Why are you here? Was it your people who killed my master? No. Duanling Tian replied as he shook his head. No. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's answer, Lu Xiankong looked at Duanling Tian intently, trying to gauge if Duanling Tian was telling the truth. When he ascertained that Duanling Tian was not lying, he felt relieved. Before anyone could say anything, Ji Fan said, Lian, your Blissful Sect's old ancestor, overestimated himself and attempted to kill Master Duan. Alas, he died by Master Duan's hand. As soon as Ji Fan finished speaking, the entire place was as silent as a graveyard. The people of the Blissful Sect were rendered speechless. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes as they exchanged a look among each other. At this moment, an old monk wearing a silver kasaya who was standing behind Lu Xianlong broke the silence. He sneered at Ji Fan before he said, clearly not believing Ji Fan's word, Ji Fan, do you take us for 3-year-old children? How could this brat who's not even 100 years old kill old ancestor Lian? Ji Fan must have lost his mind. I've already suspected he has gone crazy when he announced he's cutting ties with the Blissful Sect. With this, I can confirm he has really gone crazy. Did he hit his head and sustain an injury to his brain? How could he utter such nonsense? It's already unbelievable for someone who isn't even 100 years old to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. And yet, he claims that Brat killed old ancestor Lien? Only a fool would believe his words. Needless to say, nobody took Ji Fan's words seriously. They thought he had gone crazy. I lost my mind? Ji Fan sneered inwardly when he heard the discussion in his surroundings. However, he did not bother explaining himself. It would only be a waste of his energy. He thought to himself, praying fervently as his eyes darted to the purple figure in front of him. I kept my promise and has cut ties with the blissful sect. I really hope Master Duan would spare my life after he annihilates the blissful sect. Meanwhile, the voices of the people from the blissful sect had reached a crescendo as they discussed among themselves. Duan Ling Tian found the cacophony of noises irritating, so he scoffed before releasing his celestial origin energy, allowing it to ripple into the surroundings within 1,000 meters radius. He had restricted the area to 1,000 meters to increase the energy's destructive power. In the next moment, miserable cries from the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect rang in the air one after another. They were clearly in pain. Meanwhile, the disciples of the blissful sect with poorer cultivations were less fortunate. The energy caused blood to surge out of their orifices, resulting in their deaths. Their corpses dropped like flies to the ground. Upon seeing many disciples falling to the ground, the high-ranking officials extended their divine consciousness to probe them, only to discover the disciples were all dead. Not even the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial disciple survived. It seemed like only those high-ranking officials who were celestial dukes managed to survive. There were, however, a few high-ranking officials with a lower cultivation base who managed to survive as well. However, they suffered minor injuries to their eardrums, and some even bled from their orifices. In any case, a small release of celestial origin energy from the purple-clad young man had successfully killed all the low-rank disciples of the blissful sect. Dead. They're all dead. At this moment, the expressions of Lu Xiankong and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed dramatically. Their eyes were widened in horror as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Even Lu Xiankong, a 9 palaces celestial duke, was shocked to the core by the destructive force of Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy. Although he was also capable of this, he did not think he would be able to do it as effortlessly as Duan Ling Tian did. Panic thoughts surfaced in his mind at this moment. He's definitely stronger than me. In fact, there's a possibility he's even stronger than an ordinary 10 directions celestial duke. Is it really possible that he's a quasi-celestial king? If it's true, then there's no doubt he's the one who killed Master. Upon witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, a terrifying realization finally dawned on the people of the blissful sect. Seemed like Ji Fan was not lying. With this realization, the atmosphere turned heaven and tense. At this moment, the atmosphere was even worse than when Li Ping, the only surviving old ancestor of the blissful sect, found out about the death of Lien, the late old ancestor of the blissful sect. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked into the distance as he extended his divine consciousness to the deepest part of the blissful sect's estate. The corner of lips curled up slightly as though he had discovered something amusing. Interesting. Boom! The grounds of the blissful sect's estate suddenly shook and quaked for 15 minutes before it came to a stop. Then a burst of hearty laughter rang in the air before a voice sounded. I, Li Ping, have finally broken through and become a celestial king. His voice was extremely energetic. A moment later, an uproar erupted among the high-rank officials once again. Did I mishear? Did the old ancestor Li Ping say he has become a celestial king? Old ancestor Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? It's been 10,000 years since a celestial king had appeared in our blissful sect, right? After 10,000 years, a celestial king finally appeared in the blissful sect again. Senior uncle has broken through and become a celestial king? Lu Xiankong's eyes lit up immediately. A hint of hope could be seen flashing in his eyes. Earlier, he had been worried if Duan Ling Tian was a quasi-celestial king. If it were true, Li Ping, who was a 10-direction celestial duke, would definitely not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Relief coursed through his veins now that he heard Li Ping has become a celestial king. The energetic and ancient voice rang in the air again. Fanner has returned? He had clearly enveloped the entire blissful sex estate with his divine consciousness and had discovered Ji Fan's presence. Master Duan, it's Li Ping, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect I told you about earlier, Ji Fan promptly said to Duan Ling Tian. It seems like he has just broken through and become a celestial king. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he stared intently at Duan Ling Tian. He tried to look for signs of fear in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as well. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was afraid, it meant that Duan Ling Tian was not confident he would be able to best Li Ping, who had just become a celestial king. Ji Fan, the former arhat of the blissful sect, stared at Duan Ling Tian unblinkingly, trying to study Duan Ling Tian's expression to see if he could glean anything about Duan Ling Tian's thought about the breakthrough of Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Currently, he felt as though his heart was in his mouth. If Duan Ling Tian was afraid of Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, or was not a match of Li Ping, it meant he had essentially destroyed his own future since he had denounced the blissful sect. He would no longer be able to return as the arhat of the blissful sect. Celestial king? Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged even after he heard Ji Fan's words. He surveyed the blissful sect's estate indifferently before his eyes finally landed in the direction of where the voice came from. A small smile could be seen on his face. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's reaction, Ji Fan deduced Duan Ling Tian must feel confident, and he sighed in relief inwardly. It was obvious to him that Duan Ling Tian did not seem afraid of Li Ping, who had just broken through and became a celestial king. What happened? Why are all these men dead? The loud and clear voice rang again. Obviously, he had just discovered the blissful sect's disciples who were killed by the wave of Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy. He is here. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned pointed. An old figure appeared before his eyes. The figure belonged to an old monk, and his speed was much faster than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. However, he was unsurprised. After all, that old monk, Li Ping, was the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Moreover, Li Ping had just announced he had become a celestial king. Li Ping. He was a 10 Directions celestial duke before this, but he has just become a celestial king. Li Ping was now undoubtedly the strongest person in the blissful sect. After all, no one from the sect knew if they had quasi-celestial kings protecting secretly. Even if these reclusive powerhouses were celestial kings, having stayed in the borderlands for so long, their cultivation bases would have deteriorated to that of a quasi-celestial king or a 10 Directions celestial duke. For this reason, they were definitely not a match for a real celestial king like Li Ping, who had just had a breakthrough. Whoosh! Moments later, everyone, excluding Duan Ling Tian, saw Li Ping seemingly appear out of thin air next to Lu Xiankong. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he could, naturally, catch Li Ping's movements. Congratulations, senior uncle, for breaking through and becoming a celestial king. Lu Xiankong immediately congratulated Li Ping as soon as Li Ping appeared. Congratulations, old ancestor. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect followed in Lu Xiankong's footsteps and quickly congratulated Li Ping when they regained their senses. However, Li Ping ignored the words of congratulations as he looked at the corpses strewn on the ground. These are our blissful sect's disciples. It seems like they were killed by a wave of celestial origin energy. Even before becoming a celestial king, it would have been easy to determine the cause of the men's death with his divine consciousness, let alone now that he had become a celestial king. His voice gradually turned louder and louder in fury, striking fears into the hearts of the members of the blissful sect, as he said, "Who can tell me what happened?" As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, he finally saw Ji Fan, who was standing across him near Duan Ling Tian. He could tell something was amiss and was about to say something to Ji Fan when one of the elders of the blissful sect standing behind Lu Xiankong spoke up. "Old ancestor," the elder of the blissful sect cried out in anger as he pointed at Ji Fan. Ji Fan brought an outsider back to our sect and announced he's cutting all ties with the blissful sect. All the men are killed by the man Ji Fan brought here. After he finished speaking, he shifted his eyes to Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in front of Ji Fan as he spoke. "What?" Li Ping's expression changed drastically as a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It was the celestial origin energy of a celestial king. It naturally sent chills running up the spines of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect looked at each other and saw their fear in each other's eyes. Although all of them were celestial dukes, they could clearly feel the threat Li Ping posed. So this is the celestial origin energy of a celestial king? A celestial king is truly powerful. On the other hand, although Ji Fan's cultivation base was weaker than those high-ranking officials from the blissful sect, he was not really affected since he was protected by Duanling Tian, who was standing in front of him. Nevertheless, his face still turned deathly pale when he saw Li Ping looking at him coldly. Then, Li Ping turned to look at Duanling Tian. All of a sudden, he extended his powerful one basic celestial king's divine consciousness to probe Duanling Tian. He's not even 100 years old? He was shocked to discover Duanling Tian's age. He quickly tried to probe Duanling Tian's cultivation base as well, but he yielded no result. Then, he turned to the elder who had spoken earlier and asked with a chilling grin on his face. "You said he's the one who killed our sect's disciples?" His tone turned more and more pointed as he continued to say, "Someone who's not even 100 years old killed so many of our sect's disciples in front of all of you. And yet, all of you are standing motionlessly like a puppet?" The elder from the blissful sect broke out in cold sweat, but he remained silent, too afraid to speak. At this moment, Lu Xianqing said in a somber tone, "Senior uncle, don't underestimate him just because of his age. He's actually stronger than me. If I'm not mistaken, he's a 10 Directions celestial duke at least. In fact, there's a possibility that he's a celestial king." When he finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian warily. A 10 Directions celestial duke or a celestial king? Li Ping was stunned by Lu Xiankong's words. He instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian skeptically and said with a sneer, "Him? It'd be easy for me, Li Ping, to kill a brat who isn't even 100 years old with my little finger." As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy began to rage before they converged in his right hand. Li Ping, the celestial king, had finally begun to attack. Bang! Li Ping pushed his right hand out before his celestial origin energy shot toward Duanling Tian's head with a terrifying momentum. Boom! 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 The celestial origin energy was palpable and seemed like tens of thousands of soldiers stampeding in the air. It left a series of explosions in its wake as it shot toward Duanling Tian. At the crucial moment, the immobilization king method. A golden light appeared on the surface of Duanling Tian's skin. Then, in just a blink of an eye, it grew in size and formed the shape of a Buddha as it shrouded Duanling Tian, effectively protecting him. Bam! A deafening sound rang in the air as Li Ping's palm attack landed on the golden silhouette of the golden Buddha. The golden Buddha shield only rippled, but it remained unbreached. It was like a powerful guardian, loyally protecting Duanling Tian. The immobilization king method? Who are you? How did you master the blissful sect's celestial method? Although Li Ping did not use much strength in his attack, he was still stunned to see someone who was less than 100 years old surviving his attack. Most importantly, he was thoroughly shocked by the celestial method Duanling Tian had used. Was that not the blissful sect's triple trait duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method? Moreover, based on what he could see, it was obvious that Duanling Tian had completely mastered the immobilization king method. "Senior uncle," Lu Xiankong said to remind Li Ping. "He's the one who won our blissful sect's immobilization celestial method during the alchemy conference. He's Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect." He continued to say in a tone that grew increasingly grim, I suspect he's probably the one who killed my master." "What? He's the Tai celestial sect's chief celestial alchemist? The brat who's not even 100 years but is recognized as the best prominent grade celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? What's the meaning of this? Didn't you say he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial?" Although Li Ping did not attend the alchemy conference, the others had reported everything that happened during the alchemy conference. Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, and the high-ranking officials of the sect could only smile bitterly in response to Li Ping's questions. sect leader Lu Xiankong couldn't help but smile bitterly in response to Li Ping's questions. How were they supposed to answer his question? Who should they ask for an answer? Naturally, they did not dare to verbalize this. Finally, still with a bitter smile on his face, Lu Xiankong said, "Senior uncle, I didn't attend the alchemy conference in Alchemy City as well. It was my master who told me that Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Then, the high-ranking officials chimed in one after another, going along with Lu Xiankong's words as soon as he finished speaking. "That's right, old ancestor. We obtained the information from old ancestor Lian. Yes, we didn't attend the alchemy conference, so we haven't seen the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect prior to today. How could we have known what his cultivation base is?" Old ancestor. Upon hearing the high-ranking official's words, Li Ping's expression darkened greatly. He rebuked them immediately. "Based on your words, it seems like you're pushing all responsibilities to my late brother. Are all of you trying to blame a dead person?" Li Ping's tone was so cold that Lu Xiankong and the others no longer dared to speak. After a brief moment of silence, Li Ping turned to look at Duanling Tian with a sneer. "If someone had told me that someone who's not even 100 years old would be able to withstand a casual hit from me after I've broken through and become a celestial king, I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't witness it for myself. To be capable of such a feat, you must be a 10 Directions celestial duke at least. In fact, you might even be celestial kin, right?" Toward the end of his sentence, it was clear he was trying to probe Duanling Tian. A celestial king? A small smile could be seen on Duanling Tian's face as he cocked an eyebrow. A sense of unease rose in Li Ping's heart for a moment when he saw Duanling Tian's composure. He was instantly on alert. He knows I'm a celestial king, and yet, it seems like he has no intention of backing down. He had lived for a long time and therefore was much more experienced. He was rash and would think things through before acting. In Li Ping's opinion, there were only two reasons why Duanling Tian seemed unafraid of him. First, Duanling Tian was bluffing and putting on a front to intimidate the blissful sect into backing down. Second, Duanling Tian might really come from a powerful clan and was therefore unafraid of the blissful sect. Naturally, he wished the reason was the former. If it were the latter, there was a risk the blissful sect would be annihilated today when he killed Duanling Tian. After mulling over it for some time, Li Ping took a deep breath before he looked at Duanling Tian and asked, "Duanling Tian, did you kill Brotherin?" "Brotherin?" Duanling Tian seemed confused. "Lian. He's my younger cousin," Li Ping said in a low voice. "Lian." Duanling Tian returned Li Ping's gaze and nonchalantly said, "That's right, I killed him because he tried to kill me. It seems like he wasn't the only who wanted to kill me. From what I know, there are many men from the blissful sect who want me dead." Then he glanced at the people present with a sneer. "This is the reason I decided to visit the blissful sect. I don't have a habit of letting those who want to kill me live." At the end of his sentence, his voice was icy, and his gaze flashed with killing intent. As soon as Duanling Tian finished his sentence, Li Ping's expression changed. Similarly, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically as well. They knew Duanling Tian was referring to them. Before Lian, the late old ancestor of the blissful sect, brought Jifan with him to the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland to kill Duanling Tian, they had convened for a meeting. During the meeting, everyone unanimously voted for Duanling Tian to be killed. After all, based on their investigation, they ascertained Duanling Tian did not come from a powerful clan in the central area. Alas, at this moment they could finally see how wrong their decision was. Even if Duanling Tian was not from a powerful clan in the central area, it was terrifying enough that he was a 10 Directions celestial duke or possibly a celestial king. Someone like that was not someone the blissful sect could afford to offend. At this moment, many of the high-ranking officials in the blissful sect sighed in relief inwardly as various thoughts flitted through their minds. The consensus was most of them were extremely glad Li Ping had a breakthrough and become a celestial king at the crucial moment. All of them fervently hoped Li Ping would kill Duanling Tian. How lucky! Were lucky old ancestor Li Ping broke through at this moment and became a celestial king. Otherwise, he might not be a match for Duanling Tian. The heavens are really looking out for our sect. If old ancestor Lian didn't become a celestial king, our sect would probably be annihilated. After all, a celestial king wouldn't be afraid even if we have hidden quasi-celestial kings protecting us. 1. With old ancestor Li Ping's current strength, it shouldn't be hard for him to kill Duanling Tian. Contrary to the expectations of the people from the blissful sect, Li Ping did not make a move. He seemed very cautious. He looked at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice, Duanling Tian, since you've already killed brethren, don't you think you should let this matter go? I'll let the matter go as well. Although he was more inclined to believe Duanling Tian was just putting on a front to intimidate them, he did not dare to take the risk. After all, if he was wrong, it would be the end of the blissful sect. Let the matter go? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Li Ping's words. Then he burst into laughter. When his laughter subsided, he said, Well, I don't think I can let things go. Ji Fan told me you weren't present at the meeting where everyone decided to kill me. For this reason, I'll spare your life. However, as for everyone else, they'll have to die. At the end of his sentence, his eyes found Lu Xiankong and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Ji Fan had told him all these people had voted to kill him. One of the elders from the blissful sect glared at Duanling Tian spitefully as he mockingly said, Duanling Tian, our old ancestor, is now a celestial king. He's magnanimous enough by sparing your life. If you continue talking, don't blame us for killing you. That's right. You want to kill all of us? Can you even defeat our old ancestor? Another blissful sect's elder said. All the blissful sect's high-ranking officials, including Lu Xiankong, regarded Li Ping as their lifeline. They were confident Li Ping was strong enough to protect all of them. Duanling Tian grinned. So all of you think Li Ping will be able to protect you? Duanling Tian's grin made the uneasy feeling rise in Li Ping's heart again. He began to grow more warier by the minute. He looked at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice, Duanling Tian, all of them are the pillars of the blissful sect. Killing all of them is no different from annihilating the blissful sect. I agree we're at fault. If you let this matter go, I promise the blissful sect will compensate you accordingly. If it's within our means, we will not refuse your request. Based on Li Ping's words, it was obvious he was trying to defuse the situation and come to a peaceful solution. He was clearly trying to save the lives of Lu Xiankong and the others. After all, after becoming a celestial king, he had no thought of staying in the 6 southeastern regions. He had already made up his mind to leave for the central area as soon as he could. If he did not leave, his cultivation base would only deteriorate, and it would cause his cultivation progress to slow down in the future. Without him in the blissful sect, if Duanling Tian killed Lu Xiankong and the others, the blissful sect was as good as dead. He, naturally, did not want this to happen, nor would he allow it to happen. Old ancestor. All the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, apart from Lu Xiankong, cried out in unison when they heard Li Ping's words. They were confused. Why did it seem like Li Ping was negotiating with Duanling Tian? In their opinion, Li Ping should just kill Duanling Tian. Lu Xiankong, who had remained silent, vaguely felt that something was amiss. He quickly sent a voice transmission to the high-ranking officials of the sect. Everyone, don't you find it strange that Duanling Tian remains unafraid of our old ancestor even though he knows our old ancestor is now a celestial king? How sure are we that he isn't from a powerful clan in the central area? He's not even 100 years old, but he's a 10 directions celestial duke, if not a celestial king. Could someone like that come from an ordinary background? Moreover, it seems like our old ancestor is trying to come to a compromise. He's probably worried killing Duanling Tian would bring disaster to the blissful sect. Upon hearing Lu Xiankong's voice transmission, the high-ranking officials of the sect fell silent. On second thought, it did seem risky to kill. At this moment, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes that were flashing coldly at Li Ping as he said, Sorry, I came to kill all of them today. I will not compromise on this. Li Ping, you should stand aside and watch. Otherwise, I don't mind killing one more person. All the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect heard Duanling Tian's statement, causing them to feel chills running up their spines. At this moment, many of them were overwhelmed with fear. Since Duan Ling Tian dared to make such a bold claim at this moment, it was likely that he was confident about being able to kill them. There might be a possibility he was just putting on a front to intimidate them, but they were becoming increasingly uneasy and unsure about what is true or not. You don't mind killing one more person? Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, said scornfully, Duan Ling Tian, I'm only compromising out of respect for your clan. Don't mistake it for me being afraid of you. His words were dripping with disdain. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes imperceptibly as he calmly asked, Is that so? No matter what, I won't stand by idly and watch while you kill all of them. You'll have to pass through me if you want to kill them, Li Ping said in a deep voice. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, a dense and vast aura surged out of his body, causing the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect to shudder. The aura placed a heavy pressure on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Only Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, fared better than the others. Even then, his expression was grim. It was clear he felt the pressure as well. Boom, 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 boom. Currently, Li Ping had released all his celestial origin energy without holding back. Wave after wave of his terrifying celestial origin energy rolled out into the blissful sect's estate. At this moment, every other member of the sect in the estate could clearly feel it. Many disciples discussed among themselves as they made their way to the source of the energy. Naturally, they did not dare to come near, they only dared to watch from afar. Such a powerful aura. Does it belong to old ancestor Li Ping? So this is the aura of a celestial king? It did not take long for the disciples of the blissful sect to discover the corpses strewn on the ground. It belonged to the disciples who had come earlier to watch the show. The new group of disciples began to speculate among themselves again. Is that? What happened? Why are so many disciples dead? Isn't that Senior Huang Bin? He was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How did he die? There are no visible wounds on any of them. However, they seem to have bled through their eyes, noses, and ears. No visible injuries. It doesn't seem like they're killed by a soul attack. It's likely they're killed by a sound wave of celestial origin energy. Heavens! Just the celestial origin energy is enough to kill our senior brothers? How powerful is the culprit exactly? The culprit's cultivation base should at least be on par with Lord Sect Leader. Soon enough, the disciples' attention shifted to the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. It's Lord Sect Leader. The elders are here as well. Is that old ancestor Li Ping? I think so. However, don't you think old ancestor Li Ping seems extremely wary of that purple-clad young man? Look! Isn't that person standing next to the purple-clad young man our Arhat? Didn't you hear? Earlier, Arhat announced his intention to sever all ties with our sect. Do you think he plans to join the purple-clad young people's sect instead? Well, the purple-clad young man must be remarkable if our old ancestor is wary of him. Our senior brothers are most likely killed by the purple-clad young man. At this moment, the eyes of the disciples of the blissful sect were trained on Duan Ling Tian. Anxiety and fear could be seen churning in the depths of their eyes. After all, the dead disciples on the ground were far stronger than them. How could they not be afraid of the purple-clad young man releasing a wave of his celestial origin energy to kill them? Lord Sect Leader and the elders have been here for a while now. The old ancestor has just arrived not too long ago. Don't tell me the others didn't fight with the purple-clad young man at all before the old ancestor came? Since Lord Sect Leader and the elders didn't make a move even after the purple-clad young man killed so many disciples of our sect, it's quite clear the purple-clad young man is extremely powerful. Let alone Lord Sect Leader, even the old ancestor seems wary of him. Who's he? Is he really a 10 Directions Celestial Duke? I have never heard of there being such a young 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the 6 southeastern regions. Who is he? Well, it doesn't matter who he is. Now that our old ancestor is here, he'll be greatly injured if not dead. That's only natural since old ancestor Li Ping is now a celestial king. All of the disciples from the blissful sect speculated among themselves and came to the conclusion that Duan Ling Tian must be very strong. Otherwise, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect would have taken action immediately after seeing so many disciples being killed. Nevertheless, their confidence in Li Ping was unwavering even if they could discern Duan Tian was stronger than Lu Xiankong. It was only natural since they knew Li Ping had broken through and become a celestial king. In the 6 southeastern regions and the entire borderlands, celestial kings were invincible. It seems like you're determined to stop me? Duan Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Li Ping's raging celestial origin energy that looked terrifyingly fierce. His eyes flashed coldly for a brief moment. The cold light in Duan Tian's eyes did not escape Li Ping's notice. Fear gradually grew in his heart as a thought appeared unbidden in his mind. He found it difficult to dismiss the thought. Could he be stronger than a 10 Directions celestial duke? Is he a celestial king as well? Duan Tian said, "Since you're determined to stop me, you'll have to die along with the rest of them." A terrifying aura surged out of Duan Tian's body as soon as he finished speaking. His aura was clearly stronger and more terrifying compared to Li Ping's. At this moment, Li Ping's expression changed drastically, and his face turned deadly pale. Similarly, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically as well when they sensed Duan Tian's aura. Their eyes flashed with a mixture of panic, desperation, and fear. After all, they could acutely feel the difference between Duan Tian's celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy. The gap was so wide. The difference was like between heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. Before the people from the blissful sect could react, a purple energy wave rolled from Duan Tian's body toward Li Ping. Whoosh! Li Ping had already prepared himself for Duan Tian's attack. Therefore, he reacted immediately as soon as Duan Tian attacked, casting his defensive technique. An almost solid-looking golden Buddha's silhouette shrouded him immediately and protected him. Apart from that, a huge translucent bell could be seen near him as well. The immobilization king method. The mythical bell guard. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could, naturally, tell Li Ping had cast the sect's triple trait duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, and the sect's double trait duke grade divine ability, the mythical bell guard. Defense-wise, both were first-rate. Seeing this, they grew hopeful, thinking, perhaps, Li Ping would be able to defend against Duan Tian. It seemed like they had forgotten just how terrifying Duan Tian's celestial origin energy was. Meanwhile, Ji-Fan, the former arhat of the blissful sect, had quickly taken out his floating image pearl as soon as Duan Tian made a move. However, he discovered Duan Tian's speed was too fast. He's too fast. I can't even record his movements. Ji-Fan continued thinking to himself. Fortunately, it seems like the old ancestor has no intention of fleeing. At the very least, I'll still be able to record the moment when Master Duan's attack lands on the old ancestor's defenses. I wonder if Master Duan will be able to breach the old ancestor's defenses. Since the old ancestor cast 2 defensive techniques, I think it'd be difficult even for a 2-form celestial king who hasn't mastered any offensive duke-grade celestial method and divine ability to breach the old ancestor's defenses. Ji-Fan was unharmed by Li Ping's celestial origin energy since he was somewhat protected, standing behind Duan Tian. It was also for this reason he did not realize the huge gap between Duan Tian and Ji-Fan's celestial origin energies. Ji-Fan, the former arhat of the blissful sect, was still lost in his thoughts when, boom, 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 Duan Tian's purple celestial origin energy that surged out violently crashed onto the silhouette of the golden Buddha that was protecting Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, in just a blink of an eye. Bang! The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect heard another explosion before they saw the silhouette of a golden Buddha shrouding Li Ping being shattered by Duan Tian's purple energy. It did not even manage to endure for a minute before it was easily destroyed by Duan Tian's energy. No! Li Ping roared, unresigned, as his golden Buddha silhouette was destroyed by Duan Tian. At the same time, a mini bell appeared in his hand. His celestial origin energy entered the bell, causing it to shine brilliantly. Duan Ling Tian watched as numerous translucent and complicated runes shot out of the mini bell in Li Ping's hand as soon as Li Ping sent his celestial origin energy into it. Then, the runes merged with the giant bell hovering next to Li Ping. In just an instant, runes appeared on the surface of the giant bell. It was clear it was the runes from the mini bell. Based on this, a thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind: royal-grade celestial weapon? The blissful sect has 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. One of them is in the possession of their 10 directions celestial duke, and the other one is in the possession of their sect leader. He had learned about this from Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. Since he did not find any royal-grade celestial weapon in Li En's spatial ring after killing him, it stood to reason the royal-grade celestial weapon must have been in the possession of the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping. Boom! An explosion rang in the air again. Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time. As soon as the runes appeared on the giant bell's surface, he cast the Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. His attack landed true on the giant bell. Bang! 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 A series of loud explosions rang in the air again as the giant bell trembled. The runes seemed to be disappearing at a rapid speed as well. I didn't expect your defense would grow so much stronger after you use your royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by the improvement in Li Ping's defense after he began to use the royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, earlier it has been easy for him to destroy Li Ping's immobilization king method. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use all his strength, and his attack was weakened by the first layer of Li Ping's defense, it was not much weaker than before. Therefore, he had managed to successfully get rid of all the runes on the surface of the giant bell. Based on the situation and the addition of the royal-grade celestial weapon, it seemed like he had to attack once more to destroy the bell and kill Li Ping. At this moment, Li Ping suddenly cried out with a frightened expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian, I surrender. From today onward, I'll cut ties with the blissful sect and will no longer be the old ancestor of the blissful sect. The blissful sect's affairs have nothing to do with me now. Please show mercy. Humans were inherently selfish. Perhaps Li Ping might have sincerely thought he would be able to sacrifice everything he had for the blissful sect in the past. However, now that his life was on the line, it was clear that it was not true. Moreover, he had just broken through and become a celestial king. He was planning to leave the borderlands for the central area soon. If he kept a low profile, his future would be boundless. However, if he died now, everything would be for naught. His death would not even count for anything. Once he died, there was no doubt all the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect would be killed as well. The blissful sect would be destroyed. At that time, would there even be anyone left who remembered his sacrifice for the sect? Therefore, in the end, he came to the conclusion that his life was more precious than the sect. It's too late, Duan Ling Tian said flatly with a cold gaze. He remained indifferent to Li Ping's frightened expression. Bang! As soon as the runes on Li Ping's giant bell disappeared, it did not take long for the giant bell to disappear as well. In just half a breath's time, the giant bell was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian after the runes disappeared. Boom! 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 Once both layers of Li Ping's defenses fell, Duan Ling Tian's attack fell on Li Ping and devoured him like a ferocious beast. Just like that, Li Ping, a one basic celestial king, had died. Boom! 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 Whoosh! 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 After Li Ping's death, the remnants of Duan Ling Tian's attack did not die down. It continued to explode, seemingly endlessly, in the spot where Li Ping was standing. The series of explosions stirred up a gust of violent wind that blew against the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. High-ranking officials. Those with a lower cultivation base staggered several steps back to resist the force of the wind with pale faces. Apart from that, even the group of disciples watching from afar was affected by the remnants of Duan Ling Tian's attack. Although they were standing far away, their cultivation bases were really weak. Many of them were sent flying back and some even suffered internal injuries. A fight between strong powerhouses would naturally a wide area around them. It was inevitable and no surprise that the backlash from the fight would injure onlookers. Scatter! With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian dispersed the raging purple energy. Peace was restored immediately. It seemed as though the purple energy was never there at all. Come. Duan Tian raised his hand and brought the spatial ring and mini bell that was hovering in the air to him. Indeed, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Tian confirmed the bell's grade as soon as he touched it. It's rather powerful. Based on how well it worked with the blissful sect's defensive divine ability, it should work well with my Eastern Purple Chi as well. With these thoughts in mind, Duan Tian's skin began to glow purple. The purple energy formed a shield surrounding him. Then he moved the bell in his hand. In just an instant, runes began to shoot out from the mini bell and appeared on the surface of the purple shield. I wonder if this royal-grade celestial weapon can improve the defenses of my celestial method as well. Duan Tian quickly cast the celestial method he won from the blissful sect, the immobilization king method. A golden Buddha silhouette appeared and shrouded him in the purple energy shield. He shook the bell again, and sure enough, runes appeared on the golden Buddha as well. His eyes lit up immediately when he saw this. It works. He could clearly feel his defense was stronger now. He studied the bell in his hand and thought to himself, it seems like the bell is a defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. After arriving in this Devata realm, Duan Tian learned that there were a few types of celestial weapons. Defensive celestial weapons were one of them, and the bell in his hand is exactly a defensive celestial weapon. While Duan Tian is testing out the royal-grade celestial weapon, none of the blissful sect members dare to make a sound or move a muscle. All of them were staring at Duan Tian anxiously and fearfully. They were worried that one wrong move would get them killed. After all, even the strongest person in the blissful sect, Li Ping, had been killed. They might not have been as afraid if Li Ping did not become a celestial king. After all, the quasi-celestial kings secretly protecting their sect would surely be able to save them. However, if Duan Tian could kill a celestial king, would he even need to be afraid of those quasi-celestial kings? Although Li Ping had just recently become a celestial king, he was stronger than those quasi-celestial king whose cultivation bases had deteriorated due to their prolonged stay in the borderlands. Since Duan Tian could easily kill Li Ping, it would be even easier for him to kill those quasi-celestial kings. In the distance, the terror in the eyes of the group disciples from the blissful sect intensified when they saw what happened. All of them were worried Duan Tian would kill them, even though they were not sure of the purpose of his visit to the sect. Regardless, they knew if Duan Tian wanted to kill them, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, would not be able to protect them. After all, Duan Tian had no problem killing Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Based on this, it could be seen that it would be easy for Duan Tian to destroy the entire blissful sect if he so wished. The disciples from the blissful sect furtively discussed among themselves. He? Who's he? The old ancestor called him Duan Tian earlier. Duan Tian? The name Duan Tian sounds familiar. Duan Tian. Isn't he the chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Tai celestial sect? He caused an uproar in the 6 southeastern regions? That's right. It's him. The chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Tai celestial sect is also called Duan Tian. No wonder this name sounds so familiar to me. It's not possible that this person is the same person as that Duan Tian, right? You're overthinking things. The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect is not even 100 years old. Although he's widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, it's not possible for him to be so powerful at such a young age. Exactly. This person should be a celestial king, at least. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill old ancestor Li Ping so easily. Old ancestor Li Ping used one of our 2 sect-guarding celestial weapons, the 10,000 Talismans Bell. Even then, he couldn't withstand Duan Tian's attacks. Based on this, I'm afraid Duan Tian is a 3-talent celestial king, at least. I agree. After all, Duan Tian didn't use any celestial weapon when he attacked. Why did he come to our blissful sect? He won't kill us, right? We don't stand a chance at all if he decides to kill us. Surely he won't bother killing us since he's so powerful, right? Meanwhile, Duan Tian paid no attention to the disciples from the blissful sect. Instead, his pointed gaze was firmly trained on Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials from the blissful sect. Now it's time to settle our grievances. When Li Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect saw Duanling Tian's pointed gaze, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, an elder from the blissful sect who was standing behind Lu Xiankong stepped forward. He had a nervous expression on his face as he said with a stutter, Duanling Tian, old ancestor Lian acted on his own. He didn't go to the Tai celestial sect under the blissful sect's order. This is all a misunderstanding. The blissful sect has nothing to do with it. It's not our fault. An expression of relief briefly flitted past the faces of Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect when they heard the elder's words. Although they did hold a meeting and decided to kill Duanling Tian, it was certainly not a good time to admit to it now. There was no doubt all of them would die if they admitted it. After all, even Li Ping, their sect's old ancestor, who had broken through recently and became a celestial king, was no match for Duanling Tian. They would not even have a chance to escape. It would be a walk in the park for Duanling Tian to kill all of them. Another blissful sect's elder stepped forward, supporting the other elder's words. Yes, it's true. Master Duan, we didn't order old ancestor Lian to go to the Tai celestial sect and kill you. He went on his own accord to seek revenge because he felt you were too arrogant and pretentious during the alchemy conference. He didn't dare to attack you back then because he thought you came from a powerful clan in the central area. When he returned to our sect, he used our sect's intelligence network to investigate you. When he discovered you didn't have an extraordinary clan, he brought Ji Fan with him to the Tai celestial sect to kill you. The elder paused for a moment before he shifted his gaze to Ji Fan, the former Arhut of the blissful sect, who was standing behind Duanling Tian. He looked at Ji Fan coldly before he continued to say, Ji Fan is the one who incited old ancestor Lian to kill you. He's only trying to shirk all responsibilities and protect himself by pushing all the blame to the sect and saying it's the sect's decision to kill you. He spoke with feigned sincerity, clearly trying to win Duanling Tian's trust. Before the elder could continue speaking, Ji Fan, who had just put his floating image pearl away, cried out furiously, Rubbish! Elder Yuan, stop talking nonsense. I admit I attended the meeting pertaining to killing Master Duan. I admit I even voted for Master Duan to be killed. However, don't think you can shift all the blame to me. I refuse to shoulder the blame for all of you. His expression was cold when he spoke. Apart from Lu Xiankong, the other high-ranking officials spoke up one after another, turning against Ji Fan now that they were faced with their impending deaths. All of them shifted the blame to him, in hopes of turning him into a scapegoat. Ji Fan, you're clearly the culprit. We have no quarrel with you in the past. Why must you implicate us? Ji Fan, you and old ancestor Lian went to kill Master Duan without our consent. And yet, you expect all of us to pay the price for your wrongdoing now. Ji Fan, do you think you can fool Master Duan? Master Duan is wise. I'm sure he knows it was all you and old ancestor Li An's doings. Meanwhile, the group of disciples from the blissful sect who was standing in the distance was stunned when they overheard their sect elder's words. Master Duan? The elders are addressing Duanling Tian as Master Duan? Wait, most importantly, based on their words, it seems like this person truly is Duanling Tian from the Wasteland's Tai celestial sect. Is he really Master Duan from the Wasteland's Tai celestial sect? No, that's unlikely. The Tai celestial sect's Master Duan hasn't even reached 100 years old. His accomplishments and skills in alchemy are already mind-blowing, and now you're saying he's also a celestial king? You must be joking. All of the disciples knew Duanling Tian was from the Wasteland's Tai celestial sect. They knew he was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, even though he had not even reached the age of 100. However, that was the extent of their knowledge about Duanling Tian. That's right. It's impossible for them to be the same person. That's right. Wouldn't he be a freak if he's such an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist and also a celestial king at such a young age? How could there be someone like that in this world? I agree. I think it's highly unlikely for them to be the same person. Soon enough, the tide of the conversation among the group of disciples from the blissful sect changed. But how can there be such a coincidence? Didn't you hear the elders talking about the grievances between Duan Lingtian and old ancestor Lian during the alchemy conference? To my knowledge, there's only one person called Duan Lingtian who attended the alchemy conference. He's really that Duan Lingtian? Incredible. This is too incredible. How could the disciples not be shocked speechless that the purple-clad young man in front of them, a 3-talent celestial king at least, was the chief celestial alchemist from the Wasteland's Tai celestial sect as well? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian scoffed when he heard the blissful sect's elders trying to shift all the blame to Jifan. The elders from the blissful sect fell silent immediately when they heard Duan Lingtian scoffing. Jifan looked at the group of elders from the blissful sect coldly before he grimly said to Duan Lingtian, "Master Duan, even if you kill me today, I stand by my words that these elders all voted to kill you." Upon hearing Jifan's words, the group of elders from the blissful sect who had just fallen silent began to protest vehemently. "Jifan, how dare you lie about our involvement in this matter? It was clearly your idea." "Master Duan, don't listen to Jifan. He knows he won't be able to get away with it, so he's trying to implicate all of us as well. It's true. Jifan is lying." "Master Duan." The elders were sweating profusely as they tried to convince Duan Lingtian of their innocence again. Duan Lingtian did not even deign to respond to the elders. Instead, he looked at Lu Xiankong and asked, "Sect leader Lu, what do you have to say about this?" Lu Xiankong, who had remained silent all this while, finally spoke up. "Master Duan, it's just as the elders said. The blame lies solely on the shoulders of my unworthy disciple, Jifan, and my master, Lian. However, if you still feel dissatisfied after killing my master and disciple, you can kill me as well, Master Duan. Although I played no part in their attempt to kill you, they're my master and disciple. I have to bear some responsibility as well." The expression of Li Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, was one of sincerity as he said, "However, I hope you'll spare our sect's elders who are completely innocent." As soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking, Jifan, the former Arhat of the blissful sect, burst out laughing. When his laughter subsided, he said, "Lu Xiankong, although I've been your direct disciple for years, I never knew you had this side to you. You really know how to act. Grandmaster, you, me, and all the elders. All of us unanimously decided to kill Duan Lingtian. But now you're trying to shift all the blame to me and Grandmaster." A sneer could be seen on his face as he continued to say, "If what you say is true, why didn't you try to explain yourself earlier? Why are you only scrambling to explain yourselves after Master Duan killed Li Ping?" The group of high-ranking officials from the blissful sect panicked again when Jifan brought up their conduct earlier. "Master Duan, don't listen to him. Master Duan, he is lying. Master Duan, he is spouting nonsense." However, Duan Lingtian paid no heed to them at this moment. The more these people tried to deny their involvement, the more certain he was that Jifan did not lie to him. Moreover, he had interrogated Jifan directly after killing Lian, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect. At that time, Jifan was so utterly frightened that it was impossible for him to lie at the moment even if he were to be given the courage of a lion. The group of elders from the blissful sect was still scrambling to explain themselves and shift all the blame on Jifan when Duan Lingtian scoffed. His expression was even colder than before, making everyone feel as though the surroundings' temperature had drastically dropped. Before Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could even react, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent as a golden Buddha's silhouette appeared. A purple energy surged out of his body at the same time. When the golden Buddha's silhouette merged with the purple energy, it turned lifelike. Swoosh! 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 With a wave of his hand, purple palm prints fell like torrential rain on the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. "No!" Lu Xiankong could only cry out miserable in a voice laden with despair, clearly unresigned when he finally regained his senses and was drowned in the palm prints. Meanwhile, the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, whose strength was inferior to Lu Xiankong, had not even regained their senses before they were killed by the shower of palm prints. For a moment, a shower of blood rained down on the blissful sect's estate, dyeing the ground red. When the rain of blood finally stopped, The metallic stench permeated the entire estate. The disciples from the blissful sect felt like throwing up when the smell of blood wafted into their noses. Although they could not see Duanling Tian's movements at all. Seeing the shower of blood and Duanling Tian collecting a large number of spatial rings, they knew that the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had died. All of them were terrified. Many of them wanted to throw up from the reek of the blood in the air, but they endured it, fearing they might draw the ire of the purple-clad young man standing in the distance. Meanwhile, after Duanling Tian collected all the spatial rings, he looked at his hands as he clenched them a few times. An expression of fascination could be seen on his face as he thought to himself, how good would it be if the strength doesn't fade away? At this moment, he felt as though he was truly unrivaled in the 6 southeastern regions. He felt as though he had the world in the palms of his hands. He was truly fond of this feeling. Duanling Tian's strength was similar to that of a 10 Directions celestial king today. It had been so easy for him to kill Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect who had recently broken through and became a celestial king. It was even easier for him to kill all the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Naturally, Duanling Tian's true strength was incomparable to the strength he possessed after using the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Alas, the strength granted to him by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was fast depleting. Killing Li Ping and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect took a lot of the strength granted to him by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He sighed inwardly, lost in his thoughts. Unfortunately, with every use, the strength would deplete. It seems like I've used quite a bit of it. At this moment, my strength is probably comparable to an 8 trigrams celestial duke. 1. Meanwhile, Ji Fan, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, was laden with anxiety. After all, he did not know if Duanling Tian would kill him or spare him. Every second was agonizing to him as he waited for Duanling Tian to act. Duanling Tian, who was still lost in his thoughts, shook his head. I'm a little too greedy. I'm lucky enough to obtain this consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that's able to grant me the power of an ordinary celestial lord. Even if it doesn't last, I should be thankful. Not everyone is so lucky after all. Any other person in Duanling Tian's shoes would have the same thoughts as well. If one was ignorant, one naturally would not know what one was missing. However, if one experienced something amazing, it was only natural to be reluctant to part with it. When Duanling Tian finally regained his senses, he turned to look at Ji Fan and lightly asked, "Those people who voted to kill me, are there any who escaped?" Ji Fan was momentarily taken aback when Duanling Tian spoke to him. Then he shook his head and hastily replied, No. There are a few elders left, but they weren't in the sect when he had that meeting. Then, as though he was speaking to himself, he mumbled in a soft voice, "Well, I can't say that none of the culprits escaped." Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow and asked, "So there are people who escaped?" Well, there's me. Ji Fan pointed to himself nervously. You? Duanling Tian looked at Ji Fan indifferently, and he did not continue down that line of conversation. Instead, he asked, "I asked you to record me killing Li Ping with your floating image pearl. Did you do it?" Although it was unexpected that he had broken through and became a celestial king, he stood at one spot from the beginning until the end when I killed him. Under such circumstances, your Duke-grade floating image pearl should still be able to record his death. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Ji Fan and continued to say, "Don't tell me you've forgotten this task. Otherwise, don't blame me for going back on my words and killing you." Ji Fan hastily replied, "I recorded it, Master Duan. I recorded it." He sighed in relief inwardly, glad he did not forget the task he was entrusted with. "Good. I have another task for you." Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed as he said, "If you complete the next task well, I'll disregard the enmity between us. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences are." Faced with Duanling Tian's threat, Ji Fan earnestly said, "You can rest assured, Master Duan. I, Ji Fan, will make sure to complete this task well." After acknowledging Ji Fan's words, Duanling Tian no longer paid any attention to Ji Fan. He turned around and left. Ji Fan sighed in relief as he watched Duanling Tian disappear into the fog from the formations. Then he flew toward the disciples from the blissful sect. The disciples from the blissful sect who just sighed in relief after Duanling Tian left tensed up again when they saw Ji Fan approaching them. The disciples' expressions changed drastically, but all of them respectfully greeted Ji Fan in unison. Arhit. It was as though they did not hear Ji Fan openly proclaiming that he was severing ties with the blissful sect earlier. Since they were standing in the distance earlier, they did not hear the conversation between Ji Fan and Duanling Tian. For this reason, they were unaware that Duanling Tian no longer had anything to do with Ji Fan after assigning him a final task. They instinctively thought Ji Fan must have a good relationship with Duanling Tian, someone who was a 3-talent celestial king, at least. However, even if they were privy to the conversation, they still would not dare to act disrespectfully toward Ji Fan. After all, Ji Fan was much stronger than them. Thus, they were extremely deferential toward Ji Fan. Ji Fan looked at the disciples from the blissful sect indifferently and said, "I need your help with something." Despite the indifference in Ji Fan's voice, the disciples from the blissful sect felt chills running up their spines when they heard him speak. They did not dare to dally and quickly responded with a yes. Master Duan. Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, greeted Duanling Tian as soon as Duanling Tian emerged from the fog. He had been waiting outside the blissful sect's estate, and due to the fog from the formations, he was not able to see what happened there. His eyes that seemed as bottomless as an ancient well flickered faintly when he saw Duanling Tian. Elder Tai. Duanling Tian returned to Tai Tai He's side. After greeting Tai Tai He glanced at Huaner, who was still comprehending her celestial method and divine ability. Then, he turned back to look at Tai Tai He and said with flashing eyes, "Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to lead me to the general region next." General region? Tai Tai He looked at Duanling Tian blankly. Then, he asked in confusion, "Master Duan, although the cross region borders the general region, it's on the other side of where we are. Why do you want to go to the general region?" The general region was located in the opposite direction of the direction they had to take to return to the wasteland after all. "I'm going to make a trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect," Duanling Tian bluntly replied, but he did not explain further. His eyes that were gleaming flashed even brighter than before like stars in the night sky. Before coming to the blissful sect, he had already decided to visit the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Naturally, he did not plan to take her away against her will. There was no doubt that Morongbing was his woman. He wished that she would be able to live a safe and stable life. If Morongbing left the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands and followed him to the central area, it was only natural that she would have to face dangerous situations. He could not selfishly let her brave dangers for his sake. After all, his future was riddled with uncertainties. Who knew if he would die? Moreover, she had spent all her life, relatively sheltered, in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, so she might have trouble adjusting to new surroundings. Therefore, after mulling over the matter, he decided it was not a bad thing if she continued to stay in the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a pretty good option. When he had gained enough strength and had rescued his wives Kur and Li Fei, and his family from the divine offering land, he would return to the southern heaven territory again to take Morongbing away. He knew it would not be an easy task to gain enough strength in 10 years to rescue Kur, Li Fei, and the others from the divine offering land. The path he needed to take to grow stronger would certainly be fraught with dangers. He did not want Morongbing to walk down this treacherous and vicious path with him. The general region was just next to Cross region, therefore their journey was faster compared to if they were traveling from the wasteland. With Tai Tai's speed, it would take them a few months to arrive at their destination. Not long after they left the blissful sect, Tai Tai finally could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Master Duan, why you didn't really kill all the high-ranking officials in the blissful sect? Did you?" He knew very well the blissful sect was the second strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions after all. Their strength was only inferior to the profound heaven celestial sect. "I did," Duanling Tian replied indifferently with a faint nod. "All the blissful sect members who voted to kill have been killed, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Ji Fan is the only exception." His tone was extremely nonchalant, as though he was speaking about an insignificant matter that had nothing to do with him. Although Tai Tai had mentally prepared himself for this outcome, he still could not help but inhale sharply when he heard Duanling Tian's reply. "Oh right, I did kill one person who didn't have anything to do with the plan to kill me. However, since he tried to stop me from killing Lu Xiankong and the others, I had to kill him, Duanling Tian said tonelessly. Someone tried to stop you from killing Lu Xiankong and others? Tai Tai he asked in confusion. However, his eyes widened as realization dawned on him. Master Duan, are you talking about Li Ping, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect? It was not difficult for him to guess the identity of the person Duanling Tian mentioned. After all, after the death of Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lu Xiankong was the only 9 palaces celestial duke left in the blissful sect. Someone who tried to stop Duanling Tian from killing Lu Xiankong naturally had to be stronger than Lu Xiankong. Only one person fit this criterion. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect and a 10 directions celestial duke. Naturally, he was unaware that Li Ping had a breakthrough and became a celestial king. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded faintly. Tai Tai he sneered when he heard Duanling Tian's confirmation. Master Duan, he's just a 10 directions celestial duke, but he had the audacity to stop you from killing Lu Xiankong and the others? He was seeking death. 10 directions celestial duke? Duanling Tian shook his head when he heard Tai Tai he's words. Elder Tai, that's no longer accurate. Li Ping had just broken through and became a celestial king today. Otherwise, how could he have the guts to stop me from killing Lu Xiankong and the others? What? Tai Tai he was frightened by Duanling Tian's words. Shock and disbelief were clearly written on his face as he asked, Master Duan, did you say Li Ping became a celestial king today? Yes. Duanling Tian faintly nodded. Tai Tai he looked at Duanling Tian with a dumbfounded expression on his face. This means you killed a 1 basic celestial king? Yes. Duanling Tian faintly nodded again. Tai Tai he's mouth was agape. He was rendered speechless. This was just too shocking. As he continued to lead Duanling Tian and Huaner on the journey, he thought to himself, it seems like Master Duan is no ordinary celestial king. Since he's capable of killing Li Ping, who's a 1 basic celestial king, he has to be a 2 forms celestial king at least. He said a silent prayer for the blissful sect as he thought about this. From today onward, even if the blissful sect exists, it would no longer be considered as one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Once news of Master Duan killing Li Ping despite Li Ping becoming a celestial king spreads, even those reclusive quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect wouldn't dare to confront Master Duan about it. Since Master Duan is able to kill a celestial king, it would be easy for him to kill those quasi-celestial kings. Alas, this outcome was due to the blissful sect provoking someone they couldn't afford to provoke. The blissful sect is finished. With these thoughts in mind, Tai Tai he glanced at Duanling Tian briefly. He felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly called out, Elder Tai. He looked at Tai Tai he and asked, if I'm not mistaken, the profound heaven celestial sect is also located in the cross region, right? Duanling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he recalled the matter of Hishan, the late old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, being unjustly killed by Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, during alchemy conference. At that time, Bai Wuji had killed Hishan with the justification that Hishan had killed Bai Yuxian, his son and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. With this, the Tai celestial sect had lost their pillar and 8 trigrams celestial duke. If Bai Yuxian had truly died, he might have let the matter rest. However, Bai Yuxian was alive and kicking. Most importantly, everything seemed like a scheme to kill Hishan. Yes, in truth, before they even reached the cross region, Tai he had hoped that Duanling Tian could avenge Hishan. He simply did not know how to bring it up to Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian was just an interim elder of the Tai celestial sect. He had no obligations to the sect at all. However, now that Duanling Tian mentioned the profound heaven celestial sect, he vaguely understood Duanling Tian's intention. How could he not feel excited? In that case, let's visit the profound heaven celestial sect first. Duanling Tian's expression eased up as he said with a sneer, I want to ask Bai Yuxian how exactly did he manage to avoid being killed by the old ancestor? Yes, Master Duan. Tai he could not help but feel moved. He did not hesitate and led Duanling Tian and Huaner to the profound heaven celestial sex estate's direction. He had visited the profound heaven celestial sex estate several years back with his master. Thus, it was not difficult for him to find his way there. After 3 days, Tai He, who had been traveling at top speed, suddenly came to a halt and said, "Master Duan, the profound heaven celestial sect is just up ahead." The profound heaven celestial sect was the strongest of all the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions. Its strength far surpassed the other top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, and the sect's foundation was extremely stable. In the 6 southeastern regions, some of the top sects did not even have a 9 palaces celestial duke, let alone a 10 directions celestial duke. There were a few sects that had 9 palaces celestial duke but no 10 directions celestial duke. The top sects in the 6 southeastern regions with 10 directions celestial dukes such as the profound heaven celestial sect, the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and the blissful celestial sect were the cream of the crop. However, the compassionate celestial traveler sect and the blissful sect only had 1 10 directions celestial duke in their respective sections. How could they hope to compare with the profound heaven celestial sect that had 3 10 directions celestial dukes? It was all thanks to the 3 10 directions celestial dukes that the profound heaven celestial sect managed to stand on the peak of the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Naturally, this ranking of strength did not take into account the reclusive quasi-celestial kings from each sect. After all, no one knew for sure if a sect had a quasi-celestial king or not. All of the top sects had celestial kings before. Who knew if some of these celestial kings stayed behind in the borderlands for the sake of their sects? If so, how many did they have? These reclusive elites would only appear when their respective sects were on the verge of destruction. In the known history of the 6 southeastern regions, the Tai celestial sect was known to have quasi-celestial kings. For all these reasons, although the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions had varying strength, none of them would recklessly make a move against each other due to the hidden danger. However, although the profound heaven celestial sect did not dare to anything as bold as completely destroying the weaker sects due to the deterrence from the reclusive quasi-celestial kings, the other sects still did not dare to challenge the authority of the profound heaven celestial sect. Even the sect leaders of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and blissful sect, who were equally as strong as by Wuxia, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial, greeted him with a now. After all, as long as the profound heaven celestial sect did not do anything brash and foolish, the two sects would not recklessly oppose the profound heaven celestial sect. The profound heaven celestial sect is up ahead? In fact, when he came to a halt, Duanling Tian had already guessed they had arrived at the profound heaven celestial sect. Upon hearing the former's words, he instinctively looked up. He saw a lush forest that seemed to stretch infinitely. Thousands of meters up high in the sky, there was an area that was shrouded in fog where the clouds looked peculiar. If he did not use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and thus possessing extra strength, he would not have noticed this peculiarity. With this strength, it only took him a moment to discover the strangeness in the sky. When he saw Duanling Tian staring at the peculiar spot in the sky, he explained, "The profound heaven celestial sex estate is located in the clouds and fog. This forest has many celestial beasts with the ability to fly that are without intelligence. The sect uses it as a training ground for their disciples." Duanling Tian nodded faintly as he said indifferently, "Come. Let's have a look at the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect who managed to survive the old ancestors' attack. I want to hear the details of how he managed to survive." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying celestial origin energy surged out his body and gently enveloped He and Huaner. In just a blink of an eye, the trio seemed to have disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, the trio had arrived at the sky 10,000 meters above the forest and passed through the fog from the profound heaven celestial sex formation. This formation could be considered as the profound heaven celestial sex first layer of defense. If an outsider were to charge in, even if it was a one basic celestial king, the formation would still detect him or her. However, since Duanling Tian was now like an 8 trigrams celestial king, he easily walked into defensive formation as though it was his own backyard. As soon as the trio entered the formation and into the profound heaven celestial sect, Huaner, who had woken up from cultivating a few days ago, said, "Brother Ling Tian, the profound heaven celestial sex estate seems a lot more powerful than Tai Yi celestial sex." Tai he only smiled wryly when he heard Huaner's words. He had already gotten used to her blunt manner of speaking. Duan Ling Tian looked at the profound heaven celestial sex estate with bright eyes as he said, "This is the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, after all. Their estate, naturally, would be impressive." Indeed, the profound heaven celestial sex estate and its scenery were stunning. The estate consisted of beautiful islands hanging in the air. However, each island was different. The only thing in common they had was they were all exquisitely built. "Elder Tai, we traveled such a long way just to visit the profound heaven celestial sect. Why don't you make a friendly announcement about the arrival of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect?" Duan Ling Tian said. Despite the faint smile on his face, his eyes were terrifyingly cold and pointed. When Duan Ling Tian first learned that Xian, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, had been plotted against and unjustly blamed for the death of Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, a fire of fury had blazed in his heart. Xian had suffered such a great injustice, after all. Although he was not particularly close to Xian, the Tai Yi celestial sect had not mistreated him. Therefore, if it was within his ability to do something, he would not stand by idly and close an eye to this matter. Okay. Tai he had anticipated these words from Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, he did not hesitate and infused his celestial origin energy into his voice before he loudly announced their arrival. The Tai Yi celestial sect's supreme elder and chief celestial alchemist, Tai he and Duan Ling Tian, have come to visit the profound heaven celestial sect. Tai he's voice resonated clearly in the entire profound heaven celestial sect's estate, causing an uproar. After all, it was clear they had charged in uninvited. If they were outside the formation, even a 10-direction celestial duke's voice would have been difficult to hear in the estate. Apart from being a defensive formation, the formation also had a soundproofing effect. Only celestial kings would be able to easily project their voices into the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. The disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect began to discuss among themselves when they heard Tai he's voice. Their voices were dripping with disdain when they spoke among themselves. The Tai Yi celestial sect's supreme elder, Tai he? The former left guardian who recently broke through and became a 7-stars celestial duke. I don't think our sect had invited them here, nor did they inform us of their intention to visit in advance. So not only did they come uninvited, but they also charged into our sect's estate? Someone scoffed. Just an insignificant 7-stars celestial duke. How audacious! It seems like he has brought Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, with him. Could Duan Ling Tian be the source of his confidence? Someone said with a sneer. Even the former best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, Sun Chao, had to wait outside before being invited in. Even if Duan Ling Tian has replaced Sun Chao as the best prominent celestial alchemist, he doesn't have the qualifications to barge in unannounced. Meanwhile, Bai Wu Ji's eyebrows rose when he heard Tai he's voice. Tai he? Duan Ling Tian? Why did they come? Based on the way they had barged in unannounced, it was clear they were not here for a friendly visit. Regardless, he was not bothered. He did not even personally receive them. After all, he had his status to consider. On the other hand, the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect had no qualms about going to see Duan Ling Tian and Tai he. Come. Let's have a look at the Tai Yi celestial sect's Tai he. I really want to see where he gets the confidence to barge into our profound heaven celestial sect's estate. Even a mere 7-stars celestial duke dares to act so impudently. Let's see if he's able to maintain his arrogance in front of me. An 8 trigrams celestial duke. He thinks he can walk into our estate like it's his backyard just because of the brat who's recognized as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions is with him? I want to see how he's going to explain his impudence to us. The profound heaven celestial sect's estate consisted of a cluster of floating islands. The floating islands looked majestic. It looked like a sacred utopia where the gods and deities dwelled. At the highest point of the estate, there were 3 smaller floating islands. Each of the islands housed a residence with a courtyard and was surrounded by a landscape of lush trees and beautiful flowers. The Tai Celestial Sect's Supreme Elder and Chief Celestial Alchemist, Tai Tai He and Duan Ling Tian, are here to meet the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The voice of Tai Tai He, the Supreme Elder of the Tai Celestial Sect, resounded across the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. His voice caught the attention of the 3 people living separately on the 3 small islands at the peak, temporarily interrupting their activities. Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of the Wasteland's Tai Celestial Sect who had a breakthrough and became a 7-stars Celestial Duke a few years ago, an old man muttered to himself while sipping tea in his courtyard. The old man was skinny. The long white robe he was wearing made him look like a martial expert. His expression remained calm as he ignored Tai Tai He. On another small island, a middle-aged man was lying on the lawn in the courtyard, napping. He bolted up as soon as he heard Tai Tai He's voice. His blue robes fluttered in the air as his eyes glinted coldly. He muttered under his breath. A mere 7-stars Celestial Duke dares to come looking for trouble at the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Is he tired of living? On the 3rd island at the peak of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, a green-clad middle-aged man was watering the flowers in his courtyard. He paused for a moment when he heard Tai Tai He's voice before he continued to silently water his flowers. The expression on his face remained the same from the beginning until the end. It felt as though even if a mountain were to collapse in front of him, he would still remain unfazed. The 2 middle-aged men living on 2 of the 3 smaller floating islands on the peak of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate were identical twins. Despite their similar appearances, it was not difficult to tell them apart based on their bearing and the auras they exuded. Meanwhile, in the outer ring of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate, as soon as Tai Tai He finished speaking, a group of Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's patrolling disciples appeared and surrounded Tai Tai He, Duan Ling Tian, and Huaner. Hints of fear could be seen in the depths of their eyes as they looked at Tai Tai He. Although a 7-stars Celestial Duke like Tai Tai He was disdained by the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, these patrolling disciples were no match for Tai Tai He at all. A 7-stars Celestial Duke could easily kill them in just a blink of an eye. The disciples knew they were risking their lives by coming here to confront Tai Tai He. However, they had to carry out their duties. Otherwise, they would be reprimanded by the elders of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Based on the tone of his voice, it's clear that the Supreme Elder of the Tai Celestial Sect came to look for trouble. In the name of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, I pray that he doesn't act recklessly and attack us on a whim. One of the patrolling disciples prayed fervently as anxiety and fear set in. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of wind howling rang in the air as a group of people appeared from all directions of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. Upon seeing this, the patrolling disciples sighed in relief inwardly. Soon after, their eyes were brimming with contempt, and their expressions were smug when they looked at Tai Tai He. The fear in their eyes had completely vanished. Elder Hong is here. He's an 8 trigrams Celestial Duke. Elder Qi is here too. He's also an 8 trigrams Celestial Duke. Elder Huang, Elder Qiu, Elder Chen. The 7-stars Celestial Dukes of our sect are here as well. Tai Tai He has trespassed on our Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. His misconduct is considered a huge blunder in all the sects. The disciples' morale soared as the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect arrived. Now that the tides had seemingly turned, they began to feel sorry for the trio from the Tai Celestial Sect instead. 2 men stood in the lead of the group of high-ranking officials from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. They were an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man wore a long green robe. His expression was grim and cold. The disciples had addressed the old man as Elder Hong, one of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's 8 trigrams Celestial Dukes. The middle-aged man wore a light gray robe. He possessed a jade-like complexion. His eyes glinted coldly as he looked at Tai Tai He. The disciples had addressed him as Elder Qi. He was also an 8 trigrams Celestial Duke. Tai Tai He, as the Supreme Elder of the Tai Celestial Sect, you should be aware that you violated the rules when you charged into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. You better explain yourself, Elder Hong said coldly as he stared at Tai Tai He. That's right. Elder Chi chimed in as he glared at Tai Tai He. Tai Tai He, as a supreme elder you should know that trespassing is a big misconduct, right? I believe the Tai Celestial sect would be displeased as well if people were to trespass on its estate, right? His eyes grew colder as he spoke. As soon as Elder Hong and Elder Chi finished speaking, the elders behind them began to speak up one after another in an indignant manner as they glared at Tai Tai He. Killing intent flashed in their eyes as they spoke. Tai Tai He, if you don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, we won't let this matter go. That's right. Even without Elder Hong and Elder Chi, we're still capable of imprisoning you in the profound heaven celestial sect. Tai Tai He, you should pay for trespassing. Tai Tai He was slightly taken aback by their blatant hostility. They had directly accused him of misconduct without any attempt at being diplomatic. Nevertheless, he turned a deaf ear to them and retreated to Duan Ling Tian's side in just a flash. The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect were dumbfounded when they saw this. Based on Tai Tai He's actions, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was the leader of the trio. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and casually said, "Today's misconduct has nothing to do with Elder Tai. I'm the one who suggested charging into the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. I, Duan Ling Tian, came today only for one purpose and one purpose only. I want to listen to your young master, Bai Yu Xian, recount how he survived when He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, supposedly tried to kill him." His eyes flashed coldly when he spoke. A commotion broke out among the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. "You're the one who suggested trespassing on our profound heaven celestial sect's estate? Are you even qualified to do something like that?" "That's right. Although you're a rare genius in alchemy, you're just a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's impossible for a puny overarching heavenly supreme celestial like you to be able to breach the defensive formation of our sect. Do you think we're stupid?" The high-ranking officials sneered as they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was an idiot. They continued mocking him. "Hey, haven't you heard the news from the blissful sect? Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect had lied about coming from a powerful clan in the central area." "I heard about it. How can we trust the words of a liar? He's nothing but a liar." Duan Ling Tian remained unaffected by their words. Despite the nonchalance in his tone, when he spoke, his voice drowned out the clamor from the high-ranking officials. "I'll give you 3 breaths time. In 3 breaths time, if no one summons Bai Yu Xian over, I'll kill one of you. I'll keep on killing one of you at a time until the young master is summoned." He had spoken so flippantly that it seemed as though he was talking about something insignificant. The entire place was as silent as a graveyard as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. After a beat, the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect laughed uproariously when they regained their senses. "This is killing me. Everyone, did you hear what he said? He said if we don't summon the young master here after 3 breaths, he's going to kill us one at a time until we accede to his demand." The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect laughed uproariously when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Contempt brimmed in their eyes as they ridiculed Duan Ling Tian. Although Elder Hong and Elder Chi, the 2 8-trigram celestial dukes from the profound heaven celestial sect, had remained silent, their disdain was palpable as well. I wonder where did this puny overarching heavenly supreme celestial get the courage to utter such nonsense? He must be crazy. He's only a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial. And yet, he has the audacity to spew death threats at us. I wonder after 3 breaths time, which of us does he think he's capable of killing? We'll see in 2 more breaths. At the same time, the patrolling disciples discussed among themselves furtively. Most of them thought Duan Ling Tian had overestimated himself and would soon have to suffer the consequences of his arrogance. So, he's the chief alchemist celestial from the Tai celestial sect? Duan Ling Tian? The most famous person in the 6 southeastern regions during the alchemy conference. That's right. It's him. He's acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. It's also said that he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, even though he hasn't even reached the age of 100. It's undeniable that he's truly remarkable. having achieved such feats in both alchemy and his cultivation base. However, ultimately, he's still just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Why is he so confident? He just threatened to kill the elders if they don't comply with his demand. Is he crazy? Before his true identity was being exposed by the blissful sect, the elders were wary of him. However, after finding out that he's just a transcender, the elders are no longer wary. He's seeking death. Isn't he aware that the blissful sect had thoroughly investigated and exposed his background and identity? I bet he's unaware. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? At this moment, Duanling Tian's voice rang in the air. Time's up. Although he had not spoken loudly, his voice drowned out the commotion in his surroundings. The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Duanling Tian smugly and disdainfully. One of the elders stepped forward and said, "That's right. Time's up. I wonder who among us would you kill?" He continued to say derisively, "Among the elders from the profound heaven celestial sect, a six-combination celestial duke like me is considered mediocre. Why don't you try me?" Upon seeing this, Tai he shook his head and muttered under his breath, "A bunch of idiots." A wave of pity welled up in his heart as he looked at the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. He felt sorry for their ignorance. Duanling Tian looked at the elder who had spoken as his eyes flashed with killing intent. "Honestly, it's difficult to pick one. Since you couldn't wait and volunteered yourself, I'm more than happy to fulfill your wish." As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the six-combination celestial duke suddenly clasped his hands around his neck. His face was flushed red, and his expression was twisted in agony. The other elders from the profound heaven celestial sect watched in shock as their expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Suddenly, boom! A loud explosion rang in the air. The six-combination celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect had exploded into a mist of blood. Only a spatial ring could be seen in the midst of the blood fog. They watched as a wave of energy brought the spatial ring to Duanling Tian before he put the spatial ring away. When the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect regained their senses, they inhaled sharply. Fear crept into their hearts and flashed in their eyes when they looked at Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, Elder Hong and Elder Qi, the two 8-trigram celestial dukes from the profound heaven celestial sect, hurriedly surveyed their surroundings in search of hidden powerhouses. They were convinced this was the work of a hidden powerhouse. It would be easy for them to kill a six-combination celestial duke with their cultivation bases, but it was impossible for them not to leave any traces behind. Only someone who has our sect leader's cultivation base, at least, is able to kill a six-combination celestial duke without leaving any trace behind, right? Elder Hong asked Elder Qi through voice transmission. He was inwardly terrified. "I'm afraid so. Only a 9 palaces celestial duke or someone stronger is able to kill a 6-combination celestial duke in such a manner. We weren't vigilant enough, that's why we didn't catch his movements," Elder Qi replied through voice transmission. In his opinion, as an 8-trigram celestial duke, he would be able to capture the movements of a 9 palaces celestial duke as long as he stayed alert. He was also convinced the hidden powerhouse who had killed their sect's 6-combination celestial duke was a 9 palaces celestial duke at most, only a rank higher than them. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples were stunned and in disbelief. The derision in their eyes had vanished as they looked at Duanling Tian again. What happened? Dead. The elder's dead. Elder Peng is a 6-combination celestial duke, right? He just exploded and died. Did Duanling Tian kill him? Soon enough, the patrolling disciples noticed Elder Hong, Elder Qi, and the other elders seemed to be looking around their surroundings, and realization dawned on them. It must have been a sneak attack from a hidden powerhouse. However, why is there such a powerhouse with Duanling Tian? Didn't the blissful sect prove Duanling Tian was lying about coming from a powerful clan in the central area? That's right. But how else would you explain what happened earlier? At this moment, not only the patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect were confused, but even the high-ranking officials were confused as well. Despite the death of the 6-combination celestial duke, the people from the profound heaven celestial sect seemed to have forgotten Duanling Tian's request for them to summon Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, his patience was running low. Very well. Another 3 breaths have passed. Earlier, the people from the profound Heaven Celestial sect had dismissed Duan Ling Tian's death threats. However, after witnessing the death of an elder, a 6-combination celestial duke, they began to take him seriously. When they heard Duan Ling Tian's voice again, it felt as though the Grim Reaper had whispered in their ears. Chills ran up their spines, and their faces turned as white as a sheet of paper. Duan Ling Tian scoffed. He flickered out of sight, leaving only afterimages in his wake. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Elder Hong. Upon seeing this, it finally dawned on the people of the profound Heaven Celestial sect that there were no hidden powerhouses protecting Duan Ling Tian in the dark. It was all Duan Ling Tian's doing all along. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian had intentionally made a move that would make it obvious that there was no hidden powerhouse. He stood in front of Elder Hong and coldly said, "An 8 trigrams celestial duke?" Elder Hong's expression drastically changed. His eyes widened in fear as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He's fast. Elder Qi, who had just regained his senses, was petrified when he saw Duan Ling Tian standing in front of Elder Hong. An 8 trigrams celestial duke? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at Elder Hong, one of the 8 trigrams celestial dukes of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Elder Hong and Elder Qi's expressions changed drastically when Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of Elder Hong. Swoosh! 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 Without any warning, a streak of purple light shot out of Duan Ling Tian like a purple ribbon toward Elder Hong and bound his hands and legs together. The high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect were stunned, and their eyes widened in disbelief when they saw Elder Hong struggling in vain to break free of the purple energy's binding. Similarly, the patrolling disciples from the profound Heaven Celestial sect were in shock as well. How's that possible? Heavens! Am I dreaming? Duan Ling Tian, a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old from the Tai Celestial sect, managed to restrict Elder Hong's movement? Based on Elder Hong's expression, it seems like he's struggling to break free. Isn't he just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? How could a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial possess such strength? This must be a joke. This is outrageous. At this moment, a hint of fear shone in Elder Qi's eyes as he asked Duan Ling Tian, "Why, you're the one who killed our 6 combinations celestial duke?" He realized now the 6 combinations celestial duke was not killed by a hidden powerhouse protecting Duan Ling Tian. It was clear the purple-clad young man, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, had killed the elder. Moreover, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian was a 10 directions celestial duke, at least, since he was able to restrict Elder Hong so effortlessly. It was impossible even for a 9 palaces celestial duke to render Elder Hong completely helpless. He knew this very well since his strength and Elder Hong's strength were equal. There was no way Duan Ling Tian was just a puny overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It did not even occur to him that Duan Ling Tian was a celestial king. After all, a 10 directions celestial duke who was not even 100 years old was terrifying enough as it is. A celestial king who was not even 100 years old was just absurd, so it did not even cross his mind. Faced with Elder Qi's question, Duan Ling Tian turned slightly and looked at him. "What do you think?" Elder Qi was about to reply when Duan Ling Tian forcefully pushed out his right hand against Elder Hong, who had been bound. "No." Elder Hong wailed miserably. His cry resonated through the entire profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate. The people from the profound Heaven Celestial sect could clearly see a purple flame that seemed to be celestial origin energy shooting out of Duan Ling Tian's hand before it engulfed Elder Hong. When the purple flame disappeared, only a spatial ring hovered in the spot where Elder Hong was standing just a moment ago. When Elder Qi and the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect regained their senses, they were shocked out of their minds. After Duan Ling Tian put away the spatial ring, he stared pointedly at Elder Qi and said, "After 3 breaths, if there's still no one willing to summon the young master here, I'm going to continue killing." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Elder Qi looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly before he said, "Master Duan, Our sect leader has sentenced the young master to 10 years in closed-door cultivation in the profound heaven limit to reflect on his mistake. This serves as a sign of respect for old ancestor Xianxia's death. A closed-door cultivation as punishment? 10 years. Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback by Elder Qi's words. Then he scoffed as he coldly said, "Preposterous. Sect leader by Wu Ji is really good at sugarcoating things. What's the difference between 10 years of closed-door cultivation and no punishment?" After a beat, Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent again as he looked at Elder Qi. He said, "Another 3 breaths have passed." Elder Qi's face paled at once when he sensed Duanling Tian's killing intent. Duanling Tian was about to kill Elder Qi when a few furious voices cried out in unison from afar. "Stop at once! Stop!" At the same time, 3 figures moved at lightning speed and appeared in front of Duanling Tian, shielding Elder Qi in just a blink of an eye. "Greetings, old ancestors!" Elder Qi cried out in relief. He was almost scared to death by Duanling Tian. A huge wave of relief overwhelmed him when the 3 men appeared. Nevertheless, he did not forget to bow and greet the trio. The trio consisted of an old man and 2 middle-aged men. The old man was skinny and was dressed in a long white robe. He looked like a martial arts expert. The 2 middle-aged men who shared similar appearances were clearly identical twins. One was dressed in a blue robe while the other was dressed in a green robe. These 3 men were none other than the old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect. All 3 of them were 10 directions celestial dukes. They were the pillars of the sect, and the reason the sect was regarded as the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. "Greetings, old ancestors!" The high-ranking officials and the disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect greeted the trio in unison. Swoosh! At this moment, another figure shot into the sky before appearing on the scene. Duanling Tian found the figure rather familiar. It did not take long for him to identify the figure before the figure arrived. He narrowed his eyes that were glinting coldly. By Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Indeed, it was Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Wu Ji was the one who killed Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. "Greetings, senior granduncle and junior uncles." Bai Wu Ji greeted the 3 men with a bow as soon as he arrived behind them. The senior granduncle he referred to was the relatively youthful-looking old man, and the twins were his junior uncles. After that, Elder Qi, the other high-ranking officials, and the disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect bowed and greeted Bai Wu Ji. "Greetings, sect leader." Bai Wu Ji and the 3 old ancestors had come after they heard Elder Hong's miserable cry. At this moment, Elder Qi had finished recounting what had happened, causing the 4 newcomers' expressions to change drastically. Based on Elder Qi's words, it seemed like Duanling Tian was a 10 directions celestial duke. At least, Duanling Tian is a 10 directions celestial duke? Bai Wu Ji gulped before he stepped forward. He looked at Duanling Tian and solemnly said, "Master Duan, I sincerely apologize for old ancestor Hishan's death. I was under the impression that he had killed my son at that time. However, when I discovered my son survived, I felt guilty. Therefore, I sent my men to the Tai Yi celestial sect to offer reparation for the matter. Alas, it was rejected by the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Regarding this matter, the profound heaven celestial sect is, indeed, at fault. If the Tai Yi celestial sect has any request, as long as it's within the sect's capability, we will surely fulfill it." Based on his words, he was clearly ready to compromise. Although he was still rather skeptical about Duanling Tian's strength, based on the reactions of the people in the surroundings, he could only begrudgingly accept it. "Request." A faint smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he heard Bai Wu Ji's words. Sect leader Bai is really direct and upfront about this matter. Now that you mentioned it, I do have a request. I believe my request isn't too big, and it shouldn't pose any difficulties to sect leader Bai or the profound heaven celestial sect. May I know what the request is? An ominous feeling rose in Bai Wu Ji's heart when he heard Duanling Tian's words. I want the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect to summon Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, here. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Yuxian is your son, right, sect leader Bai? It's not a difficult task for you to summon him over, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Bai Wuji pointedly. Bai Wuji's expression soured when he heard Duan Ling Tian's request. When Bai Wuji was hesitating over Duan Ling Tian's request, the green-clad middle-aged man, one of the three old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, scoffed. His gaze was frosty as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It felt as though winter had arrived early. After being informed by his subordinate that Duan Ling Tian was most likely a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, knew that although the sect had 3 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, they might not be able to kill Duan Ling Tian at all. Moreover, how was it possible for a 10 Directions Celestial Duke under the age of 100 to have come from an ordinary background? What were the chances that someone like that was a transcender? These questions bothered him. He knew even if the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was able to kill Duan Ling Tian, they would need to consider the consequences. For this reason, he had offered to compromise earlier. He had hoped to solve this peacefully. However, Duan Ling Tian's request to summon Bai Yuxian, his son, here was tantamount to asking him to choose between his son's life and the sect's well-being. One of the twins, a green-clad middle-aged man who was also an old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, scoffed before he said, "Master Duan, my junior nephew has been magnanimous to you, but you've overstepped the line." He had spoken up because he knew Bai Wuji was in a dilemma. "I've overstepped the line?" Duan Ling Tian laughed uproariously when he heard the green-clad middle-aged man's words. "Why are you laughing?" the green-clad middle-aged man asked. His expression soured before it turned icy cold. "Why am I laughing? Do I need to report to you?" Duan Ling Tian retorted nonchalantly as he briefly glanced at the green-clad middle-aged man. Flames of fury rose in the green-clad middle-aged man's heart and danced in the depths of his eyes. He was infuriated by Duan Ling Tian's words. Since he had broken through and became a 10 Directions Celestial Duke and the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he had never been blatantly disrespected until today when he met Duan Ling Tian. "Who do you think you are?" Duan Ling Tian added again. These words kindled the flames of fury rising in the green-clad middle-aged man's heart. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. He completely lost control of his temper. He said furiously, "Impudent! How dare you speak to me in such a rude manner? I, Zhou Ming, would love to see what you're made of, you brat." As soon as he finished speaking, purple celestial origin energy spiked and surged out of his body, before he was shrouded by a purple flame. He had cast the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's triple trait Duke grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. This was the divine ability that Duan Ling Tian had gained from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect during the Alchemy Conference. "Brat, here I come." The green-clad middle-aged man's voice rang the air as his celestial origin energy gathered and transformed into a giant purple sword. The purple sword sailed in the air like an arrow released from its bow toward Duan Ling Tian. It left ripples in its wake as it flew in the air. Whoosh! 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 The massive purple sword split into tens of thousands of purple sword chi all of a sudden as it shot toward Duan Ling Tian before they merged into one again. However, unlike its previous giant form, it had shrunk to a size that was even smaller than the smallest sword chi. Its color had also turned a purple so dark that it was almost black. Whoosh! The speed increased at an alarming rate. It seemed even faster than what a 10 Directions Celestial Duke was capable of after it merged again. The movements of the green-clad middle-aged man, Zhou Ming, could only be seen by the other two old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Even by Wu Ji, a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke, was only capable of seeing the dark purple light from the sword. As for Elder Qi, the 8 Trigram Celestial Duke from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he could only catch a brief glimpse of the dark purple light before it vanished without a trace. Very well. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Zhou Ming would take the initiative to attack. His eyes flashed coldly, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. "If you wish to die, I'd be happy to kill you. Purple celestial origin energy surged out and shrouded Duanling Tian in an instant. His domineering aura rippled out into the surroundings. His body flickered and disappeared into thin air. Let alone by Wu Ji, even the three old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect could not catch Duanling Tian's movements at all. It truly seemed as though Duanling Tian had vanished into thin air. How's this possible? Is this a disappearing technique? At this moment, an invisible force blocked the incoming purple-black sword chi, forcefully stopping it in its track. The backlash caused ripples in the air that spread into the surroundings. All of a sudden, the purple-black sword chi turned around and shot toward Zhou Ming instead. It's Duanling Tian. He's too fast. He single-handedly blocked Brother Ming's attack. As the purple-black sword chi took a sudden turn, the two old ancestors and Bai Wu Ji vaguely saw a figure beside the purple-black sword chi. It was none other than Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had grabbed hold of the purple-black sword chi with his bare hand. No matter how hard the purple-black sword chi struggled, it could not break free from Duanling Tian's grasp at all. Whoosh! With the purple-black sword chi in his hand, Duanling Tian moved at the speed of sound and headed toward Zhou Ming. At this moment, Duanling Tian's strength had been reduced to that of an 8 trigrams celestial king. However, it was more than sufficient to deal with Zhou Ming, who was a 10-direction celestial duke even without the use of a king-grade celestial weapon. The strength of a celestial king is indeed far superior to a celestial duke. A mere 10-direction celestial duke like Zhou Ming is no match for the celestial origin energy of an 8 trigrams celestial king. Zhou Ming's attack felt like a mosquito struggling in Duanling Tian's grasp. It was only natural since a 10-direction celestial duke could not be compared to an 8 trigrams celestial king at all. You're one of the 10 directions celestial dukes of the profound heaven celestial sect. Is this all you've got? Duanling Tian scoffed as he suddenly appeared before Zhou Ming. He raised his hand that was firmly grasping the purple-black sword chi. He exerted a slight force, completely shattering the purple-black sword chi. Then, he fisted his hand and gathered his celestial origin energy in his fist before he swung them at Zhou Ming. A golden Buddha silhouette shrouded him, and his fist that was shrouded in celestial origin energy shone with a golden light. It's the blissful sex duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. The same thought appeared in the minds of the two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect as Duanling Tian swung his fist. The blue-clad middle-aged man cried out anxiously and fearfully at this moment. Please be merciful, Master Duan. Alas, it was too late. Boom. Before the 10 directions celestial duke, Zhou Ming, could even defend himself, Duanling Tian's fist had landed on him. With just a punch, Zhou Ming exploded into a mist of blood that rained down from the sky and painted the ground red. It seems like the 10 directions celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect is nothing but an ant. Duanling Tian said as he held Zhou Ming's spatial ring in his hand. After hearing Duanling Tian's words, the people of the profound heaven celestial sect slowly regained their senses. Duanling Tian was too fast for them to see his movements, so they were unable to tell what happened. However, based on the spatial ring in Duanling Tian's hand, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. Heavens! Did Duanling Tian really kill old ancestor Zhou Ming? That's impossible, right? Meanwhile, Zhou Ming's twin brother, the blue-clad middle-aged man who was also an old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, cried out at the top of his lungs when he witnessed the death of his brother, Brother Ming. On the other hand, everyone from the profound heaven celestial sect, including Bai Wu Ji and the other old ancestor of the sect, looked at Duanling Tian in horror, as the blue-clad middle-aged man, an old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, mourned the death of his brother. A bone-chilling killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Duanling Tian. He could not wait to grind Duanling Tian's bones and scatter his ashes to avenge his twin brother's death. Tears welled up in his eyes again as his eyes shifted to the blood mist that was gradually dispersing in the air. Zhou Ming was his dearest twin brother, and both of them shared a close bond. They had depended on each other since they were young. After witnessing Zhou Ming's death, how could he not be consumed with revenge? However, he also knew how insignificantly weak he was compared to Duan Tian after witnessing Duan Tian's display of strength. Therefore, he could only forcibly suppress the storm of hatred in him. Zhou Ming, the expression of the old man, another old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, changed drastically when he witnessed Zhou Ming's death. His eyes brimmed with horror as he looked at the purple-clad young man who had killed a 10 Directions celestial duke who was only slightly weaker than him. Zhou Ming did not even have a chance to defend himself. Based on this, he knew he was not a match for Duan Tian at all. Zhu Jr. Uncle Ming, by Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, cried out after he regained his senses. Similarly, his eyes were filled with horror as well when he looked at Duan Tian. It was as though he was seeing the grim reaper himself, here to harvest the souls of the members of the profound heaven celestial sect. It was clear to him how formidable Duan Tian was. After all, even his junior uncle, a 10 Directions celestial duke, was easily killed by Duan Tian. The fear on his face intensified as he thought to himself, even a quasi-celestial king couldn't have easily killed junior Uncle Ming. This Duan Tian, could he have become a celestial king? Although the other high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect could not see what happened earlier, based on the tense atmosphere and Zhou Ming's sudden absence, they could tell Duan Tian had, indeed, killed Zhou Ming. They were in shock and disbelief that a young man who was not even 100 years old was capable of killing their old ancestor who was a 10 Directions celestial duke in just a blink of an eye. Who was this young man? Dead? Old ancestor Zhou Ming is dead? Duan Tian is capable of killing old ancestor Zhou Ming? Old ancestor Zhou Ming's a 10 Directions celestial duke, but he's able to kill old ancestor Zhou Ming so quickly and effortlessly. Not even a quasi-celestial king is capable of such a feat, right? Is it possible that he's a celestial king? At this moment, Duan Tian looked at Bai Wuji coldly and asked in a flippant tone, "Sect leader Bai, can you summon your son here now?" Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Bai Wuji's expression turned grim at once. Nevertheless, he cupped his fists together and replied, "Master Duan, I'll fetch my infilial son here at once." As soon as he finished speaking, he took off in the direction of the profound heaven limit where his only son, Bai Yuxian, was in closed-door cultivation. The old man, one of the old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, quickly said, "Master Duan, I'll accompany the sect leader and make sure Bai Yuxian doesn't put up a resistance." Naturally, Duan Tian did not stop the old man. He knew the old man was worried Bai Wuji might release his son and allow his son to flee or even flee along with his son. If that were to happen, the old man knew disaster would definitely reign on the profound heaven celestial sect. After putting Zhou Ming's spatial ring away, Duan Tian moved in a flash and returned to Huaner's side as he waited for Bai Wuji to bring his son, Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, over. Huaner held onto Duan Tian's arm and leaned against him, clearly unfazed by Duan Tian's display of strength. Even Tai, he seemed unsurprised by Duan Tian's strength. After all, he had witnessed Duan Tian killing Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, who was a 9 Palaces celestial duke. Moreover, according to Duan Tian, he had also killed Li Ping, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, after Li Ping had broken through and became a celestial king. Even a celestial king was no match for Duan Tian. What could a 10 Directions celestial duke do to Duan Tian? It was only natural that Zhou Ming was so quickly and effortlessly killed by Duan Tian. As the trio from the Tai celestial sect waited, the high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect were too afraid to speak. What if they accidentally offended Duan Tian and incurred his wrath? They were plagued with anxiety and fear, and the feelings only grew stronger as time slowly passed. After a while, Bai Wuji's voice rang in the air. "Master Duan, I've brought my son here." He appeared with a confused-looking young man in tow. The young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Upon seeing this, the high-ranking officials and the disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect finally heaved a huge sigh of relief. In just a moment, Bai Wuji brought Bai Yuxian before Duan Tian. Duan Tian? Bai Yuxian was thoroughly shocked when he saw Duan Tian. He was unaware of what had happened outside the profound heaven limit since he was in closed-door cultivation. He had no clue the Master Duan his father had mentioned was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yuxian, who was hovering in the air in front of him, and said with a faint smile on his face, "Young master, we meet again." "You? Why are you here?" Bai Yuxian stammered. He could sense something was amiss. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Bai Wuji cried out, "Master Duan." Then he truthfully recounted Bai Yuxian's plot against He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. After that he earnestly said, "Master Duan, I was truly unaware of it in the beginning. I'm at fault for shielding him even after I learned of the truth. Therefore, Master Duan, please take my life as well after you kill this unfilial son of mine to avenge old ancestor He Shan. However, I beg you to spare the innocent lives of the people from the profound heaven celestial sect and the sect itself." The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect were moved by Bai Wuji's actions and words. All of them began to harshly reprimand Bai Yuxian one after another. "Sect leader, this is all young master's fault. You're not to be blamed since you're unaware of his evil scheme." "That's right, sect leader. Young master should pay with his life. But there's no need for you to bear his responsibilities." Sect leader. After hearing the words of the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Wuji smiled mirthlessly and said, "A father should be held accountable for his son's faults. As his father, I have to take responsibility for his actions as well." Then he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "Master Duan, on account of my genuine remorse, I beg you to spare the sect and its member." As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy spiked and surged from his body. Swoosh! Boom! In the next moment, Bai Wuji shot up into the sky like a launched rocket and exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, a fog of blood appeared and rained down as Bai Wuji's spatial ring fell to the ground. At this moment, someone cried out, "Master Duan!" Soon after, a figure appeared in the sky from afar. It did not take long before he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and solemnly said, "The sect leader is telling the truth. I can attest to that. Bai Yuxian is solely responsible for old ancestor He Shan's death. The man was none other than He Pei Yuan, the supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect. He was someone Duan Lingtian was rather familiar with. In fact, during the alchemy conference, he had left Duan Lingtian with a good impression. "Junior granduncle, help me," the terrified Bai Yuxian begged the blue-clad middle-aged man. His face was pale, he was confused. He did not understand why his father would commit suicide. Nevertheless, he knew Duan Lingtian was not someone whom they could afford to offend. The blue-clad middle-aged was Zhou Wen, Zhou Ming's twin brother. "Save you." Zhou Wen, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, was still grieving the death of Zhou Ming, his twin brother. Upon hearing the words of Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, he raised his head and looked at Bai Yuxian coldly. "You little punk, I've treated you well in the past, and yet, you brought such a huge disaster upon our sect. Not only did you cause the death of your junior granduncle Ming, but you also caused the death of your father. How dare you ask me to save you?" Near the end of his words, the flames of fury in the depths of his eyes burned hotter as he looked at Bai Yuxian. If looks could kill, Bai Yuxian would have died a couple of times over. After catching his breath, Zhou Wen continued to say, "I would have killed you if I knew you would bring such a disaster upon us, you filthy brat. Punk! My brother died for nothing because of you." Bai Yuxian was shocked to the core by Zhou Wen's words. "What? Junior granduncle Zhou Ming is dead." At this moment, the old man, also another old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, scoffed before he chimed in, "He died because of you, you bastard. If you didn't plot to kill old ancestor He Shan from the Tai celestial sect, would Master Duan come today? Would Zhou Ming die? Would your father die? In my opinion, the only person who deserves to die is you." He had always had an even temper, but at this moment, he had lost control over his temper. How could he not be infuriated by Bai Yuxian's mistake that cost the profound heaven celestial sect the loss of a 10-direction celestial duke and their sect leader? It was a devastating loss to the sect. And Master Duan? How's it possible? Didn't the people from the blissful sect had him thoroughly investigated? Isn't he just a transcender with no background? Bai Yuxian thought to himself with a skeptical expression on his face. He knew Duanling Tian was someone not to be offended when he saw his father committing suicide. Naturally, he did think Duanling Tian was capable of killing Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect who was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. He had assumed the remaining 2 old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect did not raise any objection about Zhou Ming's death because Duanling Tian had an extraordinary background. It did not occur to him that Duanling Tian was the one who killed Zhou Ming. Duanling Tian's alchemy skills were superior to a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist despite only being a prominent celestial alchemist who had not even reached the age of 100. This alone was rare enough. How could he guess that Duanling Tian's cultivation base was also stronger than the 3 old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect? Bai Yuxian trembled as his eyes darted around his surroundings. Where's the powerhouse protecting him? Even a quasi-celestial king might not be able to kill Junior Granduncle Ming or make Junior Granduncle when so wary. The powerhouse protecting Duanling Tian has to be at least an ordinary celestial king or stronger. Alas, regardless of how hard he searched his surroundings with his eyes, he found no trace of any hidden powerhouse. When Bai Yuxian's eyes landed on Tai Tai He found Tai Tai He rather familiar. It did not take long for him to identify Tai Tai He. I remember now. He's the former left guardian of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Tai Tai He. I've met him once before. There's no way he's the person protecting Duanling Tian. So where's the powerhouse protecting Duanling Tian? He continued to look around, hints of doubts were visible on his face. He truly felt unresigned that Duanling Tian had a strong powerhouse protecting him. At this moment, Zhou Wen scoffed. He looked at Bai Yuxian coldly as he said, "Stop looking around. It's pointless. There's no powerhouse protecting Master Duan." His anger that had not subsided fueled him as he continued talking. "It's all because of you, you bastard, that your junior granduncle Ming was killed by Master Duan. You're the reason your father has to atone for this crime with his life because he's afraid Master Duan might annihilate the profound Heaven Celestial sect. It's all because of your evil scheme against old ancestor He Shan." Bai Yuxian was shocked again. An incredulous expression could be seen on his face and his mouth was agape as he stared at Duanling Tian. "What? He killed Junior Granduncle Ming? Father's afraid he'll annihilate our profound Heaven Celestial sect? It doesn't make sense. How's that possible? He's not even 100 years old. How can he be so powerful?" At this moment, Duanling Tian finally spoke up. His eyes glinted coldly as he looked at Bai Yuxian and slowly said, "If there's an afterlife, please remember that there are mountains beyond mountains, and heavens beyond heavens. Sometimes, a small mistake is all it takes to cost you your precious life." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed one hand out, and a purple palm print shot out of his hand. The palm print grew bigger and bigger until it was the size of a hill as it sailed toward Bai Yuxian. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air, and the shockwave from the explosion rippled into the surroundings. A mist of blood hung in the air where Bai Yuxian had been standing just a moment ago. Only a spatial ring could be seen as blood began to rain down again. After killing Bai Yuxian, Duanling Tian said, "What happened today is due to my personal grudge with young Master Bai. It has nothing to do with the Tai Yi Celestial sect. If the profound Heaven Celestial sect intends to blame the Tai Yi Celestial sect or seek revenge," he paused for a moment as he glanced at the people from the profound Heaven Celestial sect before he slowly said, "I, Duanling Tian, don't mind visiting the profound Heaven Celestial sect again to annihilate it." Duanling Tian's words sent chills running up the spines of the people of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. "Rest assured, Master Duan." The old man looked at Duanling Tian and hastily vowed, "As long as I remain an old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, no members of the sect would be allowed to act against the Tai Yi Celestial sect." "Master Duan, I, Zhou Wen, assure you of that as well," Zhou Wen said solemnly, although he really wished he could kill Duanling Tian to avenge his twin brother. He knew the difference between their strength was like heaven and hell. Under such circumstances, he could only force himself to suppress and bury the hatred in his heart. Duanling Tian continued to say, "Bear in mind, This applies to the future generations of the profound Heaven Celestial sect as well. If any of them dare to trouble the Tai Celestial sect regarding this matter, I won't spare the profound Heaven Celestial sect. The people from the profound Heaven Celestial sect felt their hearts skipping a beat. Whoosh! With a flurry of movements, Duan Ling Tian, Tai Tai He, and Huaner disappeared without a trace before the people of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Even the two old ancestors who were 10-direction celestial dukes could not catch Duan Ling Tian's movements at all. They saw the fear in each other's eyes when they exchanged a glance. Finally, the old man somberly said, "Elder Qi, you're temporarily in charge of the sect's matter for now. We'll decide on the candidates for the new sect leader after Zhou and I have a discussion. During this time, the sect should continue operating as normal in an orderly manner. If you perform well, who knows, you might be appointed as the new sect leader." At the end of his words, he looked at Elder Qi meaningfully. Yes, old ancestor. Elder Qi was, naturally, inwardly delighted that there was a chance he might be promoted. Elder Qi was among the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, whose lives were hanging by a thread before the arrival of the three old ancestors and the late sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. He was just an 8-trigram celestial duke. How on earth did he suddenly obtain the chance to become the new sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect? Elder Qi and Bai Wuji, the late sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, were from the same generation. In the past, he was a potential candidate for the position of sect leader and had competed against Bai Wuji for the position. However, due to his incompetence in all aspects, Bai Wuji was eventually selected to take up the mantle of the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Since that day, he had been secretly obsessed with becoming the sect leader for half of his life. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such an opportunity would come his way. For this reason, he was actually grateful for Duan Ling Tian's visit to the profound Heaven Celestial SEC that had indirectly provided him with the chance to become the next sect leader. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had only gone to the profound Heaven Celestial sect to avenge Xian, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, was unaware of Elder Qi's thoughts. Now that Bai Wuji and his son, Bai Yuxuan, were dead, Xian's spirit should be able to rest in peace in heaven. After Duan Ling Tian used his celestial origin energy to bring Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect, and Huaner away from the profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate, Tai Tai He bowed at Duan Ling Tian and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Master Duan, on behalf of the Tai Celestial sect, I would like to thank you for avenging old ancestor Xian." To a certain degree, Duan Ling Tian could be considered as a member of the Tai Celestial sect even if he was only an interim elder. However, as an interim elder, he had no obligations to avenge Xian at all. Thus, Tai he truly felt grateful toward Duan Ling Tian. "Elder Tai, you're being too courteous. As a revered elder of the Tai Celestial sect, it's my duty to avenge old ancestor Xian," Duan Ling Tian said with a slight smile on his face. "Regarding this matter, the profound Heaven Celestial sect has gone too far. I just can't let things slide." Before Tai he could speak again, his eyes flashed as he continued to say, "Elder Tai, I'll need to trouble you to lead us to our next destination, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in the general region." The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be Duan Ling Tian's final destination before he left the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands for the central area. The central area would be an entirely new place that could help him to further improve his strength and skills. "Yes, Master Duan." Tai he humbly responded. After Duan Ling Tian had avenged Xian, his respect for Duan Ling Tian had grown to the point where it exceeded his respect for Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect. Unbeknownst to Tai he, Duan Ling Tian had wanted him to bring them to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in the general region because he wanted to conserve his celestial origin energy that was granted to him by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He was, naturally, unwilling to use his celestial origin energy that was currently comparable to a celestial king if it was unnecessary. Tai he had assumed Duan Ling Tian wanted his help because Duan Ling Tian wanted to focus on comprehending his celestial method and divine ability during the journey. "I've used up quite a large amount of my celestial origin energy. My strength is at least that of an 8-trigram celestial king when we arrived at the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Now, at most, it's comparable to a 6-combination celestial king. I'll have to use my remaining celestial origin energy wisely when we arrive at the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Otherwise, my cultivation base might revert to its original level before I make it to the central area Duanling Tian mused inwardly during their journey from the cross region to the general region. Tai, he was only a 7-star celestial duke. It would take some time before they arrived at the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Apart from talking to Huaner occasionally, Duanling Tian spent most of his time during their journey cultivating to improve his true cultivation base. The trio from the Tai celestial sect on the way to the compassionate celestial traveler sect was unaware of the commotion that had broken out in blissful sect at this moment. The disciples from the blissful sect who were not present during Duanling Tian's visit finally learned about the disaster from the disciples who escaped the ordeal. The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, Duanling Tian, charged into our sect and killed old ancestor Li Ping? Old ancestor Li Ping, didn't he just become a celestial king? This must be a joke, right? Old ancestor Li Ping did become a celestial king. However, he was no match for the chief celestial alchemist of Tai celestial sect, Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had easily killed old ancestor Li Ping. Heavens! This is unbelievable. Duanling Tian hasn't even reached 100 years old, has he? That's what makes him so terrifying. Most of the high-ranking officials from our blissful sect were killed by Duanling Tian. Only a few survived because they were out running some errands. Unfortunately, with just a few of them left, the blissful sect is no longer as powerful as before. Under these circumstances, I'm afraid we're no longer one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions or the borderlands. A few remaining high-ranking officials are insufficient to hold the blissful sect up. Even if the blissful sect has a few quasi-celestial kings, do you think they'll dare to step forward to help revive the sect? Of course not. In the past, the quasi-celestial kings from the Tai celestial sect managed to save their sect from total destruction. However, the blissful sect's current situation is different. Even old ancestor Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, was killed by Duanling Tian. How could the quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect dare to step forward? That's right. Old ancestor Li Ping was more powerful than the quasi-celestial kings the moment he became a celestial king. If the quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect show up, they're only seeking death. The blissful sect is doomed. My friends, it's time to think of an alternative now. I'll leave the blissful sect tomorrow and cultivate for a while. After I've grown my hair out, I'll join another top sect. I believe it's not difficult to do so with my talent. Why do you need to wait until your hair grows? Isn't it obvious that people would be able to tell that you're a disciple of the blissful sect if you're bald? News of the blissful sect being destroyed by Duanling Tian will soon spread throughout the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Do you think the top sects will dare to accept a disciple of an annihilated sect? That makes sense. Looks like I'll have to grow my hair out as well. The blissful sect was in chaos. The majority of the disciples were planning to leave the sect. At this moment, Ji-Fan, the former Arhat of the blissful sect, hovered in the air as he blankly stared at the throng of disciples leaving the blissful sect's estate. Before he left the sect, he muttered under his breath, "I've completed part of the task Master Duan entrusted me with. I'll just have to spread the word now. From today onward, the blissful sect no longer exists." Before Duanling had even entered the general region, news of the destruction he left in his wake in the blissful sect's estate spread like a wildfire and caused an uproar. The blissful sect was highly regarded as one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. How could people not feel shocked when they learned of its destruction? The blissful sect has been annihilated. The blissful sect has been annihilated? You're joking, right? Heavens, is this true? The blissful sect is only second to the profound heaven celestial sect among the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions. How could they be annihilated? What's more outrageous is sources from the blissful sect said that it was Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, who had single-handedly ended the blissful sect. The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, Duanling Tian? The person who's acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions during the alchemy conference. Yes, it's him. He hasn't even reached the age of 100, right? How is it possible for him to annihilate the blissful sect? Listen, it gets even more outrageous. The people from the blissful sect claimed that Duanling Tian managed to easily kill their old ancestor, who had successfully broken through, and became a one basic celestial king. Someone who's not even 100 years old managed to kill a celestial king? Naturally, there were people who were skeptical about the veracity of the news. Some of them even made a trip to the blissful sect to verify the authenticity of the news. Under the lead of some powerful sectless cultivators, these people entered the blissful sect's estate and discovered the estate was completely empty. Even the primitive celestial stone or that belonged to the blissful sect had been dug up. Everything aside, there was no doubt that the great blissful sect was truly gone. When Duanling Tian, Huaner, and Tai Tai he had left the cross region and entered the general region, news of the blissful sect being annihilated was verified by more and more people. As soon as the trio arrived in the general region, Tai Tai he looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Master Duan, we've arrived in the general region. However, I don't know the exact location of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate since I've never been there before. My plan is to look for a city or a friendly sect we can lodge in while I look for the exact location of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. We'll leave as soon as I find out the exact location of the sect." Duanling Tian nodded slightly and calmly replied, "Elder Tai, I'll leave this matter entirely up to you." As soon as they arrived in the general region, Duanling Tian had begun to feel restless. "I wonder if I'll meet her when we go to the compassionate celestial traveler sect." Duanling Tian did not plan to insist on meeting Murongbing during this trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect unless she was willing to meet him. After all, for now, he had no plans of taking Murongbing away from the compassionate celestial traveler sect to the central area. Brother Ling Tian. Huaner could sense Duanling Tian's restlessness even though he was behaving as usual. She reached out to hold his hand and gently squeezed it in hopes of calming him down. "Huana, I'm fine," Duanling Tian said with a faint smile on his face as he stroked the back of her hand with his fingers. His eyes were filled with affection as he looked at her. At the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. After the deaths of Zhou Ming, Bai Wu Ji, and Bai Yu Xian, the old ancestor, the sect leader, and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect respectively, a gloomy atmosphere loomed over the sect's estate. Since that fateful day, the sect had not returned to its lively state from before. The members of the profound heaven celestial sect were morose, devastated by the deaths of crucial members of the sect. Elder Qi seemed to be the only one who was in a good mood. However, on this day, the profound heaven sect seemed to turn lively again when they received certain news. The news turned the entire sect upside down. Not only did Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, kill Li Ping, a one basic celestial king, but he also destroyed the blissful sect? Is it true that old ancestor Li Ping of the blissful sect had broken through and became a celestial king prior to his death? Many people have verified it to be true. Similarly, the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect were shocked as well when they heard the news. However, their shock was replaced with relief soon after. Heavens! Duanling Tian is capable of killing a one basic celestial king. In comparison, doesn't it seem like Duanling Tian was very lenient toward our profound heaven celestial sect? Yes. Since he's capable of killing a one basic celestial king, it'd be easy for him to destroy our sect. Thank the heavens he didn't do so even after everything Bai Yu Xian had done. The two remaining old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were no exception and were equally shocked even though they had suspected this. Duanling Tian killed Li Ping after he became a celestial king? Indeed, he's not just a one basic celestial king. Based on the strength Duanling Tian displayed on that fateful day, they knew he was stronger than an ordinary celestial king. As 10 Directions celestial dukes, they should still be able to vaguely see his movements if he was a one basic celestial king. However, they could not catch his movements at all at that time. Therefore, they were rather certain he was stronger than a one basic celestial king. Now that the blissful sect's destruction confirmed their suspicions, they could not help but heave a big sigh of relief that Duanling Tian did not destroy the profound heaven celestial sect. From today onward, the members of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect are strictly prohibited from finding fault with the Tai Celestial Sect. Be extra courteous when you encounter members of the Tai Celestial Sect. This is an order. In fear of Duan Ling Tian's formidable strength, the two old ancestors did not waste any time in passing down their order to the members of their sect. All of the members of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not object to the order and found it reasonable. Even without the order, they still would not dare to offend the people from the Tai Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of the situation in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. All he knew was news about the destruction of the Blissful Sect had spread like a wildfire shortly before he left the Cross region. Everyone should have heard about the annihilation of the Blissful Sect by now, right? The quasi-celestial kings in the Cross region should have also heard about it. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he arrived at the outer area of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian was right. Half a month ago, the quasi-celestial kings of the Cross region's blissful sect had heard about the destruction of their sect. Li Ping had become a celestial king, but he was still killed? The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect possesses such formidable strength even though he hasn't even reached the age of 100? Who is he? How's it possible that he possesses such terrifying strength at such a young age? The three quasi-celestial kings of the Blissful Sect were furious and devastated when they heard about the Blissful Sect's destruction. They were eager to come out from seclusion to avenge their descendants and disciples who were sacrificed in that ordeal. However, when they found out Li Ping, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, was killed even after becoming a celestial king, they dismissed the idea of revenge. They did not even dare to think about stepping forward since they risked getting killed by Duan Ling Tian. They knew even if they banded together, they would not be able to survive more than 100 moves from a one basic celestial king. They knew this very well since they were once one basic celestial kings as well. Therefore, they knew without a doubt how easy it would be for Duan Ling Tian to kill them. Senior uncle, are we just going to sit back and do nothing? Due to the limit on our innate talent, we decided to stay in the borderlands to protect our sect. Is there nothing we can do now that our sect has been annihilated? I feel unreconciled with the fate of our sect. I just can't accept it. A middle-aged quasi-celestial king of the Blissful Sect said to an old man. The old man shook his head and said with a bitter smile on his face, "Do you think I can accept it? I know Li Ping was the disciple whom you're most proud of, and you want to avenge him. However, Duan Ling Tian killed Li Ping even though Li Ping had become a celestial king. Do you think you stand a chance against Duan Ling Tian?" Another old man chimed in at this moment. "Perhaps it's time for us to leave the borderlands. We didn't leave the borderlands due to our limited innate talent and decided to protect the sect instead. Inevitably, our cultivation bases had dropped from that of a one basic celestial king to that of a 10 directions celestial duke. Unless we're able to obtain rare medicinal herbs or rare celestial pills to eliminate the side effects of retrogradation, we won't be able to improve our cultivation bases for the rest of our lives. Now that the sect's gone, it's meaningless for us to remain in the borderland. Let's head to the central area. We might find rare medicinal herbs or celestial pills there to help us. This is the only chance we have to grow stronger." In the end, the three quasi-celestial kings of the Blissful Sect decided it was best for them to leave the borderlands for the central area. At this moment, they regretted their decision to stay back in the borderlands. All these years, they had been protecting the Blissful Sect, but in just a day, all their efforts had gone to waste. For this reason, the trio hated Duan Ling Tian to the core. Alas, they could not seek revenge since they knew they were no match for Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was oblivious to the fact that the three quasi-celestial kings of the Blissful Sect had left the borderlands for the central area. He would never expect that in the future he would meet them in the central area. He looked at an area that was shrouded in fog and said to Duan Ling Tian at this moment, "Master Duan, the compassionate celestial traveler sect is up ahead. Should we announce our arrival, or should we just enter unannounced?" He knew there was a conflict between Duan Ling Tian and the compassionate celestial traveler sect even if he did not know the details. Although he did not attend the alchemy conference, he had heard from the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, Situ Ming, that the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had sent an elder to kill Duanling Tian in the past. However, according to Situming, Duanling Tian seemed to have forgiven the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Therefore, he could not figure out the reason for Duanling Tian's visit to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duanling Tian responded to Tai Tai He's question. Let's just enter. His eyes glinted as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and shrouded Huaner and Tai Tai He. In just a moment, the trio disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were in a vast and majestic land filled with lush greeneries where the songs of birds rang in the air and the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. The mountains were so tall that they touched the clouds. Tai Tai He was about to greet the people of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect when Duanling Tian suddenly said in a thunderously loud voice, "My name is Duanling Tian, and I'm Murong Bing's man. I have come to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to challenge your sect's 10 Directions Celestial Duke, Wang Qiu Kuang." Tai Tai He was thoroughly shocked by Duanling Tian's words. Although he had heard vague whispers of Duanling Tian's romantic relationship with Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, he did not expect Duanling Tian to travel all the way to the sect's estate just to challenge their 10 Directions Celestial Duke, Wang Qiu Kuang. It was not difficult for him to figure out the meaning behind Duanling Tian's actions. It was public knowledge that Murong Bing's master was Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In her younger years, she was famous for her ruthlessness. Many people had also heard of how she had killed her direct disciple whom she had raised to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect when said disciple had a romantic relationship with an outsider. It seems like Master Duan and Murong Bing are really involved. Since this means Murong Bing would be disqualified from being the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Master Duan must be worried she would suffer the same fate as her senior sister. He must have come here to stop Wang Danfeng from doing so by directly challenging her father, Wang Qiu Kuang, who's a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Tai Tai He instantly understood what was going on. Meanwhile, Huaner's eyes were flashing with envy when she heard Duanling Tian announced he was Murong Bing's man. How could she not be envious when she had long developed feelings for Duanling Tian? However, her feelings were clearly unrequited since she could tell Duanling Tian was firmly keeping a distance from her. She sighed inwardly, dejected. If only I can capture his heart like Sister Murong Bing did. Duanling Tian's thunderous voice that was infused with his celestial origin energy resonated through the entire Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate. The estate fell deadly silent. The high-ranking officials and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were shocked and baffled. Did you hear that voice? I'm not hearing things, am I? No, I heard it as well. A man just claimed to be Senior Sister Murong Bing's man. More importantly, he's here to challenge our Supreme Guardian. The Supreme Guardian is our second Guardian's father. He's also the sect's one and only male member. This man wants to challenge our Supreme Guardian who's a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke? Is he seeking death? I'm curious. Since when did Senior Sister Murong Bing become romantically involved with this man? She should know it's forbidden for her to be in a romantic relationship since she's going to be our sect leader in the future. Let's go find out what's going on. Who is he? Is he crazy? He must be crazy. It's normal for men to go crazy over Senior Sister Murong Bing's beauty, after all. Most of the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect estate were of the opinion that Duanling Tian must have lost his mind to Murong Bing's beauty. They thought he was just a simpleton who had gone crazy due to his infatuation and came to challenge their supreme elder. These people seemed to have overlooked the fact that a simpleton would not have been able to enter the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate without the sect's permission. At this moment, a group of the disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect flew up into the air to the source of the voice. When they saw Duanling Tian, hints of pity could be seen in their eyes. It was as though they could already see their Supreme Guardian mercilessly killing Duanling Tian. Wait a minute. Did he say he's Duanling Tian? Why does that name sound so familiar? Duanling Tian? Isn't he the genius prominent celestial alchemist who recently became famous during the alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions? You're right. Duanling Tian's the chief alchemist celestial of the Tai celestial sect. Although he hasn't even reached the age of 100, he's already a prominent celestial alchemist. Most importantly, he's a prominent celestial alchemist whose skills are superior to the supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist from the profound Heaven celestial sect. This lunatic is delusional. Not only does he think senior sister Murong is his woman, but he also thinks he's the genius prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai celestial sect. How absurd! His actions are a blasphemy against senior sister Murong. It's an insult to our supreme guardian as well. There's no doubt he's going to have to pay with his life today. A commotion broke out among the disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect as they fervently discussed the madman who was impersonating Duanling Tian, the genius prominent celestial alchemist. More and more disciples gathered to watch the show. It was human nature to be nosy, and this rang especially true for women. The female disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were no exception. Meanwhile, the elders of the compassionate celestial traveler sect who were infuriated by Duanling Tian's words took to the air immediately. Where did this madman come from? How dare he blaspheme our supreme guardian? He said junior niece Murong is his woman? Preposterous. He even said he's Duanling Tian, the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, and the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. How dare he provokes our supreme guardian? He must be tired of living. On the contrary, a few prominent celestial alchemists who had attended the alchemy conference were able to recognize Duanling Tian's voice. Moreover, based on what they had seen during the alchemy conference, they had long suspected there was something going on between Duanling Tian and Murong. They did not waste any time and left their courtyards to have a look. Duanling Tian? Yes, it does sound like him, doesn't it? Master Duan wants to challenge the Supreme Guardian? Did he lose his mind? Who knows? Let's go find out. Duanling Tian? Why is he here? Is he seeking death? Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, had followed Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, to the alchemy conference. Therefore, she also recognized Duanling Tian's voice. Nangong Xiu had told her about the matter between Duanling Tian and Murong, and she was rather happy when she heard Duanling Tian saying he was from a powerful clan called the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. The marriage between Duanling Tian and Murong would definitely be a wonderful story in the history of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After returning from the alchemy conference, Lin Ru and Nangong Xiu had even gone to speak to Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. As expected, Wang Danfeng was furious and wanted to kill Murong when she found out Murong had lost her virginity to Duanling Tian. However, since Wang Danfeng was wary of Duanling Tian's extraordinary background in the central area, she did not dare to kill Murong. It remained so until Wang Danfeng heard the news about the blissful sex investigation that Duanling Tian was just a mere transcender with no background. She had almost killed Murong. Fortunately, Nangong Xiu managed to stop her in time. Nangong Xiu had planted doubts in Wang Danfeng's mind, questioning the veracity of the result of the blissful sex investigation. However, this was only a solution that could only temporarily preserve Murong's life. Murong was still held captive by Wang Danfeng as they waited for the result of their own investigation. As soon as Wang Danfeng confirmed Duanling Tian did not have any extraordinary background, there was no doubt she would immediately kill Murong. Duanling Tian? The expression of Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, turned grim, and she narrowed her eyes when she heard Duanling Tian's voice that resounded through the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. Although she had convinced her junior sister, Wang Danfeng, that the blissful sect might have made a mistake in their investigation of Duanling Tian, in her heart, she did not doubt the result of the blissful sect's investigation. As the saying went, "There's no smoke without fire." Since then, she was left with a terribly bad impression of Duanling Tian, and she was angry at herself for naively believing him. After all, due to her foolishly believing his lies, she had gone to Wang Danfeng and revealed the matter between Murong, her niece, and that man. As a result, Murong Bing was now being held captive by Wang Danfeng. As soon as Wang Danfeng ascertained Duan Ling Tian did not come from an extraordinary clan, she would kill Murong Bing immediately. He wants to challenge the supreme guardian of our compassionate celestial traveler sect? Did he lose his mind? Nangong Shou recognized Duan Ling Tian's voice as well since they had recently met during the alchemy conference. She was perplexed. Why did Duan Ling Tian come to challenge their supreme guardian who was one of the most powerful 10 directions celestial dukes in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands? What could a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had not even reached the age of 100 do to their sect's supreme guardian? Similarly, she felt he had gone crazy for doing such a thing. Whoosh! Nangong Shou's robe fluttered in the wind as she took off from her cultivation ground and headed toward Duan Ling Tian's direction. In a courtyard built on the edge of the cliffs of the steep mountains in the compassionate celestial traveler sex estate, a beautiful woman who was teaching a girl's sword technique stilled at once when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. Her originally cold expression turned even colder at this moment. Duan Ling Tian? A green-clad girl who was standing next to the beautiful woman widened her eyes as she exclaimed in shock inwardly, Duan Ling Tian? Why is he here? He wants to challenge Grandmaster? Is he mad? The beautiful woman looked at the green-clad girl pointedly as she coldly asked, Liu Luo, does the voice really belong to Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? The green-clad girl's heart skipped a beat before she replied hesitatingly, Why yes, master. It's Duan Ling Tian's voice. The green-clad girl was none other than Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The beautiful woman whom she had addressed as master was none other than Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Danfeng was also the only biological daughter of Wang Qiuquang, the sect's supreme guardian and 10 directions celestial duke. Well, who knew he would send himself to her doorstep? Wang Danfeng's eyes glinted coldly after she heard Liu Luo's words. In just a second, she disappeared into thin air. Master, wait for me, Liu Luo cried out. Although she could not catch Wang Danfeng's movements, she knew her master had gone to meet Duan Ling Tian. She did not hesitate and followed suit. As she flew, she thought to herself with a sigh, third senior sister should have heard Duan Ling Tian's voice by now, right? Unfortunately, she's unable to leave that dilapidated place now. In a dilapidated residence at the foot of the mountains in the compassionate celestial traveler sex estate. Why is he here? Did he say he wants to challenge Grandmaster? A woman who was quietly sitting in front of an old wooden table suddenly rose to her feet when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. If those who had only met Duan Ling Tian once during the alchemy conference could recognize his voice, how could she fail to recognize his voice? Her eyes shone with hope for a fleeting moment before it was replaced with anxiety and fear. The woman wore a simple purple dress that revealed her wasp waist. Her eyebrows were perfectly arched and her skin was clear. A translucent veil concealed the lower half of her face, but her bright eyes and elegant bearing were enough to make the surroundings pale in comparison. In fact, the translucent veil added to her charm. It filled people with the urge to remove her veil so they could have a look at her beautiful face. The veil did not detract from her beauty at all, so one could only imagine how much more beautiful she was without the veil. This woman was none other than Murong Bing. She was currently being held captive by her master, Wang Danfeng, in this dilapidated residence that was covered with many formations that prevented her from escaping. Is it possible that he really came from an extraordinary clan in the central area? Did the blissful sect make a mistake? However, if he has brought his clansmen here, why did he challenge Grandmaster? Murong Bing was perplexed. Based on her understanding, Duan Ling Tian was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He was as vulnerable as an ant before a 10 directions celestial duke. In the secluded area of the compassionate celestial traveler sex estate stood the tallest mountain that stretched past the clouds. This place had the best cultivation environment in the compassionate celestial traveler sex estate since it was the closest place to the sect's primitive celestial crystal vein. This place was also the cultivation place of Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and a 10 directions celestial duke. Wang Qiuquang was a tall middle-aged man with a strong build and average looks. He was sitting cross-legged in the air of a valley halfway up the mountain, cultivating, when he was interrupted by Duanling Tian's voice. His eyes flashed coldly when he opened them. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the corner of his lips curled disdainfully as he said, "He wants to challenge me?" He was a 10 Directions celestial duke after all. He would not pay any attention to a nobody. He had never heard of Duanling Tian, therefore he was certain Duanling Tian was not another 10 Directions celestial dukes from the 6 southeastern regions or the borderlands. Soon enough, he continued cultivating, completely dismissing Duanling Tian as someone not worthy of his attention. Meanwhile, the members of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect slowly surrounded Duanling Tian, Tai Tai He, and Huaner as they arrived in group after group in all directions. The patrolling disciples were the first to arrive before the high-ranking officials and other disciples. Soon after, a large crowd had formed around the trio. Naturally, their eyes were trained on Duanling Tian as soon as he arrived. So he's the madman? Is he really Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect? Suddenly, one of the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect saw Huaner and exclaimed, "I heard there's a peerless beauty who's always by Duanling Tian's side. This is my first time seeing such a flawless beauty. Even the most beautiful woman in our sect, senior sister Murong Bing, pales in comparison to her." She continued to say, "It seems like this purple-clad young man is truly Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect. What a stunning and perfect woman. Such a beauty. It's impossible to find another beauty like her in this world. Right? Looks like this purple-clad young man is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, Duanling Tian." Most of the disciples who thought Duanling Tian was a madman were convinced of Duanling Tian's identity when they saw Huaner Peerless Beauty. He's the chief celestial alchemist of Tai Celestial sect, Duanling Tian? For real. An expression of shock could be seen on the faces of the high-ranking officials of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect when they looked at Duanling Tian again. At this moment, a voice laden with fury rang in the distance. "So, you're Duanling Tian?" In just a moment, a beautiful woman appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Everyone from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect recognized the beautiful woman immediately. Guardian Dan Feng,